to Whitney Week. Has to be a big deal, right? Only Wednesday, and a two-time Triple Crown winning trainer has the favorite in the feature. Her name is Usha, Grade 1 winner, the one to beat in the Johnstone. As the countdown continues to the 99th running of the storied Whitney, so many intriguing storylines. Where to begin? About the champion filly Nitrogen trying to become the first to win the event in 38 years, dating back to Personal Ensign in '88. Or the reigning horse of the year Sovereignty back at Saratoga for everything he's accomplished somehow with something to prove. And the favorite Magnitude. Is he the best older horse in North America? Magnitude just waiting for game day. Tucked away in his stall. The first things first. Hurdles are up. Steeplechase to start the Wednesday program on this spectacular Wednesday afternoon in upstate New York. Welcome, everyone. Just outside the paddock on Lafitte Pinkai. It's not just steeplechase. It is steeplechase of the highest variety. The Grade 1 A.P. Smithwick Memorial. That's coming up and highlights the early part of the program. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. After the hurdlers, flat racing begins race 2. Start of the early pick 5. 10 races today. Late pick 5 begins in the 6th. And the featured Johnstone race number 9. Main track, fast turf courses, firm temperature around 80 degrees. As I welcome in my co-host, Joe Clancy, steeplechase expert, also the editor at the Saratoga Special, New York Racing Association analyst, Andy Serling. Joe, always great to have you on set. This race always important. It's Grade 1, speaks for himself. Like, what is the storyline heading into this A.P. Smithwick?
Yeah, coming into this, because of the expanded meet a little bit, horses get another opportunity. We had the Leo O'Brien early. Smithwick is in the middle. Jonathan Shepard's at the end. It's rare for a horse to sweep 2, and McTeague gets his chance here to try to do it today.
And named after?
A.P. Smithwick, Patty Smithwick was a Hall of Fame steeplechase jockey before my time in the 40s, 50s, 60s. Won 398 races, which is second all time. He and his brother Mikey, who was a trainer, he's in the Hall of Fame as well. They won everything at that time. They were coming up with Ogden Phipps cast-offs and turning them into really good steeplechase horses. It's
always exciting, different way to kick off a brand new week of thoroughbred racing. You can hear the call to post the field. A.P. Smithwick Memorial, long distance, 2 3/8 miles. And the current favorite, McTeague, looking for back-to-back Grade 1 victories. Let's meet the field. Starting with Phil Dorr, there he is. Grade 1 Colonial Cup winner last fall at Camden.
Does his best work outside of Saratoga so far. He's got to step forward off the Leo O'Brien.
Take your seats. Likes to set the tempo early.
Does he ever? He lasted a little longer than people thought last time. If they leave him alone, maybe he can do it again. I think it's up against him, though.
St. James the Great, third in the Leo O'Brien.
Ran well there, but he's got 13 lengths to find. It gets a little bit more weight from McTeague this time.
L'Avocado by the seven-year-old by Frankel.
Yeah, I love the Frankel coming in. He's a long shot, but he could close into a piece, I think.
The Gray, Salted Caramel, the lesser heralded of the Brian Train duo.
Yeah, only 4 jump starts, but I think Kerry likes the way he's coming along, and that's, you know, he'd be dangerous if he was a little bigger price, I think.
Roja Redemption, first of 2 for trainer Jack Fisher.
Yeah, he's very consistent, runs well, stepping up. He's done well in restricted company. Now he's taking on open company.
Smart Uncle, who prepped in a flat race last month at Colonial.
Yeah, I think that really helps. That's why I like him. I was trying to get a little bigger than 4-1, but comes in off the flat prep at Colonial. I think that sets him up well here.
McTeague, the Grade 1 Leo O'Brien winner.
Yeah, we saw him do it there. I think he runs that same race again. He's crafty enough to kind of sit close, then kick. Can he do it carrying top weight?
He's going to worry about him picking up 12 pounds off his win last time?
Yeah, I think so for sure. That's part of the reason why I liked it so much last time is because he stayed the same after losing his jockey at the first fence, and you know he really got penalized for the win. He's got to prove it again. What I like is his style. You know, he's going to run that race. Whether it's good enough or not, we'll find out. It's not like he's super pace dependent or anything.
And revisiting that Leo O'Brien, Joe McTeague making the last run of all in the stretch.
Yeah, his trainer, Cyril Murphy, calls him a little motorbike. And you can see him in there. He's in behind horses. He pulls them out and runs home. And I think same type of thing. Graham Waters will try to draft in behind those horses coming off the turn, make the last run. He's quick, light on his feet. You know, again, he's got to prove it carrying top weight. He benefited from 144 or whatever it was the last time where he's got to step up.
The added 12 pounds. Yeah, so you're going against, and you're going Smart Uncle. What's the story?
Yeah, I just like the I like the weight break he gets from McTeague. I love the flat prep. at Colonial. I think that sharpens them up. I think they need to be. We saw a horse, Mr. Percy, win here off a flat prep at Colonial. His flat form, he went to Kentucky Downs and was competitive last year. And I just think, he's a little better value maybe than McTeague. Jockey changed. Jamie Barger gets on him. He ran 2 back at Fair Hill over jumps. And it was okay, just kind of a middling effort. And I think the flat race moves him up. Jamie Barger getting on, and you're getting 4-1 as opposed to 2-1 on McTeague.
Does anything else jump out at you and surprise you in terms of the wagering?
Yeah, I don't. Roja Redemption, I kind of thought he would be second choice, and they've gone the other way. And, they've got St. James the Great. The Roja Redemption's drifted a little higher than I thought he would be, put it that way.
Smart Uncle at 4-1. Joe going with him. McTeague 2-1 favorite as we welcome Liza Hendricks to the broadcast. Standing by trackside, Liza, you spoke with Cyril Murphy, trainer of McTeague. What did he tell you?
I did, Lafitte, and he said that he's been training very well. He's kind of stepped him up in the last couple of weeks because he had a month since that last race, and he's been running through a couple races this year. But he said he has been training well. He did some swimming and just kind of some cross training to take some weight off of his legs and keep him fit. But he is concerned about the extra weight that he gets today. He gets an extra 12 pounds from what he had last time when he won. He did say that with Graham Waters aboard, he fully trusts him and is going to let him go with his instincts and just see how the race sets up and plays out, because last time with that quick pace with the 2 take your seats going to the front, he's just going to let him see how the race plays out. And I did talk to Tom Garner, the trainer of the 2 take your seats. He said he'll probably go to the front again. He's just a horse that naturally wants to go to the lead, so the best shot for him is to just go out there and try to let him settle and see how the race plays out. But with the weight shift and the pace setting up like that, I'm going to land on the 3 St. James the Great. He drops 10 pounds off of Phil Dorr and McTeague, and his trainer, Carrie Bryan, I caught up with in the paddock. She said that she was going to save him for the Jonathan Shepherd, which is at the end of the meet, but he was training so well that she thought that she would take a shot in here, so I'm going to go with him, Lafitte.
St. James the Great, Liza, trained by Carrie Bryan, looking to go back-to-back in the AP Smithwick Memorial. Won last year with Historic Heart, 4-1. Circling back to the favorite, McTeague, Joe, and somewhat of an, unconventional way of preparing for races, preparing for this AP Smithwick.
Yeah, a little bit. Like a lot of the steeplechase trainers, Cyril's based at a farm in Maryland. They don't have a track. They train in the fields on the turf. And they also have a swimming pond for horses. It is 20 feet deep, which I guess it has to be that deep to allow a 1,000-pound animal to float well enough to swim. Anyway, he swims them around. There's a dock with a sort of a up-and-down ramp that allows the horse to make a big circle while a person holds on to them. I was explaining this to somebody, and they said, "You mean they don't just turn the horse loose in the pond?" And I'm like, "No, I think he would probably just go play in the mud if you left it up to him." But as Cyril puts it, it really takes it allows the horse to get a blow, get some exercise, but take the pressure off their legs, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's working. You're not going to start from zero and get a horse race fit just swimming around in a pond. But I think if they're already race fit, you let them do that, especially with, in some of the heat, on hot days, firm turf. He takes a couple laps of the pond and ready to go. I would imagine the horse loves it.
He loves running in front and controlling the tempo early. Joe does take your seats.
Yeah, Liza talked about it a little bit, and Tom Garner and his jockey Evan Dwan have said it. I mean, he's just strong and kind of does too much early most of the time, and the other jockeys will be back there trying to figure out, okay, who's going to go first? Who's going to be the bridge to him? And he was in front, turning for home. We saw that in the Leo O'Brien, and I think Fedor going to him when he did, or he didn't really go to him, but he pushed him along. That probably helped everybody else behind him. Fedor probably don't want to do that necessarily so early this time, which, again, I think there'll be somebody who does it because, you can't just allow the horse to walk the dog the whole way.
He was originally a Karlovich horse, the Chad Brown train. Take your seats. I don't remember him. Probably for good reason.
They've turned him into a little bit. He's strong, and he's very at his level. I think he can kind of do it at the steeplechase meets with more hills and turns and things. There's places to hide. This is a flat, fast oval, and there's nowhere to hide for a front runner.
Anything different aside from the 12 pounds added McTeague is carrying? Anything significantly different from the Leo O'Brien to this AP Smithwick Memorial?
No, the races used to be different distance, same everything. Should be same setup.
Frank Mirmati with the call. Grade 1 AP Smithwick Memorial live on FS2.
And they're off in the AP Smithwick Memorial. And in the early going, no surprises. Take your seats. Doing his thing. Opens up a huge lead right away. It's already 8 or 9 lengths. We've seen this movie before. St. James the Great is in second. Salted Carmel is third. Smart Uncle is fourth behind this runaway leader. Then Fieldor tucked in along the inside, 2 clear of McTeague, Roja Redemption, and L'Avocato is at the back of the field. So take your seats, bounds clear. And Take Your Seats has opened up his customary 15 lengths or so. And then the next pack is St. James the Great, followed by Salted Carmel. And on the inside, Fieldor. Outside of them comes Smart Uncle. As they pass us for the first time, Take Your Seats showing off with a 20-length lead. St. James the Great in second, Salted Carmel third. Then it's Smart Uncle on the outside of Fieldor. They're followed by Roja Redemption as they get over that fence. And then the 2 trailers, stretch running McTeague, and in behind him is L'Avocato. Onto the Saratoga backstretch. Take your seats. Let's call it 25 lengths. In front with St. James the Great in second, followed by Salted Carmel. And then it's Smart Uncle. Fieldor is the gray, the other gray. A length and a half in front of Roja Redemption, McTeague, and L'Avocato. That was a very smooth set of jumps for the big pack behind Take Your Seats. Take Your Seats all alone. St. James the Great is racing in second, and they're followed by Salted Carmel, Smart Uncle, who have been side by side. The red cap belongs to Roja Redemption. And then it's Fieldor, followed by McTeague, Unhurried, and L'Avocato. Take your seats. Well clear. Maybe the fans will give him a little round of applause as he comes by us in the AP Smithwick Memorial. Take your seats well in front. The rest of the group covered by about 5 lengths, and they're headed by St. James the Great, followed by Salted Carmel, and Smart Uncle is just outside of them. Roja Redemption is inching a little bit closer, under tight restraint too, and Fieldor is a length behind him. Graham Waters and McTeague inching up right outside of Fieldor. L'Avocato has trailed throughout. Take your seats. His lead is shrinking. And on the outside, there goes Roja Redemption, going to take a crack at him right now. Take your seats. Roja Redemption within 3 lengths. St. James the Great is down on the inside. They're followed by Smart Uncle in the orange colors, just 3 lengths off. Take your seats. Then comes Salted Carmel. McTeague, yellow cap, only 5 lengths off the lead. And then Fieldor, L'Avocato. Roja Redemption has run by Take Your Seats and opened up too. Roja Redemption with a very bold move has taken over and opened up 5. As Smart Uncle moves into second, Take Your Seats had his fun. And now St. James the Great is inching forward on the inside. Losing the rider there was McTeague. McTeague lost the rider there on that jump. McTeague is out of the race as they round the far turn for the final time. Roja Redemption with a big lead over Smart Uncle. It's Roja Redemption clear by 5. Smart Uncle second by 7. Then St. James the Great and Fieldor. They are at the top of the stretch with Roja Redemption to catch. Can he sustain that big move? He's got a 4-length lead. Smart Uncle is trying hard. Fieldor is getting into it with a big late kick too. They're coming toward the wire. And Roja Redemption's lead down to 2. Fieldor on the inside and Smart Uncle attacking on both sides. It's Roja Redemption, Smart Uncle to the front. And Smart Uncle has won the AP Smithwick Memorial. Fieldor, huge effort in defeat. Then it was Roja Redemption and Salted Carmel.
Wearing him down, grinding away. Smart Uncle, who prepped in that flat race at Colonial, wins the Grade 1 AP Smithwick Memorial. That's one side of the story. That's the other. And good to see Graham Waters on his feet, who rode the favorite, McTeague, who fell, Joe, trying to clear that 9th and final hurdle.
Yeah, he looked like he was drafting into a great spot, a great stalking spot to kind of use that same kick he used the last time, and just made a mistake at the last fence there. Again, it looks like everybody's up and fine. You'd want to watch it again to make sure what he did, but I'm sure a little bit tired, jumping alongside another horse, which sometimes will, if the other horse takes off at a different stride, will mess him up. Smart Uncle, that, like you touched on, I think that flat race fitness really helped him. I mean, he's not closing stoutly here, but he's grinding away that 1 mile. The other horse hasn't run since May. They're both trained by Jack Fisher, Royal Redemption, and Smart Uncle, and just that little bit of extra sharpness lets him see it out. Just like we saw Mr. Percy almost do the same thing here in the Jonathan Kaiser.
How often is that strategy employed by a trainer running in a flat race, no hurdles, to get ready for a big steeplechase event?
Especially at a place like Saratoga, it really helps. So you'll see at some of the other race meets we have, it's not quite as important. Speed, flat form, that type of thing matters here. And again, we touched on, like McTeague, they almost all train on a farm. Depending on the horse, they might need a shark, something to put them back in race mode. If you go to a steeplechase barn in the morning, the horses are turned out. They're walking around on a one-snap lead. You don't need a lip chain. They're calm, cool. They're usually dirty. They whatever. And so to switch them back into race mode, sometimes that flat race will really help. And he was competitive. I mean, he's third going a mile at Colonial, which would set you up for a 2-mile race pretty well.
For trainer Jack Fisher, Smart Uncle, you liked him going in, 4-1 in the end. For the favorite, McTeague, we'll have an update. He is upright, he is standing. The favorite who fell over that final fence, that final hurdle in this AP Smithwick, trying to go for back-to-back Grade 1s. Not today. In the end, it is Smart Uncle, 4-1. Jack Fisher, winning trainer. 7, 1, 6, 5. Reaction, results, and much more off and running, off and hurdling. Whitney Week at Saratoga. Smart Uncle in the 2026 Grade 1 AP Smithwick Memorial.
Starting to get up into the Pacific Classic.
Exciting start to the Wednesday program. Smart Uncle and the Grade 1 AP Smithwick Memorial. If you're keeping stats at home, and we are, and Joe is crushing it.
Would you say you're
Crushing it
4
here.
for 9 with your last 9 steeplechase picks? ROI of about over $3 1/3.
I think that's right. I obviously flunked math in college. That's why I write for a living. But yeah, I think we're 4 for 9 now.
That's good. Tough feat
and
last
well.
time
Yeah,
you were
tough
on
feat
too.
the
You
last
were
time.
second.
Yeah.
I started some pick 3s with this horse, so thank you.
Good to do it. We're here to help. Hopefully, doesn't always go to plan like anything, but that horse came up. He delivered.
4-1 in the end, Smart Uncle. Joe, for the favorite in McTeague, did you think that was he getting tired? Did you think he was going to run his race? Was that a mistake in what took place attempting to go over the last hurdle?
It looked like to me he was ready to set up to run his race. I mean, he was going to run home with Smart Uncle probably, and it was going to be who was the quickest, who was going to try to get to that horse in the stretch. Watching it, it's hard to tell now exactly what happened. A lot of times it's horses, he was right alongside another horse. Most falls are something to do with the takeoff, and if the other horse takes off a little sooner than he might have wanted to, a lot of times they go with them. And that just fouls up your, like if you saw track and field hurdlers, if everybody tried to leave with the guy astride in front of you, it's not going to work, and that's what happens a lot. And, looked like he was up, Jackie was up, hopefully everybody's okay.
And at McTeague's afternoon, Smart Uncle takes full advantage as we go to Liza Hendricks in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Lafitte, and here with trainer Jack Fisher. And Jack, the race just set up great for Jamie, sitting off the pace.
It did. It set up great for him, and Smart Uncle's the right horse. I mean, Smart Uncle is a lot better than Royal Harbor Redemption on the flat. So hopefully he learned something and had fun.
And can you talk about your decision to prep him at Colonial and then keep him sharp for up here?
There was no decision. It was just one race camp.
And where can we expect to see him next?
Probably up here.
Back in the Grade 1?
Yes.
Well, good luck and congrats.
Thank you.
Lafitte, great day out here for Jack Fisher.
Bright moment of his career, Smart Uncle. And the fact, by Uncle Mo. By Uncle Mo. Don't remember Uncle Mo doing a lot of this during the course of his career.
No, this was not what Smart Uncle was bred for and supposed to be doing, but obviously he kind of reached a ceiling on the flat, and he's done well enough. I mean, Jack shipped him out to Kentucky Downs, and he's competitive, but I think this is obviously what he's a little more adept at, And
You got a Travers winning sire in here, and Catholic Boy. You got
crazy, right?
Frankel,
Right.
a Kitten's Joy, a Flincher. Not some bad names there.
No, well-bred, terrific race. And with the start of a great Whitney week, Saratoga special, what can we look forward to leading up to Saturdays?
Well, there's a paper out today covering the Jim Dandy, and then starting Friday, we go daily, 6 papers in a row, which is going to wear us out a little bit, but it's fun for the readers, fun to keep up with, obviously, with that great card on Saturday. Look at this guy.
Look at that.
I'm your PR
thanks.
agent.
Nice work. Good job.
And this is horseracing.com, so if you're not here, you can follow it at home. And you guys, between the show and reading thisishorseracing.com, is there a special? You don't even need to be here, though. You should be here.
You should be here.
But
Ideally,
you guys are
you're
awesome.
reading it in print and enjoying the thing. But if you can't be, you can pick it up online. And we try to just follow everything as best we can and showcase Saratoga to anybody who's either here or not here. It never gets old watching people read it.
Never gets old having you on set. Joe, pleasure as always. Pick the winner in the Grade 1 event. You'll be back with us
next Wednesday for the MG Walsh Cyber Ninja, and a couple other horses from the Kaiser come back.
Maybe he can give our viewers another $10+ winner. We'll see. That's next week. We're just getting started. Whitney week here at the Spa. Saturday's Whitney. Magnitude on a tear. The morning line favorite from the inside. Nitrogen champion filly. Test of her career. And the reigning horse of the year, Sovereignty. What a race. What a story. We'll preview. Just getting started on Saratoga Live.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Man O' War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live on FS2, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance.
They're coming to the top of the stretch, 3/4, 111.3. They're into the stretch in the Whitney. McKinsey, Preservationist, Vino Rosso, and Yoshida. And they're across the track, coming to the final furlong. McKinsey's in front. Yoshida runs after him on the outside. Vino Rosso is third. McKinsey comes by the 16th pole, and he's going to do it. McKinsey has won the Whitney.
McKinsey, 2019 Whitney winner, first of 2 straight for trainer Bob Baffert.
A lot of people thought he was best in the Met Mile. I'm not one of them, but he did run well in the Met Mile. He came up here and got the money for Bob, who's had a lot of success chipping in here. And McKinsey, not only a terrific racehorse, he's turning into a very good stallion as well.
Baffert won the following year with Improbable. Thought we might see Nisos this year, now since retired. And McKenzie's presence felt here, Andy, in the form of that filly, Quiddity, currently 5-2, second choice.
Getting a good rider switch to Irad Ortiz, coming off a layoff since December. Best race this horse ever ran was the first start, then for Barclay Tagg, now with Mark Hennig. But if you've got a horse off a layoff, it's always a bit encouraging to see that the best race they ran was their first start, to show that they are capable, at least, of running well fresh.
Early pick 5 starts here. New York bred maidens, fillies, and mares, 7/8 of a mile. As for the AP Smithwick Memorial, Smart Uncle, $10. Another winner, Joe Clancy, handed over. A field door having to settle for a second place finish. Roja Redemption, 7-1-6. For the hurdlers, nothing but flat racing here on out. Maidens, who's ready to graduate? Take out Midnight Honor, 9-5. Fabian's Princess, the current favorite at 9-5. Now joined by Megan Burgess on the broadcast. Megan, how are we doing?
What's going on? Did you miss me? One race?
We were
each minute has been hard. It really has.
Each moment without me in their lives.
Clancy being here was really just a waste of time.
I mean, it's not like you picked the winner or anything.
It's been down 20 minutes.
It's going to be an incredible week of racing. I, for one, can't wait to see Nitrogen take on the boys in the Whitney. But the test has come up a really strong edition of that race, the 4-star Dave. It, to me, is the best rendition of the 4-star Dave we've seen in quite some time. A lot of those horses already Grade 1 winners themselves, some cutting back in distance. It's going to be a monster week.
All coming your way on Saturday, Fox Saratoga Saturday, and naturally the Whitney, America's Best Racing's race of the week. Take a look at the field. 99th running of the Grade 1 Whitney Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic, mile and an eighth. Number 1 Magnitude, installed as a 9-5 morning line favorite. Our crew, the greatest, barnstorming once again. Let's meet the field, starting with the favorite. There he is, Magnitude.
Been unbeatable since leaving Sovereignty in the Travers last year. Obviously the top horse right now this year. He's the speed. They've got to catch him, and they've got to beat him.
Nitrogen, trying to become that first filly or mare to win the Whitney since personal incident 88.
Off the heels of a 113 Beyer speed figure in the Ogden Phipps with cruise control. We'll see how she makes out a trip against the best older horses in the country.
She says, yeah, I do.
Yep.
With Johnny V taking over, Jose Ortiz sticks with Magnitude. Number 3, Antiquarian Andy needs to break better today, Saturday.
Yeah, but he's not an habitual bad breaker. And I'll tell you something, he is the sleeper in this race. He's got a lot of talent. And considering what took place in the Suburban, he actually didn't run that badly. He may not be quite good enough, but he's good.
Forged Steel, Gold Cup winner out west. Things did not work out for him in the Suburban.
We'll see if he actually does run in this race. It's kind of up in the air at this point. If he does, he will influx speed.
Trained by Safi Joseph, Forged Steel, as is Wida Mario, 2023 Whitney winner at the time with Rick Dutrow.
The problem with him is, despite the fact that he's run some extremely good races, winning this race, winning Oakland, winning the Breeders' Cup Classic, he is incredibly inconsistent.
2 Whitneys, 3 years apart, not impossible. See commentator, Sovereignty, highly decorated last year's Derby Belmont Travers winner.
The horse of the year tries to tackle some familiar foes coming off of loss in the Stephen Foster. To me, he's training better than he has since I've seen him coming into this race.
A big white blaze at Tistastic. Second of 2 for Steve Asmussen. Tall order on paper.
And as Meg mentioned with Forged Steel, I think the same question exists for this horse of whether or not he's really running or he's sort of insurance for Steve Asmussen in case the unthinkable happens to Magnitude. Probably won't be a factor if he runs.
Baeza, outside, so talented, but a real problem getting out of the blocks.
They're going to assist him in that endeavor with some pads on the gate. To me, he was best in the Stephen Foster with a better beginning. Magnitude getting his trip all his own way. Baeza coming from off of it. To me, he's going to be one of the main horses to beat in this Whitney.
Anyone up for a Breeders' Cup Classic in August? Essentially what it feels like this Whitney, 8 deep. And a key race. We circle back to the Stephen Foster, late June, Churchill Downs. Megan, Magnitude gives several of these rivals the slip.
He was able to run. He was able to get the perfect trip as he has in his last 2 efforts, including the Dubai World Cup, being able to control on the front end. I was actually pretty curious as to why they let him go in the way he was able to. He's kind of hanging off the wrong lead and points of the stretch run. He was drifting a bit. He actually broke through the starting gate. Steve Asmussen mused he hadn't had a horse win a race in his mind in quite some time that broke through the gate prior to the race in the way that Magnitude did. Baeza, you could see was closing on incredibly strong in that race, but we'll see what kind of trip Magnitude gets. He draws the inside. He has one choice. He doesn't have a choice. It's to go on the front end. We'll see just how much speed and pressure he gets. He's going to be incredibly tough to beat off of his last couple of races, but he looks to be in prime tactical position to do so, and also has been training incredibly well here at Saratoga.
A choice. Jose Ortiz had a choice, or at least his agent did, between Magnitude and the champion 3-year-old filly, reigning champion 3-year-old filly in Nitrogen. And it was this performance Belmont Stakes week and the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps. Well, you see her there. It was that performance Belmont week that gave Connections a confidence to run her in the Whitney.
Yeah, I mean, she's at this point a 1-number horse. Now, her non-1-number races are very, very good, and she is the best older filly or mare in the country. Having said that, her last race is the only race she's ever run that gives her a chance in here. If she runs any of her other races, she'll get absolutely crushed in here. She runs her last race, she has a chance to win. I think one of the real questions is, how aggressive are they with her? It seems like one of the reasons maybe she ran as well as she did last time was being more aggressive with her. So do they go after Nitrogen a little bit and at least look to sit on his flank? It'll be interesting to see if she can compete at this level and duplicate her last race. That's the big question in this race.
Who has the most to prove of these Whitney runners, in your opinion?
Well, off of the heels of 2 consecutive losses, I believe the horse of the year, Sovereignty, has the most to prove coming into this race. Magnitude's very much solidified himself off of that victory in the Stephen Foster as the top older horse in the division. And Sovereignty has run consistently strong numbers. He ran a 106 by her speed figure, 108 by her speed figure. He has technically improved from 3 to 4. We'll just see how much he can continue to do so. He will hopefully get a fast track on Saturday coming off the heels of that sloppy sealed effort where, you know, Bill wasn't exactly excuse-laden in his description of, you know, perhaps some of Sovereignty's performances in the last couple of tries, but he loves it here at Saratoga, and I do envision him bouncing back in this Whitney. He should get the right kind of tactical trip.
Does he bounce back? Do we see the best of Sovereignty on
I don't
Saturday?
know. You know, as Meg alluded to and talked about before, it's not like he's run badly. He's run 2 races that are considerably faster than any races we've seen from the 3-year-olds this year. He's a very, very good horse, but he's been disappointing. Obviously, Bill would prefer not to have gotten a wet track last time, even though he wanted the Derby. Doesn't really want, you don't want those kind of tracks. I think he does run better in this race. Whether or not he wins, I don't know, because I'm not sure he's better than Magnitude anyway.
Amazing how the narrative has changed in just a year. It was Travers, it was Sovereignty blowing by Magnitude and everyone else. Now Magnitude favored over Sovereignty in the Whitney. You'll see it on Fox. 5 to 7, coverage begins 5 Eastern. Fox, Saratoga, Saturday, the best horses, biggest races, all summer long, the Whitney. The Whitney for older horses. We have a developing story, breaking news regarding 3-year-olds. With Acacia Clement joining the broadcast. Acacia, what is the very latest? We are learning about race spacing and the Triple Crown from the Derby to the Preakness to the Belmont Stakes.
That's right, Lafitte. A massive change to the Triple Crown as we know it, with a press release put out this morning from the Maryland Jockey Club, their TV partner NBC, and Maryland Governor Wes Moore, that the Preakness, the traditional middle jewel of the Triple Crown, which since 1969 has been run 2 weeks after the Kentucky Derby and 3 weeks before the Belmont, save 2020 in the COVID year where it was run in October. But now it will move permanently to May 23rd, a Sunday, 8 days later than it typically would be run, with the Black-Eyed Susan card previously run for 3-year-old fillies on Friday to be the headliner on that Saturday, May 22nd. So changes in the spacing for the Triple Crown, the other 2 legs, the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont Stakes, to remain on the calendar where they typically are as of now. But as we've learned from that press release this morning, Lafitte, a big change to the timing of the Preakness Stakes.
Wow. Instead of 14 days after the Kentucky Derby, now at the 22 days after the Derby. Andy, you just heard it as our viewers and the rest of us. What's your instant reaction?
Well, I think the most important thing to say is that it's their race, and they have a right to run whenever they want to run it. So you can't tell them what to do. But by the same token, they can't tell us what to do. And our stakes program is a very different scenario than what goes on the Preakness. Their day is not really that big a day. It's a huge day because of the Preakness, but the rest of the stakes are not very meaningful, whereas we run a bevy of important races on Belmont Stakes weekend. If we were to move it, it dramatically affects our stake schedule throughout the entire summer and arguably throughout the year. So it's not as simple as that. So while we respect their decision, they have a right to do it. We've made some changes, and obviously people have probably heard about this from yesterday, doing a cooperative effort with Churchill Downs. And I'll tell you something, cooperative is a key word, because one thing that has lacked in this industry is cooperation. So I think being able to cooperate with Churchill Downs in this situation and putting together a series, and keep in mind, this is a series for 3-year-olds. There's been talk about more series in other races as well, and more cooperation is a good thing in the game. This does not affect the Triple Crown. You can still run the Derby, the Preakness, and the Belmont Stakes, as Bob Baffert said he would when he announced yesterday. But these are decisions we have to think about ourselves in a lot of ways, and the racing that we run here, and do what we think is best overall, and cooperate with Churchill Downs in a series that could be very exciting, while not, in our part, dramatically affecting the Triple Crown. I think that's a big positive for the game.
It's clear you felt some sort of change was coming, given that 3 of the last 5 Kentucky Derby winners skipped the Preakness Stakes. Perhaps the beginning of a evolving process, certainly not the end. But where we currently stand with the 3-year-olds, the Glamour Division, looking ahead to 2027. Here and now, Whitney Week is underway. First look at flat racing, start of the early pick 5. We go right back to Acacia.
And we'll take a look at the 2 layoff runners in this race who are taking most of the attention on the board. One of them has been a little bit chatty. In the 2, Fabian's Princess, who comes back off the bench for Horacio de Paz, who has had a tremendous meet here. She debuted in a wet track race back in November at the end of her 2-year-old season behind Braver Than You Believe, who would go on to be a New York bred stakes winner. I thought at that time, looking at my notes from her, she was compact. She just was lacking a little bit of substance into that frame. And coming back, she has filled out. There's a few schoolers in here as well, getting everybody revved up. She has filled out a bit coming back, which she'll need to do to go the 7/8 off the bench. Does add blinkers, a short cheater cup. She actually broke running on debut. I think she'll be very dangerous coming back, and this is the right spot for her. She looks ready for this return. The number 6, Quiddity, makes her first start since December, and now in the barn of Mark Hennig. The only time she faced New York bred company was in her debut, which, as Andy touched on, was her best race. She was lacking a lot of focus that day, and it showed in the running of the race, where she was disqualified from 2nd to 4th. From then on, disappointing effort in open company, and last time when they added the blinkers down at Gulfstream, she really just hopped out of the gate, not good out early on, and ran on mildly. So now returning to New York bred company, which I think should suit her. The 7 furlongs, I think is totally fine for her. She does have the house blinkers on, a cheater cup being added in here. But looking back, as in her previous barn with Barkley Tag, he'd kind of fooled around with different pieces of equipment on her face. She wore a shadow roll. Last time she had no noseband. Coming back here into Mark Hennig's barn, she has a typical bridle with a drop noseband on and a ring bit, kind of a uniform type of equipment coming in along with those blinkers. So we'll see if she does show some more maturity back as a 3-year-old. I think she should appreciate the return to New York bred company, and she has been sharp. But as far as layoffs you can go in this race, I preferred what I saw from the 2, Fabian's Princess. Lafitte.
Andy's top selection as well, Fabian's Princess. And while we get set to meet the field, a reminder, Wednesday contest, earn a spot in Friday's $300 open contest through today's $40 feeder. Visit NYRABets.com/contest to view details and register for daily contests and feeders.
When you hear Fabian, do you think of Nick Cage and Peggy Sue Got Married? I know you've seen it.
I don't think I saw Peggy Sue Got Married.
Love that movie. Kathleen Turner?
This is a movie he was in Vegas getting married with Sarah Jessica
Honeymoon
Parker.
in Vegas.
That's what came to mind.
Honeymoon in Vegas.
His name was Jack something.
Well, he's always talking about Fabian and Peggy Sue Got Married.
No.
He wants to be like Fabian.
Where else are you going to get filler like that?
Nowhere.
In Saratoga Live, in between the walk, the march, to the post parade. Let's meet the field, starting with Promise Me a Melody, first of the first-time starters.
McLean's Music first-time starter, not a ton of pedigree for a first foal, but taking some money here has to be a bit intriguing.
There he is again, your top selection, Fabian's Princess.
Half to Castle Chaos, multiple graded stakes place sprinter, though Horacio de Paz doesn't have the greatest numbers on dirt applying the blinkers.
Giovanna Marie, Roddy Valenti's debuting homebred.
Yeah, this one's taking a little bit of money for Roddy, who can be dangerous and point him for Saratoga for my man Bruce Levine.
Bouncing, Allegro Brilliant, the Young's Racing Stable first-time starter.
Another first-timer. This one not taking much money for Dave Duggan, who can be very dangerous even with a firster.
Quiddity, Arad Ortiz, 3-year-old debut now with Mark Hennig.
Has lacked speed in her 3 priors. We'll see if she can sharpen up and show a little bit more maturity as a 3-year-old.
Carmen Amalia, second at 17-1 in her second start.
Yeah, oddly, John Velasquez not riding, and Delia Rivera, who rode well down south, losing her bug, yet to be effective in her mounts up in Saratoga. But this horse did run well first time out behind a horse that came back and ran an extremely good second last week.
New York bred maidens, first flat race of the afternoon. Who's ready to graduate early? Pick 5 begins in moments. Flavia Pratt atop the rider standings halfway through, as is Chad Brown. Brown seeking a 9th overall Saratoga title. And Flavia Pratt, the 2-time Eclipse Award winner, aboard Fabian's Princess in the second. Next.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Gorgeous Wednesday afternoon. Welcome back, Saratoga Live on MS2. The strength of New York breeding. For more info, visit nybreds.com. These New York bred fillies and mares. View from the drone and updated jockey standings, competitive at the top. Andy Flavia and Pratt by 1 over Jose Ortiz and Rod Ortiz, stocking those two.
And we're not quite at the halfway point in this meet, and I'll tell you what, we have some people winning a lot of races. The guy who's really, I know he's fourth, but Manny Franco having a much better start. He finishes this meet the way he finished last year after that start. He's going to be right up there, but no surprise to see Flavia and Jose Ortiz. And I read Ortiz, after missing the first 5 days, making some noise.
Yeah, more on Manny Franco later in the broadcast, but circling back to your top selection, there's Fabian's Princess and Flavia Pratt.
Yeah, I thought this horse actually ran well. First time out in the debut. Took a lot of money that day. Thought it was a very solid effort. Obviously, something went wrong. Haven't seen him since November. Ferracio gets Lasix as well as the blinkers. I just thought this was a logical horse that figures to be forward in here. I'll take my shot. He continues the good performances for Ferracio to pause the meet.
The debuting filly breaking from the rail for you, Megan. Promise me a melody.
And this filly could need the start breaking from the inside, but her works were promising. She's been in company with Suited Connectors, who ran third at a maiden special event on July the 30th. She was outside traveling better. She wasn't hustling on, incredibly eager on the bridle, and she just went better on the gallop out. The dam was minor wins on the dirt sprinting this, her first foal to race. We'll see how she does, but I was interested in her versus some others coming off of the bench.
I hear a word you said. I was in a trance looking at the gentleman in the Pink Panther getup. You missed all of it.
I did.
You missed all of it.
I love the Pink Panther.
I was working.
Really. I had a Pink Panther costume as a kid.
You didn't have that Pink Panther. You didn't hear that Pink. You missed it. You didn't have that Pink Panther costume. Late scratch number 3 is out. Giovanna Marie, a late scratch to Acacia trackside.
Yeah, Lafitte, she was not warming up on the track, so a late scratch of that first-time starter. But we'll take a look at the first-time starter who is participating, who Megan likes, in the one Promise Me a Melody. And while the dam was multiple stakes place, there isn't a ton as far as pedigree goes to sink your teeth into, but she sold for quite a bit at the New York bred yearling sale because she is such a stunning physical. She's got a lot of size to her. She's really well put together. She needed a lot of time, and she was given that. And as Meg touched on, she has been training better than her works makes in the morning. It's not an easy thing to debut at 7 furlongs and from the rail, but she is ready for the task, and definitely a little bit elongated type of sprint I think suits her quite well. The 7 Carmen Amalia gets blinkers on, just a short cheater cup, and for a horse that does have such natural speed, as we saw from her last time when trying to wire the field, only to be run down by Liberty Secret, who would come back to finish second and an allowance in her subsequent start. This one had quite a quiet warm-up out there on track, though she is on her toes. She's one of those burly individuals that just never really look like she's been able to kind of bring it together for fitness, and so she fooled me a little bit last time. But we have seen Delilah Rivera, now a journeyman and a young apprentice rider during her time at Aqueduct, be aggressive, and I would imagine she should be forward with this filly yet again, Lafitte.
Carmen Amalia from the outside, it's 7-2. Giovanna Marie, the late scratch, named after Roddy Valente's mother. We'll have to wait to see her before long resurface and make her debut.
Disappointing for Roddy. Always looking forward to seeing this horse run, but play another day.
Anything surprising you, Andy, regarding the wagering?
No, not really. I mean, I guess, I think Quiddity, I guess you have to figure that horse is not a surprising favorite simply because Irad is riding in there. Everything else makes, I guess the surprising thing is the amount of money the first-time starter is taking, which is probably a very good sign.
Final thoughts, Megan?
I'm going with the firster. As I mentioned, it's encouraging to see Fabian's Princess taking that money off of the bench. Also been training well and ran decent first time out. I just wanted to go with a little bit more of an unknown in this spot. I wasn't overly in love with anybody else. And Quiddity, the number 6, the current favorite, still has some things to prove, albeit running good races as a 2-year-old.
Those gorgeous aerials and scenics from the drone. And we're ready to rock and roll 7/8 of a mile with these New York bred maidens. Start of the early pick 5. Quiddity, 9-5 at post time. Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 2 live from the spa on MS2.
Thanks so much, Lafitte. Here we go into the gate. For those of you wondering, I've had this question asked. What do I mean? Thank you, Lafitte. This is the receipt of the toss on Fox Sports, where we are shown exclusively. Quiddity, Carmen Amalia walking up. They're in the gate. They are working on number 1, Promise Me a Melody. They backed her out. She's in and comfortable now. And they're off. Carmen Amalia is the first out of the gate. Here's Fabian's Princess with sharp early foot. And Promise Me a Melody comes to join them along the inside. A joint second now. Quiddity had the slightest of bobbles, a jump or two out of the gate. Another 2 back to Allegro Brilliant, who's at the back of the field. And so it's Fabian's Princess and Carmen Amalia, 1-2 toward the half-mile pole through a quarter that went in 23 1/5 seconds. Promise Me a Melody remains close up, inches forward now to put her head into the second spot. Another 3 lengths back to Allegro Brilliant, who is out of last, and a gap of 5 back to Quiddity. They start to string out behind Fabian's Princess, who's trying to inch away. 2-length lead. Carmen Amalia second through a half in 46 4. At the rail, Promise Me a Melody, Allegro Brilliant inching up on the outside. Quiddity is pretty much out of it. They're at the top of the stretch. And Fabian's Princess, Promise Me a Melody, set down now and is coming after her in second. They're followed by Carmen Amalia in third. Promise Me a Melody within 2 lengths of Fabian's Princess. Fabian's Princess digging in. Promise Me a Melody is trying so hard, ran a winning race, but is second best to Fabian's Princess, who scores by 2. Promise Me a Melody won't be a maiden for long. And then it was Carmen Amalia third.
She did run a winning race, Promise Me a Melody, but too much Fabian's Princess, the edge and experience, the presence of Flavien Prat as the favorite strikes in the second at the Spa.
You feel a little bit like this was a good example of experience versus lack of experience, because Fabian's Princess was just a little sharper out of the gate, able to get to the front, whereas Promise Me a Melody wasn't that badly out of the gate, but I think sort of had to adjust to what Fabian's Princess did. And I don't know if that made the difference, but Fabian's Princess having one race even a while back under the belt with Flavien might have made the difference in beating a horse that ran very well in second the first time that took money.
As Acacia alluded to, her physical, perhaps more ground will be her fancy. We mentioned off camera, just looking at the two of them, comparing them on our screen, the size disparity of the 1 and the 2. But the one, Promise Me a Melody, was actually backed out of the gate and repositioned and put back into the gate before breaking. So perhaps she was just maybe not 100% out of the gate today, but she ran well. Fabian's Princess, though, sharp and ready to go, adding blinkers.
I'm sharp. We just saw a sharp trainer. What a meet thus far. Horacio de Paz, Flavien Prat, Fabian's Princess. There's Horacio, and here's the start of the race. Carmen Amalia towards the outside in a filly that figured to be mixing it up early on. What happens here, Andy?
She has speed, but just a little sharper out of the gate, right? You can see the 1 hesitates just briefly there coming out. And I'm not saying that was the reason the 2 beat the 1, but I think it is a good example of experience versus lack of experience. And I think, with Christophe Clement getting in the Hall of Fame Friday, the Christophe Clement Stakes next week, few people were better friends with him than Horacio. And I got to tell you, Horacio's probably thinking right now, I really wish CC was still around so I could make fun of him for beating him after this race.
I thought you were going to say he'd be so proud.
He'd be so
Oh, no, they would give each other an endless hard time. It was all in good fun. But I guarantee he's, as like many of us, often thinking of Christophe, and he's probably thinking, I could have rubbed his face in on this one.
Then as you saw, though, in that beginning for the number 7, Carmen Amalia, we just showed you the head-on of the break. She did not break clean, and she was projected with those blinkers on to be a little bit more early and to be more involved in that early pace, and she stuttered at the start and perhaps just wasn't her day either. Maybe changed up the pace complexion a little bit with that poor beginning.
And did you reference to Quiddity? And what was this kind of a lackluster performance today as one of the contenders going in?
She never was anywhere into the race going in here, and she just didn't run her race, but hopefully she'll have a better day in the future.
2-1 at post time. Fabian's Princess, well done, Andy, in the second. As for Bob Baffert, 2-time Triple Crown winning trainer, 2-time Whitney winning trainer. Today has Usha with sights set on the John Stone, a Grade 1 winner in the Wednesday feature on Whitney Week. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
Further ado, a magnificent run.
Olympiad gets the gold.
Magnitude to the top of the class.
She's so speedy in the sprint.
Tap it twice. Tap it twice.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Well, I think what My Racehorse does is it gives owners an opportunity to get involved in the game.
Very much enjoy sharing the barn visits and those big wins.
Straight no chaser in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
It allows everybody to come together to own a horse, whether you own a microfraction or you own 50%. It's the same feeling you get when they win.
I'm Dan Blacker.
I'm Safi Joseph Jr.
I'm Todd Pletcher, a trainer for My Racehorse.
She's the grade, wins the Preakness.
Great to have you with us here on Saratoga Live, America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Hall of Fame induction ceremony on Friday as the live racing Whitney Week is underway in the first flat race of the afternoon. From the drone, Megan, and the first-time starter you like actually went favored. Promise Me a Melody, as Frank referenced, ran a winning race, but Fabian's Princess just too much in the end.
Fabian's Princess was able to be sharp out of the gate, showed that early speed, applying the blinkers for the first time. Nice pedigree. Horacio de Paz has just been on an absolute tear this meet and ran incredibly well. And as you know, Frank mentioned in the call, Promise Me a Melody probably won't be a maiden for that much longer. I anticipate her also appreciating some more ground as well.
Fabian's Princess in the second to Acacia in the winner's circle.
And special as she's a homebred for Dragon Slayer stable, and I'm pleased to be joined by the Dragon Slayers here. Carl, Donna, and Neil. Carl, we'll start with you. As I said, a homebred coming back and a winner at Saratoga. That has to add an extra layer to it.
Absolutely. She was not brilliant, but great in her first outing. That was back in November of last year. So we've been waiting for quite a while to get her back, and Horatio had her fit. She broke brilliantly from the gate, and the mare you should know about is Queen Victoria. She's had 6, all winners, except for one. Today she got it, so she's perfectly 6 for 6. A claim for $7,500, so affordable.
Yep. You have to love a mare like that. And Donna, tell me a little bit about the name, Fabian's Princess.
Because it's Dragon Slayer and our mare is Queen Victoria, we like to name them after like royal places or names. And so Liz's father, Fabian, designed our silks, and he passed. So I know he was watching us. So we named her Fabian's Princess after him.
So special, and you even have the dragons on your earrings. And Neil, where does Dragon Slayer stable come from?
We just sort of figured it out. Yeah.
A bike game that Carl rides, and it's called Slay the Dragon. So when we had Queen Victoria, the first mating was Palace Malice. We decided that Dragon Slayer would be appropriate.
Well, you slayed the dragon today, getting the victory. Congratulations to you all. And there's a little more insight on a stable and some names for you.
Connecting the dots, clever name, clever performance. Fabian's Princess here. And we've touched on it in the past, but every time you see it, it's worth revisiting. Just the excitement and the pride. It's not just a win at Saratoga, when breeding a winner here at Saratoga.
No question. I mean, it doesn't matter who you talk to. You can talk to, people owning at a smaller level in the situation, or even whether you could talk to the biggest owners of the game. I think there's always something really exciting about winning a big race with a homebred. It just is, you feel you have a connection to the horse, opposed to buying it at a yearling sale. And so I love seeing the homebreds do well, and that was great. They might as well win the Whitney.
You had the. I'm gonna touch you. You had the winner.
You had
the winner in the second race.
Oh,
Joe had the winner in the first race.
I'm still missing a winner.
Yeah,
pressure on you. So what happens in the third race?
I gotta get it together. I like Miss Twitter quite a bit for trainer Chad Brown. When working in company with the entry mate Noble Glow, to me though, just watching the works, you can go to the DRF Clocker report and they're both labeled the same, but to my eye, Miss Twitter's been going a bit better than her. I know she's gonna have a tall task with the likes of Maria Louise, who's been training like an absolute monster, and the huge pedigree to go with it.
Race 3 started the early pick 4. Later on this evening, the Wednesday feature. It is the John Stone Stakes. New York bred fillies and mares, 7/8 of a mile. Take out number 4, Sunday Girl, and the Grade 1 winner. 2 of them in the field, in fact, with Iron Orchard, number 7, and Usha with Flavian Pratt, 4 Bob Baffert, and 2 starts back. This performance at Churchill Downs. Andy, the winning colors in a slugfest to the wire.
This is a field befitting the man this race is named for. This is an excellent race. This could be a grade 2 when you look through it and look at the horses. Usha's a bit of an in-and-outer. When she runs well, she's very good. Her win in the Labray, the grade 1, was devastating. She showed she doesn't need to be forward, and I think there's going to be some pace in here. Her last race, a massive disappointment. This is 2 back. Which Usha do we see today as she comes here? And I'll say, as much respect as I have for Bob, a lot of the ones he's shipped in over the last couple of years haven't quite had the same Baffert magic you've seen over years. I'm trying to beat her, but I also acknowledge she's the horse to beat.
It's like that head is always way up in the air, whether she's racing or whether she's tucked away in her stall.
She's going to be tough to beat, as Andy had mentioned. She has that rateability as far as her tactical trip, but I think it's interesting she's getting back amongst New York breds. I don't find it's a positive, even though she does have the races to clear this field.
Grade 1 winner Acacia is with us, but so is Iron Orchard. Acacia running in today's Johnstone here at Saratoga.
Yeah, we've seen so many New York breds successful in Grade 1 company that it's quite natural for them to be running against those tough foes. So now returning to restricted state bred company, Iron Orchard came back off the layoff, making her first start for Steve Asmussen in the victory ride last time out. And I did not love what I saw from her. She really did not grow or develop much. She'd been training very well coming into that race. And I will say that the race did pretty much fall apart with Sip and Pretty closing, as the top 2 finishers will be in the Grade 1 test this weekend. But Iron Orchard was a horse as a 2-year-old that I felt got better with time. Despite the fact that she was so brilliant and impressive in her first couple of starts, I thought that physically she looked the best on the day that she won the Grade 1 Frisette, where she was also able to settle nicely and come from off of it for the win. Following that Frisette, she was sold in the digital sale for $2.5 million to her current owners, Katie Rich Stables. So now making her second start for Steve Asmussen. She went to the front last time. We'll see how the pace develops today. Maybe once again, she needed a little bit of time to come into her own, but this is a major telltale race for her to see if she can turn it around and go back to some of that strong 2-year-old form that she did boast, where she was very impressive in her first few starts, Lafitte.
Keisha, how we know it's like a really big week of racing when the Wednesday feature is pitting 2 Grade 1 winners going head-to-head, Andy. The Johnstone, and who this particular race is named after.
Yeah, it's named for the late Bruce Johnstone, who worked for us for many years as a liaison with the horsemen, and if there was a person born for that job, it was Bruce Johnstone. But Bruce was so much more than that. Bruce is a horseman, a trainer who trained a long time on his own, but also worked for the Phipps stables. Actually went to Paris with Intrepid Hero in the mid-'70s for the Arc de Triomphe. But Bruce was a great friend to racing and a great friend to so many people in racing. I think a lot of people knew him around town. They'd see him riding his bike. You might run into him at Sperry's. Just a really wonderful guy who had a tremendous career. Trained Secretom, the Dam of Gone West, won some big races. And he was just a great part of racing and a part of racing in New York. And he left us too soon, like so many people that we loved. And we loved Bruce as much as anybody, and naming this race for him, I think it means a lot to people around here. It's hard to find people as popular as Bruce in racing and in life. And Bruce had left many great friends behind for good reason. He was a great man.
Remembered today, this race in his honor, the Wednesday feature here on Whitney Week. It is the Johnstone race number 9. Up next, maidens, fillies and mares, and Maria Louise. Mom was a rock star. Stop Charging Maria, Breeders' Cup Distaff winner. Is she ready to break through? What'll she do in her debut? Post time for the 3rd in 16 minutes.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Right in at 2, and then it's Carolina and sheer drama, and it is wide open at the top of the stretch of the distaff. There's 5 horses across the track here. Stop Charging Maria and Stellar Win of Berkshire Cup, and then it's Yahilwa. Sheer drama is trying to close in late. Stop Charging Maria, Stellar Wind on the outside. These two will decide the distaff. Stop Charging Maria, Stellar Wind, Stop Charging Maria has won.
Wouldn't stop charging on that afternoon. Stop Charging Maria denies Stellar Wind in the 2015 Breeders' Cup Distaff at Keeneland.
And no surprise, she was originally a Mike Rapoli horse with that name. He had so many with names similar that I can't even keep track of them all. But she had been bought since then when she won this race over the mighty Stellar Wind. Was a big fan of Stellar Winds for John Sadler, but she was quite the runner. And Todd's got a daughter of hers, Maria Louise, who right now is the favorite, and word has it this horse is working gangbusters.
Reflected in the wagering, Todd Pletcher, Megan, is 2 shy of his 6,000th career win. Felt like he won 6,000 races last Saturday.
He is on a roll and had a huge week, though. The past 5 years with first-time starters in Saratoga and dirt routes, he's just 1 for 6. He hasn't won with one since 2023. Certainly looks like he could turn the tables with this talented filly.
On a tear, Todd Pletcher, 15-time Saratoga champion trainer. Maria Louise, there she is, 8-5. And as you mentioned, the word is out. Training well. We showed you who Mom was. Exciting to see what she does in her debut.
And keep in mind, this race was originally carded to be run last Wednesday, so they brought it back today. And a good friend of mine had told me leading up to that race, be very careful of this horse. This horse is working like a stakes horse, and a reliable friend of mine as well.
Let's see what you see on the screen. She looked like up close and personal Acacia Clement.
Well, she's quite green here in the paddock, Maria Louise, as you might have heard some screaming and hollering behind you, and that's coming from that first-time starters. We'll start there. I agree, as Andy touched on, she has been training very well. You can watch a few of her workouts on First TV, and you might recognize this race and have seen her name before. This was a race that was brought back from last Wednesday. A few of the races on this card are after we canceled due to the rain. So she's been waiting and ready to run for the last week, but I thought in her most recent workout, which was 47 flat from the gate, she went solo from the gate and did it pretty easily as well. She is very powerful in the way that she's put together, a daughter of Gun Runner. As so far, Stop Charging Maria, as brilliant a race mare as she was, has not been the best producer. Just 2 out of her 4 foals have won a couple times on the turf, and 1 did win going long on the dirt. So I don't love how distracted she is here in the paddock, but I'll keep an eye on her throughout the preliminaries. She is powerful, that's for sure. Taking a look at another first-time starter, the number 6, Miss Twitter, as Meg mentioned, she did have her last workout with Noble Glow. Again, both of them waiting the extra week. So coming in and in preparation for this race, I thought she got going late and actually finished the best in the final strides. Miss Twitter, who does not have the experience, versus Noble Glow, who does. Miss Twitter half to a stakes winner, Empress Tigress. There is a little bit of pedigree on this one. I do love the progeny of Not This Time. And while she's not the biggest, she has been very professional here in the paddock. Very compact. I think a mile kind of max for her in the way that she's put together, but has been acting very well and very focused, which I do appreciate for her as well. Now, a horse trying the dirt for the first time is the one Empress New Groove. If you look back at her recent workouts, her most recent on July 20th was actually with Grade 1 Whitney contender White Abario. And while White Abario was hanging on his left lead, I have to say, altogether, Empress New Groove hung in there a lot longer than I anticipated she would be with a multiple Grade 1 winner. He ended up finishing on much better later in the work, but while she had to be asked to keep up, I think give her a lot of credit for company kept, and the fact that she was able to keep up for that much of a work, I would imagine gave Saffie Joseph Jr. more inclination to try her on the main track, despite the fact on the bottom side the dam was all turf, as was the second dam, turf and synthetic. There were several siblings, though, who did win on the dirt, and she's not overly turf looking. She was a little spooky, but there was a golf cart driving by the paddock very fast, and she settled down quite nicely after that. But very interesting, given who she's been training with leading into this dirt debut, Lafitte.
Training with White Abario, Acacia, and holding her own Empress New Groove, riders up, Noble Glow. And for trainer Chad Brown, has a pair in here. And what else is new? Putting up good numbers at Saratoga in search of what could be a 9th training title here at the Spa.
I think this horse, this Gun Runner, is going to run a lot better today. Second time out. Coming in from Kentucky, Chad's obviously winning. Chad had a huge day on Saturday. Chad had 3 winners to counteract him on Sunday. And these are 2 guys that have duked it out in a lot of trainer battles here, all in good fun, too. They're good friends. Noble Glow is going to run better. The horses, mostly for that barn that ran in Kentucky, have not run that well, whereas this horse now has been training in New York.
Chad Brown had said, Megan, and you referenced this on the broadcast, on just how well Sea Strike had been training and ran accordingly in that blowout performance in the Curlin on Sunday.
He said he was hard-pressed to find a better workhorse in his barn than Sea Strike. And, he doesn't have this monstrous pedigree. And I think Chad Brown and his team are so astute and so shrewd in finding these kinds of horses and developing them. He's a son of midshipmen. He's just very unassuming from his pedigree perspective and his price tag. But I was incredibly excited to see him stretch out in distance, and as he did successfully.
Yeah, I would say midshipman's under the radar. The interesting thing about him is the price tag. $650,000 for a midshipman. They paid a huge amount of money for that horse. Midshipmans, you'll rarely see them selling even necessarily for 6 figures.
I saw Andy's mind was running.
He had a very big price. He was very expensive, and he ran to it. I mean, he ran like he's worth 10 times that.
Kind of a wow moment here on Sunday.
That may have been the single most impressive performance we've seen from a 3-year-old on the dirt going long this entire year.
I believe it was.
From a speed figure standpoint, he would have won the Triple Crown races. And I don't know if he's going to run that race again, Megan, in the Travers, but if he does, he is going to be a serious factor.
Faster than Renegade in the Jim Dandy the day prior. This race, the third, these maidens. Let's meet the field. Another look at Empress New Groove, mixing it up with White Abario in the morning.
So if she doesn't run well here, do we toss White Abario from the Whitney on Saturday?
Maybe.
Not that I hadn't tossed him already, but...
We saw Renegade Stablemate win early on the Saturday program here. There's a look at Noble Glow, followed by Maria Louise.
The buzz horse of the day.
Beautifully bred, $850,000 first-time starter. With Delia, razor-sharp connections.
Behind next out, graded stakes placed runner in Bodacious Bay. Could improve here for some sharp connections.
Number 5, Reconnected, second start, first on dirt.
Didn't work on turf for Tony, no surprise. Connect and flatter. Not exactly known as Turf Stallion. See if he can improve on the dirt, or she can.
Pro indeed. Miss Twitter, second of 2 first-time starters.
As Acacia alluded to, has a half-to-a-debut winner in Empress Tigress, a stakes winner on the grass.
Slow carrot to the outside, last seen chasing Always a Runner in the Gazelle.
Took a shot with her as a maiden last time out. This is the other Saffy horse. Neither one taking that much money, as she has the less than great outside post position, though only a 7-horse field.
More maidens in the third. A mile from the Wilson Chute started the early pick 4 from the Spa race 3 in 4 minutes. Another look at Widelia, who is 2-1, second choice, second career start. Stephen Foster Weekend, Churchill Downs on a sloppy track. Megan Widelia runs well, just second best.
She was favored that day. Obviously, you could see from the totes there were many horses vying for favoritism. She had early position from the inside and saved ground. She came off the rail, but was well back and ran on to be second, but clear for the rest of the field. Now, as I mentioned, Bodacious Bay did come back to run second in the Grade 2 Monmouth Oaks with a 91 Beyer speed figure, so certainly flattered by that. She's run some really strong races, and as I mentioned, the other horses behind her weren't exactly world beaters, but she will improve, hopefully getting to a fast track for the first time.
Right. The fact that she's never been on a dry track, you never really know, you know. But she's run, decent races. It's not, she's going to have to improve, I think you'll agree, Meg, to win a race if the 3 is even close to as advertised. But if not, she's run credible in both of starts. She's okay.
Widelia, and another look at Noble Glow. High profile connections. Juddmonte, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, I feel like this one's going to run better. It just strikes me as a horse that at least showed speed first time out, did some running in here, now comes to New York, been training in Chad Brown's New York operation, and I think we're going to see a much better race from her today. It's all going to really, I think, depend. A lot of this race depends on whether or not the 3 is going to live up to the hype. If the 3 lives up to the hype, they're all running for second because the hype is pretty extreme on the 3. But we've seen plenty of hyped up first-time stars that come out and they don't show it in the racetrack. And if that happens, the 4's way the horse to beat, and a horse like this could be dangerous.
I think the most interesting thing about her is, while yes, her dam hasn't had exactly stakes-winning types from the 4 foals to race, but this is her first foal by Gunrunner, which I do find is incredibly interesting. And, her dam was so interesting to me and so incredibly impressive. She ran second in the Grade 1 Madison twice after winning the Alabama, the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Who were the other stallions that she was bred to, since you mentioned
Tappet a couple of times. I believe there were 2 Tappet foals. I'm missing the other one, but there were 2 Tappet foals, another foal, and then her first by Gunrunner.
Noble Glow and Flavian Pratt. And Megan, you're going with Miss Twitter here, the debuting filly. It's a little bit cold on the board, though, 12-1.
Yeah, you know, I thought it was, obviously the experience is getting bet from Noble Glow. I just thought she was just traveling better. Acacia mentioned it too, and just looked stronger on the galloped out, looked more eager. I preferred her. You're getting a better price on her, and two horses that I think have a very similar profile have both been training well. I opted for her. I am not going to be surprised when Maria Louise wins this race by 5 lengths, or when Delia comes back and runs a really strong race building off of her experience. But at a price, I've liked the way she's been training for strong connections.
Miss Twitter said nobody ever.
Exactly.
From that Wilson shoot to Acacia trackside.
And we'll take a look at the other Chad Brown runner in the 2 Noble Glow, who does have the experience. I preferred the firster from his barn, but maybe it will be a case of just what we saw in the last race, where experience holds edge over a horse that is debuting, especially at a race like 7 furlongs or a 1-turn mile coming in here. I will say Noble Glow, as she did debut at Churchill, she was urged out of the gate before fading, and that was followed up by the layoff. She does come back, and the earlier part of her workouts have been stronger, whereas Miss Twitter seemed to be one that was getting going late. But Noble Glow is the one that physically strikes you immediately. She's got a lot of size to her, super coat. She's very flashy. She had a spirited solo warm-up. As you see, Flavian Pratt has now kicked his feet out of the irons because she got sharper out on track. I expect that she will be forward once again, and she has very big ears. The old racing adage is big ears, big heart. So we'll see if that holds true in here. The number 4, Wadelia, debuts on a fast track for the first time, only having run on wet tracks in Kentucky for Brad Cox, as she doesn't really look like a horse that would prefer a wet track. She's quite burly. She's not that very lean type that sometimes really skips over a wet track well, and I was wondering if that might be the case, but she did improve quite a bit in her second start. I know figures relatively similar, but the fact that she was able to get into the race so much quicker in her second race, stalking inside, and she was just second best running on that day. She cuts back slightly to the 1-turn mile, I should say 1.5, kind of out of the chute here. I have no problems with that for her. She had a big warm-up. Like I said, she's very strong coming in so far, but it does seem that she meets a pretty interesting and salty field in here with some fillies, maybe a little bit later developing types, but ones that look like they could have quite a bit of quality moving forward, Lafitte.
Still time to fulfill that promise. And what Maria Louise will do in her debut, out of Stop Charging Maria, that 2015 Breeders' Cup Distaff winner, and that feels like that was when that trend began, Andy, and a terrific crowd here for this Wednesday Whitney week. The calendar turns. I don't know what happens. Yeah, everyone remembers the August place to be, Saratoga Racecourse. Stop Charging Maria. For Pletcher, that's when it started, the skipping of the final traditional Breeders' Cup preps. She went from the personal ensign straight to the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Pletcher also had the eventual Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, Liam's Map. He won the Woodward, trained up to the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Even the 2-year-old filly, Rachel's Valentina, she went from the Spinaway, no Frisette, to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile filly, second to Songbird.
Wasn't being Songbird. Songbird was one of the best 2-year-olds I've seen in a long, long. She was a very good older horse. Obviously, I don't mean to diminish her, but she was so good as a 2-year-old. I don't even think she got much better as a 3-year-old, and she still dominated. But as a 2-year-old, she was just
monster,
absolute monster. Interesting stuff.
What about this filly out of Stop Charging Maria? What'll she do in her debut? Maria Louise. There's Noble Glow. Final thoughts here, Megan.
We could be sitting on a huge race. This feels like one of those big filly races with repercussions and stakes down the road.
Frank Mirmati with the call, the third from Saratoga live on Fox Sports 2.
Here is Maria Louise taking up her spot, currently 8-5. Right next door, Wadelia 9-5. Reconnected coming forward. Miss Twitter will be next. Slow Cara to the outside. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Empress New Groove, very quick away from there. Maria Louise has good early foot too. alongside Wodelia, who is a close-up third. As they start to sort themselves out, Miss Twitter is fourth, now 4 lengths off the lead. Noble Glow inches up on the rail. And in the 5th spot, taking 4th, it's another couple back to Slow Cara and Reconnected Trails. 23 and 2 for Empress New Groove, who is prompted by Maria Louise toward the half-mile pole, a half length away. 2 more to Wodelia, racing in 3rd, and down at the rail, Noble Glow is 4th. Miss Twitter, 5 off the pace in 5th. Slow Cara is a little bit quicker than Reconnected. 46 and 2, Empress New Groove. Maria Louise right up alongside, within a head now, 2nd. 2 more to Wodelia with less than 3 furlongs to run. Down at the rail, Noble Glow is racing a joint 4th with Miss Twitter. Slow Cara outside of them. A 1/4 mile to go, and Wodelia makes her move on the outside of Maria Louise. On the inside, Empress New Groove is hanging in there too. It's now Maria Louise who takes the lead. Here comes Noble Glow as a big threat in 2nd. These two are dominating as Wodelia drops back. But it's Maria Louise with those big strides past the 16th pole. Noble Glow, solid effort by a Breeders' Cup Classic winner out of a Breeders' Cup Distaff winner. Maria Louise sparkles home. Noble Glow was 2nd. Then it was between Miss Twitter and Wodelia.
She wouldn't stop charging today either. Maria Louise, impressive on debut, and for trainer Todd Pletcher, make it 5,999 career victories.
I think there's a chance that he may get to 6. I could be wrong.
There could
I've
be.
been wrong before.
Yeah.
She was good, you know, and you'll see that final time. I think some will look, and justifiably so, and say, wow, they went the last 8th of a mile. By the way, they were going to slay 8th of a mile, and everybody else was falling farther and farther behind. 46.44 for the half mile is wicked fast for a mile. I mean, wicked fast. The fact that she tired a little bit late is not that surprising. She lived up to the hype. Noble Glow ran better, but she was no better than 2nd best. And, you know, Miss Twitter, your horse, she outran her odds.
She outran her odds. I think she'll be better, obviously, for the
Against
start.
easier competition.
Yeah. Maria Louise marks Todd Pletcher's first dirt router debuter, a win since 2023. Her dam won on debut here at Saratoga in 2013 by 5 lengths, an 85 Beyer speed figure. I don't know if that's going to come back that fast. We'll see. But this is a good effort. She gained experience. I mean, she was up on a pace. Look at where the pace leader finished. I believe last. That was, second to last.
Can we watch the start again?
She a
stumbles,
stumble
yeah.
and a bump with the filly to her outside Wodelia. So not all smooth sailing for Maria Louise in her debut. Handled it all beautifully. We will revisit the start and perched right off the leader. Here's what we're talking about, Andy. Number 3, Maria Louise.
3. Take a look.
Slight
it's
stumble and a bump.
More of a bobble
Slight
stumble,
yeah.
but a stumble nonetheless, and a little bit of a kiss with the 4. The horse who was really disappointing was Wodelia, because she loomed up on the turn, and they were moving up front like she was going to make some noise, and she almost just disappeared after that point.
Non-factor off the board. Another look with Johnny Velasquez going to work. Maria Louise has a date with Nitrogen, the filly, tackling the boys on Saturday in the Whitney. Velasquez just won his 800th career graded stakes race on Friday in the Amsterdam. And so many of those wins and so many of his wins for trainer Todd Pletcher. Another milestone within reach. 5,999 career wins for the 15-time Saratoga champion trainer Maria Louise. Good as advertised in her debut. 3.264 plus. On the other side, Wida Mario looking to revisit Operation Commentator and win 2 Whitneys 3 years apart. Baeza, all the ability in the world, lots of talent, has to give himself a chance. Just a chance if he breaks clean in the Whitney.
This is what you get when all your wishes come true.
Cody's Wish right alongside. Down to the wire. Cody's Wish.
The Horse of the Year trophy. Cody's Wishes Horse of the Year trophy. Start the quest for your award.
Cody's Wish has rocketed past. Cody's Wish is drawing away. Cody's Wish.
His first yearlings are selling now.
Before your eyes, a landscape unlike any you've ever seen. The pulse of life, a kaleidoscope of culture. And there it awaits. Cheers of triumph that eclipse all joy before it. It's the Journey, Japan Cup.
This is where it all begins. These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x. Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
A gorgeous shot. Welcome back, Saratoga Live on FS2, as always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Saratoga Lake. And here at Saratoga Racecourse, a memorable debut. As you mentioned how well she was training, performed accordingly in the afternoon. Maria Louise strikes.
Yeah, no, nice looking debut.
Johnny Velasquez, winning rider. Todd Pletcher, winning trainer with Acacia.
The regally bred Maria Louise with the win. You know her pedigree well, of course, Todd. She was a little bit chatty back in the paddock, but very focused when it came to race time.
She did. She, I was really worried about starting her first time out, going a mile out of the Wilson chute, and she trained so well. I didn't know if she was quick enough to go, to win going 6. So that's the only thing I was worried about. But she trained really well coming into this.
She certainly did, and she showed it on track today, as that puts you now at 5,999, getting closer to that milestone. I know it's been just a tremendous past week for your whole team.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny how, for a couple months there we couldn't do anything right, and now the last week everything's fallen into place. So you just try to keep her head down and stay focused.
A big week coming up, though, as well as Antiquarian running in the Grade 1 Whitney. To his knees at the start last time out, do you think the break was what really impacted him?
Yeah, I think it cost him any chance, really. And, he's got natural speed. I think he would have been in a good stalking position. Instead, he was kind of covered up behind horses. They really slowed everything down in front of him. So I thought he ran a credible race considering, but it's not the way he wants to run. And this is obviously a super tough race coming up, but he's training very well, and, he's had some success on this track.
Looking forward to seeing him. Congratulations with a nice debut here, though.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
5,999 victories, Todd Pletcher. Thanks, Acacia. Maria Louise and Antiquarian. Listen, the competition is out of this world as you look at the results, but I know you're thinking he's going to be a factor in the Whitney.
I could not agree more with everything that Todd said, down to him saying at the end, it's very, very tough. He ran well last time when you consider the nightmare of a trip that he had in there. He's a really good horse, and I'm not going to be surprised if somebody, not saying he's going to win, but he runs surprises in that field, it's going to be Antiquarian. I'll tell you something about Todd. I first met Todd in '96 at Gulfstream when I was still playing full-time, and he was on his own. And I was there at Gulfstream with him when he won his first race. Just thought of that. Just occurred to me about that.
That's pretty awesome.
Pretty cool, actually.
And you're covering 5,999 wins later, Todd Pletcher. Yeah. It's as he said, it's just the life of a trainer, especially in a meet this competitive where, as he just said, he couldn't do anything right the first part of the meet, and now things are going well at just the right time as we get ready for the Whitney on Saturday and take a look at Antiquarian in the field facing the likes of Magnitude and Nitrogen Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic and Baeza towards the outside. Megan, what are you expecting from him in the Whitney?
I expect him to be among those standing in the end. with a better beginning in this race. The Pennsylvania Derby, obviously his lone Grade 1 victory, his triumph with a 105 Beyer speed figure. And then, you know, he didn't have all that much of a chance in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Comes back. I thought he ran a very good race in the Alice Sheba. I thought he was best in the Stephen Foster. He's getting better and better. I'm hoping he can do the same against some familiar faces, getting the best of Magnitude in that PA Derby as well.
You know, I like him too. He has gotten left now, though, in 3 straight races, a debacle in the Breeders' Cup, and it's costing him. I mean, I agree with you. He would have won last time if he didn't get left. He's got to get out of the gate. Now, trying with the outside post position, you wonder if he gets left a little bit. It makes it a little easier for Flavia to get inside position, but you don't want to break 3 lengths behind the field. It's one thing to break a half behind the field. He's terrific, and he has run better than Sovereignty, at least in his last start. So I think he's a big player in here. I'm just looking for this race. It's going to be one hell of an afternoon and one great, memorable Whitney.
Appreciate the segue to Sovereignty. Acacia, who could do no wrong in 2025? The Derby, the Belmont, the Travers, highly decorated, a champion, a horse of the year. Different story in 2026. How is he training leading up to the Whitney?
He's training very well, Lafitte, but this is really a pivotal race for Sovereignty. I imagine there's a lot of extra pressure on a champion 3-year-old and horse of the year when coming back at the age of 4. He is winless when facing older horses, and it brings back the conversation that even last year in his 3-year-old season, he never did face older company. Now, looking at how he's been training leading in to this Whitney, you always see Bill Mott on the pony in close range watching him. This is from August 2nd, where he worked 4 furlongs with Thunder Roll, a horse who is 0-for-11 maiden recently. This is from actually his previous work going 4 furlongs, but yes, you see how he did get pretty washy inside. He is a horse that does quite a bit. He has got a lot of energy in the mornings, and as we saw Bill watching on, a big gallop out from him as well. He's a horse that typically trains towards the end of the morning, very enthusiastic in his works. I've noticed that a lot more recently. It's something we talked about last year. He was a little bit of a subpar workhorse at the beginning of his 3-year-old season, and then as they got to the Derby, to the Jim Dandy, to the Travers, he was better. I saw the same from him this year. I got to watch him throughout the winter down at Payson, where he was a little bit lackluster, and he has been more energetic in the way that he's been training. So I think that's a good sign for him, but he really needs to have his running shoes on with his stablemate, with Magnitude, with everybody else in this star-studded Whitney field, see if he can get back on track and finally pick up that elusive win against older horses.
You'll see it live on Fox. Fox Saratoga Saturday. Coverage begins 5 Eastern. Andy, it can be a cynical game when a horse can accomplish everything Sovereignty has, as he did in a season ago, and yet he has still reached this, okay, but what have you done for me, late me point that he has arrived at?
Yeah, I mean, I think he was a little overrated by some people last year. He hasn't run badly this year. He's run fast figures in both his races, 106 and 108 Beyers. I mean, he's running really good numbers, but he hasn't lived up to the hype. And I think, you know, there's a lot of talk from people that aren't involved in the game that get mad when people when they retire their 3-year-olds. They take the money. Without understanding there's an inherent risk to bringing them back. They don't always run as well, and they can theoretically devalue themselves. Is Sovereignty worth more or less than he was worth the end of last year after his races this year? What happens if he doesn't run well in the Whitney? Look at journalism, same sort of situation. So retiring horses at the end of the 3-year-old year, taking the money, getting out, it's a decision people make, and part of the reason you do it is they don't have to come back and improve as older horses. Magnitude's improved. So far, Sovereignty is not.
I think it's going to be really interesting to see him get back to a fast track at Saratoga. Bill Mott did remark as far as the differences in the sloppy sealed surfaces that he faced in the Stephen Foster versus the Kentucky Derby, the first Saturday, of course, in May we saw him win. He said that they weren't the same kind of surfaces. The Kentucky Derby surface that day was harder and over the surface. It was something that Bill had mentioned. It was a different kind of wet track that he did face last time out. Perhaps that's it. He was very flat, but at the same time, just kind of remarking on some commentary, getting back to a fast track here. We'll see if it makes any kind of difference.
I I think that Bill is doing trainer speak personally, as much as I respect Bill. He ran a faster figure. I know he's a year older, but he ran a faster figure in the Foster.
Yeah.
And in the Derby, he got a wicked pace that collapsed,
He did.
coming from behind to close into. And in the Foster, he was dealing with a very good horse that was alone in the lead.
Good
I
run
don't
up.
think it was the racetrack. I just think it was a very different set of circumstances.
Horses lose.
Yeah.
Great horses
Great
lose.
horses
It happens.
lose.
Okay, so he's lost twice. All right, there's a reason that canoe is painted those colors. He was that good on this stage, on this track last year. The Travers winner, the champion 3-year-old, the horse of the year. Let's see what he does in the Whitney on Saturday. That's Sovereignty. And what a program. Star-studded. And trainer Miguel Clement looking to go back-to-back in the 4-star Dave with Deterministic. And his competition stacked as well. Grade 1 4-star Dave. A look ahead as our coverage continues here on Saratoga Live.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Deterministic takes a crack at him on the outside. Second, Laginos in behind them. Win for the money is in fourth. Johannes still well back, has 7 or 8 lengths to make up. Think big on the outside. Deterministic takes command in the final stages and starts to open up. Another tremendous effort from Deterministic, who wins the FanDuel 4-star Dave under Kendrick Carmuth.
He's come a long way from considered a potential Kentucky Derby prospect to now Deterministic, one of, if not the best middle distance turf horses in the game.
I mean, he's a remarkable horse. He just keeps showing up every time. And last out in the Manhattan, he didn't break. Kendrick was really working on him to motivate him around the gate. He chased Rhetorical around the racetrack at a very honest pace on a very firm turf course, and he still delivers. He put that one away. I've picked against him, and he just continues to make me look stupid. He just shows up and runs extremely well every single time. Bet against him here, but I'm scared of him.
Wasn't this distance so the Manhattan's supposed to be outside his scope?
Yeah. Right.
Remember that?
Right, last year he wanted a mile and 8, and everybody's complaining, oh, it was a mile and
because of the distance.
He
He can't
wouldn't
run
have
that far.
won. They'd have moved the turf course. Guess what? He still won.
This was just a special race, a special day for Deterministic, who got the better of Rhetorical, who also makes the cut back this weekend in the 4-star Dave. And, you know, he was able to be forward up on that pace. He proved everybody, all the doubters, including myself, mile and a 3/16 forward trip, no problem, gets the job done, getting the cut back to a mile distance where he's won the 4-star Dave before. Let's see if he can do it again. This is a much tougher field to me than the last time he won the 4-star Dave. This is a bigger animal he has to deal with on Saturday.
I totally agree with you on that. I think through and through, this is a tougher field. Couldn't agree more, Meg.
Trained by Miguel Clement, tending to relax. His father, Miguel, points out, Christoph, from day one loved Deterministic, the Hall of Fame class.
Yeah, Christoph kept telling me he's a turf horse. Saying he's not, he's a dirt horse, a turf horse. He was right. I was wrong, usual.
Christoph Clement, John Sheriffs, who we've lost to top class trainers. Kona Gold, who ran in, I don't know, 6 Breeders' Cup sprints, finally won in 2000. But for Sheriffs and for Christoph Clement and the remainder, the rest, highest honors of the 2026 Hall of Fame class, including Pillars of the Turf. But for Christoph Clement, for John Sheriffs, posthumously, Christoph inducted, enshrined where he belongs, recognized along the very best the sport has ever seen.
I couldn't agree more. I voted him for 3 years when he did not get in. I was glad he got in. I wish he knew when he was alive, but that's okay. He's getting in now, and I think it'll be a very emotional day for him, but as well as the family of John Sheriffs. I mean, these were two of the real good guys in racing. I mean, you know, I'm sure you knew John better than me, but he, you know, he would sometimes text me out of the blue and watching the show. You guys are doing a great job. Such a, you know, obviously a great trainer, but also a better person. And Christoph as well.
Greatly missed, both of them. And yes, where, as far as the legacy and their rightful place in the Hall of Fame across the street from the track, recognized along with the very best of the best. To Acacia, right behind us in the paddock.
And we'll take a look at a horse, a little bit of a new face, returning to the NYRA circuit to the outside. That's currently the favorite in the 7 Serendipity, a horse that came off of a big layoff and returned to the track last time at Churchill for Brad Cox, nearly a year to the day, and showed a lot of speed before finishing second to a Bill Mott trainee in Windflower, who would run in a stake in her subsequent start. And looking at Serendipity, she is a big, solid filly. And while she ran exceptionally well last time out, I imagine and she probably really benefited from that start from a fitness perspective. She looks very strong, very fit today. Like I said, there is a lot of her. She does strike you as the type of horse who would appreciate the added ground when stretching out to the 1 1/8 today, and she's quick early. Imagine she will be forward, using that speed once again, as she was quite eager on the front end and very fresh off the bench in her last start. Talking about the pace, though, the number 2, Unreasonable, is a horse that can be forwardly placed as well. She went forward last time in a shocking turn of events. Peak Hype, the winner of that race, ended up wiring the field, though she'd been coming from off of it in her previous starts. And Unreasonable is a horse that should be forward, and I wonder how it will develop with her being drawn inside of the number 7 Serendipity. You see Unreasonable does wear that shadow roll, the piece of fleece over the noseband, because she can be a little bit high-headed throughout, and especially wanting to be more forward. She wants to have her head and just run freely as well. She also gets a little bit more distance to work with in here, which I think she should appreciate after running the 1 1/16 last time out. It's also her 3rd start off the layoff, and this is by far the most fit that she has been. Sometimes with these longer turf races, we see no pace signed on. This one could have potentially a little bit up front. We'll see how it develops, especially with these 2 horses, Lafitte.
Unreasonable, Acacia, to be ridden by Manny Franco. Talk about a bang-up start to the meet, and you think back to the time he spent with Richie Migliori and sitting down with Richie and explaining how disappointed he was with himself last year and the numbers his performance, just the 20 wins last year. An entire meet of Saratoga. Here we are, right around the midway point. Manny Franco, 22 wins. He has responded in a big way.
No, he hasn't. Listen, I was always wondering, you get up here and things will go well for a week. I think it's very easy to get in your head, much more than any other race meet during the year. And I'm not saying it did. I don't think he was riding badly. Sometimes it doesn't work out. It's all working out for Manny now. He's one of the ones.
He's also just the most, he's so professional. He carries himself so well, Manny. And I anticipate he, has probably 20 more in him. Let's see. We're halfway through. Let's go.
I have no idea how Manny, who's riding the 2, Unreasonable, is right now 5-1. And based on multis, will be a bigger price than the other Clement runner, Relax. I don't think it's even close. I think the Unreasonable is significantly better than Relax. And I would have picked her, but I never thought she'd be this price. I picked the 7, and I totally misread this race, who I also disagree with Morning Line, and Morning Line was right, and I was wrong.
What'd you make of that effort?
It was a funny race because Peak Hype and Unreasonable, both horses didn't have much speed. There was no pace. But I know they were going to wire the field with Unreasonable, and then Peak Hype, who's never shown speed before and usually gets left, broke sharply with Ricardo Santana, and Ricardo sort of sent, and I think it kind of caught Manny by surprise. Just sort of ran second the whole way around the track, but I thought ran very, very well in that race. And he's run well. She runs well in all her races. She draws well on the inside. I think she's going to be tough in here. I thought Serendipity could wire the field, but I would have bet Serendipity at 3-1. I'm not going to bet her at 2-1 or under.
You see Miguel Clement just touched on deterministic. 4-star Dave, Jose Ortiz, all business dialed in. Acacia was discussing race dynamics and what to look for early on. Look at that crowd. Just another sleepy Wednesday, Andy, at Saratoga.
Great. I mean, as you say, August comes around. Saratoga is always going to be the August race. Well, what also it's sort of interesting how, it's sort of like Gulfstream. They can call it the championship meet from whatever day they want to whatever day they want. But it's always the old meet that began just after New Year's and it ended in the middle of March. The meet that we all knew for so many years. It's in a lot of ways true for Saratoga. We're always going to be really big in August. We do great the rest of the time, but August is when it really happens.
This is the meet we know. You just saw Relax, followed by Unreasonable and Manny Franco.
Another that feels like distance will be her strong suit. The pace held last time, as we alluded to, the winner wiring that field.
Ontario, her best races at longer distances.
Yeah, I just thought longer distances, and she's just not quite good enough, at least on paper.
Flowers for me, back to turf.
Back to turf, and she's got some past races that make her a player at a bit of a price.
Lady Firefoot, 8-year-old mare, a while since her last win.
Well, the thing, though, that immediately catches your eye is that she's moving the barn to Steve Schauer. Now, we haven't seen him have the success on turf. He's had on the dirt. The boy has had success there.
Power of Destiny, English mare, just won in Canada. And finally, Serendipity, the one to beat, the one to catch.
Yeah, I mean, Irad's got a wire. She's got to get a mile and an eighth. I thought she could be the speed in here and improve to win this, but I'm thinking, gee, she's got slower races. Why would she be that short a price here? And boy, I read it wrong.
First look at turf flat racing on this Whitney week. Fillies and mares, 50-cent mandatory pay. Pick 5 starts here. Circling back to Relax. Flavian Pratt in the saddle. Her latest appearance late June downstate. It's a quarter of a mile farther. Andy, Relax fires, but nailed by Maserat in the end.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you. I think she's better going longer. I don't think Maserat is necessarily as good as Unreasonable, Serendipity, maybe others in here. This horse, in my opinion, is being overbet because Flavian Pratt is riding in here. I'm not saying she can't win. I picked her third. I just don't know what it is about her that makes her a 2-1 shot. I think, one of the conversation that real horse players have is not whether or not you like a horse or think that horse can win, but whether or not you think that horse is worthy of its odds. That's what actual horse players do, not Twitter horse players. And in my case, I think she's a terrible bet at 2-1. Well, I'll be shocked if she wins? No, of course not. I picked her third, but I would never bet her at that price.
I think the number 6, Power of Destiny, is a bit of an overlay. Exiting a 90 by her speed figure obviously gets into deeper waters in this race, but was able to show a tactical dynamic last time out. And then she managed to fend off a horse down the lane. It was a quick pace early that day up at Woodbine. I think she's incredibly interesting in a player. I agree with Andy as far as how the wagering has kind of taken place with this race. It kind of shorter prices on some horses that have some question marks. And at 7-1, I'm enticed by the 6.
A price. There she is, revving up. Power of Destiny. Johnny Velasquez seeking a second win on the afternoon. And a reminder, a heads up, you can earn a 10% bonus on win bets on the Johnstone Stakes at Saratoga today. Visit NYRABets.com to opt in. Really good edition of the Johnstone with the Grade 1 winners going head-to-head on a Wednesday here at Saratoga.
Yeah, no, I thought it was just a super running of the race. And I mean, there are good things you can say about just about everybody in there. A friend of mine got a good point. It's too bad for the connection to Sterling Silver she's not in here, because with all the speed, it would have fit her like a glove. But I'm going to take a shot and try to get a horse that's a nice price in the morning line. We'll talk about that a bit later. But looking forward to that race, and just love the idea of remembering a guy like Bruce Johnstone. Not that we forget him, but to have a race honoring him is such a special thing.
So race 9, Wednesday feature, the Johnstone. To Acacia.
And taking a look at Relax from the Rail, we've kind of joked along the way that she's needed to live up to her name, which has been a little bit of the challenge thus far. She does run in that hood with her ears covered so to muffle out sounds. And in her first start in the U.S., she got very keen and hard to handle early on. She broke a lot better last time, a touch keen, but settled a lot quicker. And this is by far the most relaxed she's been in the preliminaries. And after that last race, where she ran very well behind Montserrat, who finished 4th in the Glens Falls the other day, it was actually the suggestion of Flavien Prat to cut her back in distance. So that's why we do see her going a little bit less in here to the 9 furlongs. Thought that would really suit her running style quite well as he got to know her with that effort last time out. We'll see if she can relax in here today, as that has been a little bit of her challenge. But like I said, so far so good on the track. The number 6, Power of Destiny, has been very sharp. I know Horse Meg is interested in. A couple of horses did come back to run well in there, and she was chasing in the second flight in there, but she actually held off well the 3 to 5 favorite and was very game in the stretch. I think these are much deeper waters, but physically she does stack up nicely. I do wonder about the added distance for her. She stretches out to the 9 furlongs, but in Europe she has effectively gone longer, but she's settled a little bit more now on the track, as she was very energetic when leading the paddock. The number 5, Lady Firefoot, is a horse that hasn't seen the winner's circle in quite some time, but she is interesting moving to the barn of Steve Schauer, who is batting about 33% for the year, winning about 1/3 of his starts. This is actually, from what I could tell, his first runner on the turf, though, so a totally different ball of wax, especially for one like her who has been running against very good company on the grass. I think it's a little bit tricky to sort through her past performances. She looks great, as she always does. Last time out, she was pressing the pace setter before fading in that last race, so we'll see where she is positioned in here, but going out for a trainer who has done exceptionally well, though we'll see if that transfers over to the grass feet.
That Steve Schauer factor. Acacia, Lady Firefoot, Ricardo Santana. There are the race dynamics, who's going to be where, and then something Acacia touched on, whether it's Power of Destiny or Relax, and who does relax, Megan. Our viewers looking for which horses are settling and working with their riders and which horses are fighting and tugging at their jockeys.
Right. I think the main pace players are probably going to be likely the number 2 and the number 7. I just find it hard to believe Irad's not going to just send the 7 from that outside draw. Unreasonable, was incredibly sharp at the break last time out and was kind of taken back. I think that was the main, with a race that didn't have a ton of speed. Manny rode her really well, but at the end of the day, looking back, you may be thinking, okay, I should have just went on with her that day. So I think there's a question mark there. I've been running consistent races. We'll see how it all plays out.
Frank Mirmati with a load-in call. Post time. Race 4, Saratoga live on FS2.
Here's Ontario in the colors of Ellen J. Foxwoods. Flowers for Me. Lady Firefoot. Power of Destiny. And Serendipity. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. It was a clean start. Flowers for Me in the center And now here's Unreasonable sprinting up, as is Serendipity out in the center of the course. Serendipity wants that lead and is able to clear off by a length and a half. Power of Destiny is in second and Unreasonable third. Flowers for Me broke on top, sits 5 lengths off the leaders. Lady Firefoot is next. Ontario's second to last. And the trailer is Relax. So the 2 favorites first and last as they round the clubhouse turn, with Serendipity clicking off at opening quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds, opening it up to lead by 3. Power of Destiny is in second, followed by Unreasonable racing in third. It's a gap of 6 or 7 back to Flowers for Me in fourth. Lady Firefoot is next, Ontario, and Relax. About 15 lengths covers this group, the half in 47 and 1. Arad Ortiz Jr. in Serendipity saying, catch me if you can. 2-length lead. Power of Destiny is second. It's another 3 back to Unreasonable, who's in third. Lady Firefoot puts her gray head into fourth. And down on the inside, it's Flowers for Me. They're followed by Relax and Ontario. Relax is starting to pick it up nicely now from behind. Pink Cap through 3 quarters in 1:12 and 2. They're at the top of the stretch. Power of Destiny comes to Serendipity. Serendipity, Power of Destiny. Unreasonable is in third. Relax. And now Ontario swings widest of all and is also coming with a stellar rally as Serendipity drops out of it. Unreasonable. Here comes Ontario. Ontario mows them all down. Unreasonable was second. Photo for third between Relax and Power of Destiny.
Uncorking a furious rally, Ontario and Jose Ortiz runs down Unreasonable in the fourth at Saratoga. Wow.
I'd love to know what price this horse would have been if Jose Ortiz wasn't riding. Then again, not sure if she would have won if Jose Ortiz wasn't riding. And she made a great run down the stretch and gets the job done. No excuse for Unreasonable, had a very good trip. It's just a tough beat for her.
You know, this horse also had a good amount of pace to chase and close into. This was a horse that switched off and was effective going 1.5 miles. So I feel like this race played out in her favor the way she likes to run. And I didn't have this horse. I thought this horse was probably not the right kind of fit, but got the pace, got the right setup, ran incredibly well. And I agree with you on the 2. Had a nice trip, just not, that was a bad beat. That was pretty tough if you had the 2.
3-2-6-1. The distance, yeah, it felt almost too sharp for Ontario coming in, Andy.
I'll be honest, I thought it was not only too short, I didn't think she was good enough. I was wrong. It's horse racing, you're gonna be wrong. If you're not ready to be wrong, don't play the horses, just stay on Twitter.
That's the pace.
You know, but I'll say something else, like Relax. Well, she is a similar, right? Maybe wants more distance, she's a closer. And I agree with you about the pace, it was obviously honest. Though keep in mind that first quarter is down a straightaway.
Right.
But this horse completely and totally outclosed the number 1 Relax. Now maybe Relax is not very good, as we talked about before the race, but I didn't think she was good enough either, Ontario. She's not a horse that I could ever have had. But tip of the hat if you had her.
LNJ Foxwood colors. Jose Ortiz, 1 win behind Flavien Prat in the chase for an Angel Cordero riding title. Ortiz teaming up with Joe Sharp. Ontario 8-1 in the end. Live look at the winning trainer, Joe Sharp. 3-2-6-1. Ontario, right when Unreasonable struck the front. It looked like Megan clear sailing for the wire, and here came Ontario with giant strides.
Top Power of Destiny might have had a little bit of a chance there. She was kind of closest to the pace of the horses that finished in front of her, but Ontario ran well, got the right kind of setup, and did so, obviously shortening up off of some of her better efforts.
2 picks for you in back-to-back races, running well to complete trifectas. 11-1, Miss Twitter, and Power of Destiny at 7-1. Ontario, 3-2-6-1, Jose Ortiz. For trainer, Joe Sharp. By former Horse of the Year, Breeders' Cup Classic winner Ghost Zapper back in 04. Ontario, and the first flat race on grass at Saratoga. You're watching Saratoga Live.
A surging debut at 2. An international tour de force. An explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. Tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature, trusted since 1926. Steel.
Blazing Salad. Next door to get up in the number surfing classic is
Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes.
What if you didn't just watch horse racing, but own the moment? With Bond Racing Stable, you can experience the thrill of ownership without the full cost or commitment. It's easy in a racing partnership with Bond Racing Stable. They do all the work while you get access to the backstretch, morning workouts, the paddock, and the winner's circle. Whether you're new to racing or a lifelong fan, Bond Racing Stable makes it easy to get in the game. Don't just bet on the race, get in the winner's circle. Contact Bond Racing Stable and ask about a racing partnership today.
Exciting stretch battle while we love turf racing. Welcome back, Saratoga Live, Ontario. At 8-1, Megan, running down Unreasonable in the stretch. Another win, Jose Ortiz, one win shy of leader Flavien Prat.
Got the right kind of trip, laid off of a pretty moderate pace, so was able to switch off and had a strong late rally there. And as Andy mentioned, I didn't have this horse either. Got a fair price, running down Unreasonable, who also ran really well for second.
To Acacia with winning trainer Joe Sharp.
Ontario getting back onto the turf, clearly her preferred surface. And Joe, I know she's been going longer, but she had quite a kick when cutting back to the 9 furlongs today.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when we ran our mile and a half at Keeneland, we thought we were probably stretching her, what she was capable of doing. And I think it was just, you know, her ability. Obviously, Irad gave her a perfect flawless ride that day. And Jose did the same today. You know, there was a lot of speed, and if she's able to relax early, she's got a heck of a turn of foot.
You had to be pretty excited seeing how she was traveling in the stretch.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. That was a fun finish. I think my poor son, I give him a good 5-star across the back when she won, because we were watching her come home so fast. Yeah, it was exciting.
I want to ask you quickly in race 6, Shinobu, a 2-year-old, getting onto the turf for the first time. What's the thought process there with her?
She was working on it with that red coats coming. Philly ran second here in a maiden special weight the other day, just got beat, and I think they had a bullet work on it. You know, I trained her mother. She never turfed, but. You know, she's a quick filly, and I think I wanted to give it a try. So, you know, with Kentucky Downs on the heels of this meet, I always like to, if I have the opportunity, stretch her legs over it and see how we fit.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Keisha.
Lafitte.
Winning trainer Joe Sharp. Acacia, thanks so much. Another look. Andy, look at how far back she is at the top of the stretch. Ontario before unleashed and wheeled to the outside.
Yeah, Jose saved ground with her the whole way, was very patient. And once he got her outside in the clear, she just came rolling.
Out in the center of the track, engaging the leader, puts her away late. Ontario in the 4th race at Saratoga, 18 and change if you liked her. Over Unreasonable, Power of Destiny, solid effort to complete the trifecta, 3-6 in the 4th race at Saratoga. And moments ago in the winner's circle, emotional day, a sad day, moment of silence observing Robbie Alvarado, who passed away yesterday.
Please join us in a moment of silence to honor the memory of Robbie Alvarado.
fraternity of jockeys, former and present. And Robbie Alvarado, during the course of his career, one of his brightest moments, celebrating that Preakness win. Curlin running down Kentucky Derby winner Street Sense back in 2007. He rode Curlin, the two-time champion, the two-time Horse of the Year here at Saratoga. That win in the Woodward. Swiss Skydiver, the filly, when other jockeys chose to ride other horses in the third and final jewel of the Triple Crown that year during the pandemic. Kenny McPeek turned to Robbie Alvarado and worked out a terrific trip, and the result, the filly beating the boys in the Preakness Stakes. Robbie Alvarado having passed away at the age of 52, 3 decades in the saddle, more than 5,000 career wins. Born in Lafayette, Louisiana, survived by his 5 children. Robbie Alvarado gone at the age of 52.
The crown jewel of American yearling sales, where world-class bloodlines meet glamour, grace, and grandeur. America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners has produced recent stars Clico, Commandment, Hope Road, Journalism, Shred the Gnar, and Sierra Leone. For 105 years, success starts at Saratoga. The 105th Saratoga sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Let's talk about different body types and how they fit into different conditions. Now we're looking at a proven dirt sprinter. This is a fast horse, and first thing you look at when dealing with dirt sprinters, I like to, is how close quartered they are. Look how short coupled he is from his withers to the point of his hip. It's a very short span. And furthermore, he's very upright through his pasterns, and he has a more upright foot too. Looking at a dirt hoof, you'll have smaller, more narrow feet so they can cut through the dirt. It's a looser surface, so they don't need as much surface area to be able to push off of it. And look how less of an angle we have. We have nearly a straight line from the point of the hip to the point of the hock. And two, they're going to be broader animals too. They'll have a lot of depth to their girth as well. They need that quick burst of energy. They need those big hindquarters to propel themselves out of the gate quickly. They have speed. Not necessarily long-lasting speed, but that muscle mass, that power makes them the dirt sprinters.
Great stuff. Maggie, paddock pointers. Andy and I turn around, we look, a horse is a horse is a horse, right?
I count the legs.
Maggie, Acacia, you guys go in there, it's like you're looking through the Matrix.
Yeah, we try. I have some pretty damn good coworkers in Maggie and Acacia. Best at what they do.
What to look for in the paddock, what to look for in the Whitney. This Breeders' Cup Challenge event, winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. The talent, it's loaded. We've touched on several of the contenders. And for White Barrio number 5, Arad Ortiz, it was Arad Ortiz who was in the saddle 3 years ago, when then trained by Rick Dutchrow. White Barrio, like commentator, trying to win 2 Whitneys in 4 years. White Barrio, his A game, when we see his best, he can absolutely run with the best.
I agree, but we just don't see it very often. And he's not the only horse that ran extremely well at Arkansas for that barn that didn't duplicate efforts if they ran back. So I want to see it again, especially in this group.
As Sappy Joseph Jr., obviously he's got a horse in this race that is, could be favored and could win on the dirt. He's 0 for 20 on the dirt. That's including the Belmont Stakes Festival week. That's including the Saratoga meet. He's 0 for 20. So, or now I believe he had a previous dirt winner or previous dirt runners earlier on the card, so that sample size is even more increased today. I'm hesitant on him this weekend in the Whitney.
What are you expecting, Andy?
Oh, I don't think he has a chance, but
every
horse has a chance, but he wouldn't be on my tickets.
The story, though, the fact that he's maintained, at times we've seen some of the best from White Barrio, as you mentioned, his race in the Oaklawn Handicap, and I know you're a big commentator fan, the fact that he won 2 Whitneys in 4 years, and essentially what White Barrio is trying to do on Saturday.
Yeah, he's no commentator. I mean, I know commentator had a couple of clunkers, but man, when he was good, he was good.
You know who's really good right now? That is a live look at Magnitude, who is the Whitney favorite, drawn inside, 9-5 morning line favorite. Not saying he is Gun Runner. I'm saying he's on the exact Gun Runner path, where they both completed their 3-year-old campaigns with a win in the Clark and their 4-year-old seasons. Side by side, identical.
They are, and what's interesting about Magnitude is he was actually running faster figures as a 3-year-old than Gun Runner was until he ran in the Clark late in the year. And I think Gun Runner turned around when they were more aggressive with him. Now, Magnitude's always been a horse you could be aggressive with, though he can rate and win races. So he actually started out more efficiently. Now, Gun Runner accomplished some amazing things, but he's on a track to do just that, too.
His physical development from 3 to 4 has been so vast, so impressive. Seeing him come off of the bench at Oaklawn to now, he's developed so much. I think that's what's really been the point. The point for me to drive home to people is just how much he's improved as a racehorse physically. The substance, the muscle mass. It's pretty. It makes my goosebumps kind of stand up. The hair on my arms stand up a little bit when I get to see him. He's really turned into a monster for Steve Asmussen, and he's going to take some beating in this Whitney.
Pedal to the metal from the inside with Jose Ortiz, right from Jump Street.
I mean, he has to go. If somebody else wants to go on a mission, I don't know who that horse would be. Jose has options, but he's certainly coming out running.
I mentioned Gun Runner. He was defeated by Arrogate in that Dubai World Cup, a freakish performance by Arrogate, where Magnitude won in Dubai. And I guess I'll ask you this question. He is favored, but in your opinion, is Magnitude right now the best older horse in the game?
Yes. I mean, that could change. Baeza might learn to break from the gate. Sovereignty could bounce back. But right now, yeah, he is. He is far and away the leader, given what's happened.
The Whitney Saturday on Fox. Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage begins at 5 Eastern. To Acacia.
And absolutely cannot wait to see Magnitude and all of the other cast of characters for this year's Whitney. He's handled himself with the utmost class when schooling here in the paddock. You will see horses do a walkthrough. It often happens in the mornings after their training into the paddock. And Steve Asmussen, one of those trainers that often does bring his horses over in the afternoon to get that race day feel. And as Magnitude has been standing there in the saddling stall, he's like, I know what this means. I'm ready to go. And he's gotten sharper, which he's always had that forward bouncy demeanor. So great to see him visiting here in the paddock. As we'll take a look at horses for this upcoming 5th race, beginning with the 4, Ramage, as this one did win at Gulfstream last time out for Sappy Joseph Jr. Very sharp out of the gate last time out, though did let another horse take the lead early on, but plenty of gate speed, which I do think is something that you have to pay attention to. Pulled away when taking over and much the best in that effort. He is one of those horses I saw at Tampa where I wrote down he's not the biggest, shorter the better for him. So I like that they have been sticking with the 6 furlongs because he really hasn't grown or filled out much. He's incredibly fit coming in. That's just kind of who he is, dappled from head to toe, but we'll see if he does have some company early on in this dirt sprint field. The number 6, Sharon's Beach, interesting for the fact that we haven't seen Jonathan Thomas ship a horse over here to Saratoga in quite a while, and this one coming off of 3 consecutive second place finishes. They added the blinkers 2 starts back. He was a heavy favorite last time out, just totally outfooted early on and just couldn't get by the leader, though the top 2 were well clear. I did notice he is outfitted with a Houghton bit, so maybe that will provide a little bit more steering in the stretch, as you could argue that he hung a little bit, not going by the leader last time. And how does that Horseshoe Indy form stack up coming in? It kind of felt like that was a race that he was supposed to win, though his last 2 efforts have been on a wet track. Very good looking horse, very athletic in the way that he's put together, and I always pay attention to Jonathan's runners, but a horse like this with 3 narrow misses and even a narrow victory prior to that does give you a little cause for pause. The 7, Imagine John, he was a huge price last time, but comes out of a super live race. We've seen 3 horses come out to win stakes from that effort. Local Knowledge winning a grade 2 with a 102 Beyer speed figure. Yo Banana Boy came back to win a stake with a 92. And just the other day in the Curl and Sea Strike coming back with a 102 as well. So he was facing stakes quality company last time out, and that field did look incredibly tough when they drew it. He was pressing the pace setter early on and did flatten. He's a horse that I do think needs to show that he can step forward regardless of the company, but thought it was a little bit interesting as he's been a bit of an overachiever for Jenna Antonucci, and now making his 3rd start off of the layoff. He's a horse that I do find gets better with racing, especially as that fitness is concerned, and he does look the most fit he has since coming back in 2026, Lafitte.
A player looks the part, Acacia. Imagine John. 7-2 to his inside. Sharon's Beach will break from post 5. Sharon's Beach, Gerardo Ortiz to ride, currently 5-2. There he is, and this is what Acacia was talking about. His most recent effort, this was late June, Horseshoe Indy on that sloppy track, Sharon's Beach. Megan, he's odds on, he's right there, and just can't get by the leader.
This is not anything new for him. He's been doing it on fast tracks as well, 2-3 back at 7 furlongs. I'm not sure I'm all in on this horse. He's going to have other pace pressure in this race. Ramajay has speed. I guess a scratch with the Mr. Hooligan makes it a little less overzealous, but I'm not so sold that this is going to be a walk in the park for him whatsoever with added pressure.
I'm not taking a horse that's failing out of town, winning at 1-5, losing at 6-5, 2-1, and 4-5, and coming in here is obviously a contender in the race. Clear, as is Ramajay, but Ramajay is like a 1-number horse, right?
Right.
I mean, his last race sticks out like a sore thumb. The question you have to ask is, where the hell did it come from, and what are the chances you're going to see it again today? If you see that performance, he's probably going to win.
At least it was his latest performance, Ramajay at Gulfstream. Yes, on paper, facing similar. Ramajay eventually kicks clear.
No, listen, I mean, he runs his race. He's going to be tough, though I still think the 7 Imagine John can beat him. But that was a very, very big effort. But, he's like what Greg and I like to talk about as a 1-number horse. The rest of his races are okay. This is the race that makes him a possible winner of this race. You want to bet him at 9-5 to find out with Irad or Flavian? Be my guest. And I'm not going to surprise when he wins, but I like Imagine John, who comes out of not only does he come out of a monsterly tough race, he also didn't have a good trip in that race, chasing wide, making a big middle move. I think he runs his last race, he wins here.
So for like a handicapping 101, what is your advice? The 1-number horses, how do you typically handle?
Bet against them at short prices. Well, especially if you have every race depends on what ideas you have in the race. You know what I mean? A 1-number horse can come back and be in a field where even if he regresses 10 points, he or she, they're going to be tough to beat. Every situation has to be evaluated its own merits. For me, especially if I like somebody else, I'm always looking to bet against these 1-number type horses because they're usually overbet. And I think this horse is 9-5 is being overbet here. But to be fair, he can win this race. I mean, probably the winner is going to come out of the 4, 6, and 7 in all likelihood. I'm not telling any people things they don't know. They're the first, second, and third choices. I prefer the 7 and 6.
It's tricky because the Whitney, for example, with Nitrogen in her last performance, how do you know when to treat something as like freaky or a fluke versus maybe something has changed and maybe that horse is just that good?
Odds. Every decision you make as a horse player, if you're really betting the horses, is based on their odds. For instance, if you're somebody who thinks Nitrogen could be that horse and she's 5-1, I would have no problem saying you should bet that horse. Now, other people might say, I don't think she is 15% or something, to run that race back. All these are questions that a horse player has to decide on their own. And individuals may look at it differently. I think that Nitrogen is highly unlikely to win this race. On the other hand, when she does, or when she runs a big race and runs second, I'll say, well, her last race was legit. But I want to see it again, especially in this kind of race.
Megan?
As far as this race is concerned, I think it could set up for a likely closer. I see quite a bit of speed on hand. If Ramajay goes, Sharon Beach is forward. Imagine John has some speed from the outside. I think it could set up for a horse that I like in the number 1, Trips Promise. I like his sprint races. He gets pace to run at. We'll see. Has to get a little bit quicker than some of the other better races of others in here for trainer Dale Romans.
Yeah, I'd love to see Dale get a win.
Yeah. Saw
Dale the other day. Saw Tammy on Broadway on Monday, actually, with Terry Finley and his family as well. I get it. I didn't like him, but I hear what you're saying. I don't know how fast this pace is going to be. We'll see. I'm not sure Ramajay is going to be as forward as you think he is, but you could be right.
Take all that collective information, apply it to the racing here at Saratoga. Open up that NyraBets account. If you haven't just yet, take advantage of the $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today at joinnowNyraBets.com. Post-parade brewing for this upcoming 5th race. 6-furlong sprint, and these 3-year-olds still have the John Stone ahead a little bit later on. Race number 9 kicking off this Whitney week. And of course, we touched on it earlier, but as big a part of anything else, Whitney Week, remembering Mary Lou Whitney and the Hall of Fame. There's so much beyond just, yes, the top-class racing here this time of year, this week.
No, and the Whitney is named for the Whitney family, just to be clear. But Mary Lou Whitney is the name in Saratoga, and her accomplishments and her achievements in town and what she did to help bring this town back will never be forgotten and should never be forgotten.
And we meet the field, starting with a Trips Promise, Kentucky Invader for trainer Dale Romans, followed by number 3, Life is Gravy, the Irish colt, coned and trained by Chad Summers.
Yeah, tough to take Life is Gravy. You've got a rider who I wouldn't be surprised if she's never ridden in Saratoga.
He has ridden at Saratoga. Flavien Prat, Ramajay.
Barn is struggling to find the winner's circle with dirt horses here at the Saratoga.
Not a New York bred, Rochester.
I think they were fans of Jane Eyre when they named this horse. Ron McQuett looking for his first win in a while up here. Had a horse run huge over the weekend that ran second.
Those Bob LaPenta colors, Rochester, there's Sharon's Beach, quick gelding with a rod. Ortiz 2-1 second choice.
Has the races, but has been beaten at short prices. Not trustworthy for me.
To his outside, imagine John, more speed adding fuel to the fire.
The last 2 races, both of his races as a 3-year-old have been exceptional against very tough fields. He dueled with Matacat Road 2 back, and then he was in a super tough allowance race. He gets huge class relief here.
And unauthorized, graduated mid-March at Oaklawn.
Off the voided claim and new gelding with some time away. We'll see if he can wake up a bit. He's also one that likes to be forwardly placed, doesn't like to be covered up behind horses. We'll see if he can continue to improve.
3-year-old sprinters in the 5th. Pick 6 begins here. Post time 2 minutes. Andy, another look at Imagine John.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised he's taking money in here. I don't think that we're covering anything that isn't sort of obvious. This horse has been running well against significantly tougher company and has not had exactly easy trips in either of those races. And now has the benefit of drawing outside the other speeds, has speed if they don't want to go, but he can kind of control his own destiny. I'm not running to bet him at 3-1. I was hoping for a slightly better price, but I still think that he may be the horse to beat.
Last couple of races, Megan, you've been right there. A couple of third-place finishes with an 11-1 shot, 6-7-1 shot. Here you're going with Tripp's Promise from the rail.
Yeah, and you can argue that pace did fall apart back on June the 12th at Churchill Downs. The closers dominated. He should get some speed to run out from the inside. He ran well and chased off of it with a solid rally. It wasn't the strongest of fields. Last time out, he got in against Deeper, and it didn't run terribly. But I think this is the right spot for him. And, you know, back on May the 25th, Rainey ran another pretty solid race against Olders. He was wired that day by the winner who won next out with an 82 Beyer speed figure. So I think he could get the right kind of setup. We shall see. I wanted to take a horse that was coming from off of it. I also thought the number 3, Life is Gravy, his sprint races, he kind of makes him a little bit of a player in this race as well for Chad Summers. We'll see.
We check in with Acacia Trackside.
And taking a look at the number 1, Tripp's Promise, I agree. I do think that he's a little bit of an interesting prospect. And boy, he had a spirited solo warm-up out there, a little bit all over the place at first. And then he actually did come back pretty nicely. Junior Alvarado going right back with the pony because he got quite sharp. He is a son of Promises Fulfilled, who I always thought was a better sprinter. And while he has a little bit of size to him, I can understand why they've tried stretching him out in distance in the past. His demeanor is all sprint, especially once they got out on the track. Now, he was totally out-footed last time out, dropping back, and then ran on late on the outside. So we'll see what kind of trip he has, especially with that warm-up and being drawn to the inside. The number 3, Life is Gravy. He's a massive price, and he is cutting back in distance, but I wanted to mention him because he's being ridden today by Emily Ellingwood, who you see aboard him there, and I'm sure she knows him quite well because she does ride in the mornings for Chad Summers, and in fact is the regular exercise rider for Napoleon Solo, a horse that can be very energetic, very tough to train, and very spirited. And Chad has really credited her with doing a tremendous job and handling him very well in the mornings. So I'm sure she's a massive part of the operation. And like I said, probably knows this horse well too. She rode him on debut, son of Mind Your Biscuits, as he did stutter step at the start last time, cutting back in distance. He has a very funny way of moving, a very kind of daisy cutter almost action to him, and that's just the way he travels over the ground. We'll see if the cutback helps him, Lafitte.
Incredibly popular, Mind Your Biscuits, 2-time Golden Shaheen winner, Acacia. And Megan, what an opportunity. Emily Ellingwood here aboard number 3, Life is Gravy.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny. As Acacia was alluding to this horse's action, I actually covered a race of his with Andy on the desk, and I thought, maybe this horse needs to go on the turf. And this was, he just picks up his knees and it has this really, really funny, awkward, kind of unsightly way of going. So that is something to note about him. He's got the races. We'll see what kind of trip that Emily can carve out underneath this horse. He is a big price and could get the right kind of setup, though.
No Mr. Hooligan, Andy, but still the pace to be provided by Sharon's Beach.
Probably
Imagine John.
I would think the 6 and 7, but you don't know. It's hard to know.
Ramage at 9-5, the favorite. Time for the pick 6 on this Wednesday program. Frank Bermotti with the loading call.
Last few runners left to load. Imagine John. Unauthorized will be the last. Going in. They're in the gate, and they're off. And it was a very even start. Ramajay gets the first call out of the gate, but with plenty of company in the early going. Sharon's Beach is quicker now, and Sharon's Beach has taken the lead. Imagine John is pressing. Ramajay now tucks in behind the top pair with 3 lengths to make up. Unauthorized is in 4th. It's another 3 back to Rochester, who's followed by Tripp's Promise, and no early speed whatsoever from Life is Gravy. 22 seconds flat for the duel between Sharon's Beach and Imagine John. Imagine John on the outside, narrowly in front. It's 3 lengths back. Unauthorized. Ramajay on the inside. Yellow colors in third now. Angling off the rail to take a crack. Trips Promise starting to run from way out of it on the far outside. They're at the top of the stretch. Sharon's Beach goes on. Imagine John second. Ramajay in the center grinding away, trying to pick them up late. Ramajay within 3 lengths of these leaders. It's Sharon's Beach. Has to hold off Ramajay late. It's going to be tough to do so. Ramajay's coming. Here is the line. Photo finish. Sharon's Beach very game along the inside. Ramajay on the outside. Imagine John finished third.
Bang, bang finish in the 5th to kick off the pick 6. Ramajay, Sharon's Beach hitting the wire together.
Yeah, I'll have to see a slow-mo of this one because I have absolutely no idea who won this race.
Same. That's about as close as wouldn't be surprising if they hit it at the same time in that one. That was close.
Take a look here.
So close. Andy's throwing things at me on the set. I just took
the four held on. The 6 held on, I'm sorry. 6 held on, won the bob. Last chance the 6 had to win probably was that bob. No excuse for the number 4, Ramajay. You've got an absolutely perfect trip behind a fast pace. My 7 not able to outfinish. The 7 looked home top of the stretch, and here's the slow-mo, and you'll see right there. The 6 gets the money down in the inside and gets the bob and gets it done. You know what? He deserved to win.
Satisfying win.
Better race than Ramajay.
The 3 straight runner-up efforts.
But did the dirty work, too.
Yeah.
Did all the dirty work.
Yeah.
Absolutely deserves to win this race. Ramajay has no excuse whatsoever.
6-4-7-3. Sharon's Beach by that much over Ramajay. In this 5th race, Saratoga, Sharon's Beach. Rod Ortiz, Jonathan Thomas teaming up. That's race number 5. Race number 9, of course, is the feature, the Johnstone New York Breds. A couple of Grade 1 winners going head-to-head in this one. Take a look at the field, 7/8 of a mile. Again, this is how you know it's a really good week of racing at Saratoga. When you have Grade 1 winners in the Wednesday feature, multiple, 2 of them. Usha, 6-5 on the morning line. So the question going in, Andy, to start, Usha, betting the favorite or trying to beat the favorite?
I'm trying to beat her. I could use Iron Orchard as a price in here. I think she's going to run better second time out off the layoff. But I like the 2 Landed. Trainer Wesley Ward has been running this horse going long, and while she's had some success doing it, I still feel she's a better horse going shorter. Wesley has very strong numbers, turning horses back from routes to sprints. He's 8 for 21 in the dirt over the last 5 years with a 227 ROI. He's 3 for 5 at NYRA. It's not much of a stat, but it is a good record. And I've been looking for her to turn back. She's got good races at 7 furlongs. And I think Landon can get the right trip behind the pace here and get the job done at a square price.
50 to win Landon. Andy trying to beat the favorite. Megan, in the feature, the Johnstone, same question. You betting the favorite or trying to beat the favorite?
I'm also going to beat the favorite with the number 5 with the Angels, a duo of Linda Rice runners. And I find with the Angels is the horse to me that has the proclivity to want to rate a bit better than perhaps a horse like Munnings Express. Though Munnings Express is going to be a tough customer in here as well. As far as the speed prediction, I think it's going to be a pretty quick pace up front. Hopefully she'll get that tactical trip and be able to upset Usha. Though no surprise, Usha, if she does win this race, dropping down into New York Breds, and she certainly isn't one that has needed the lead in some of her prior starts as well.
Fun start to Whitney week, and still the second half of the program coming your way for Megan, Andy, I'm Lafitte, and Acacia. Look forward to seeing you next time. Both Megan and Andy trying to beat the favorite. Later on, Usha taking a stand against the Johnstone. If you took a stand against Sharon's Beach, didn't work out on this occasion after those 3 straight second-place finishes. Up in time by a nose to defeat Ramajay. 6-4-7-3, race 5. Greg Wolf and the crew up next for the second half of the Wednesday program.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Now bid at $410,000. There's your winner, $410,000.
$400,000.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Glad to have you with us as the 5th race is in the books. Tight photo finish, but Sharon's Beach with the win for trainer Jonathan Thomas, who joins me here. I believe the 79th different trainer to win at the meet. And we haven't seen you in Saratoga in a while. Nice to make a trip with a couple horses today.
Yeah, it's great being back, and this is the best winner's circle in the country. So we're proud to be part of that 79.
And Sharon's Beach, I imagine, does not make it easy on the heart. He has had a couple of near misses and just held on today. Talk about timing it with a horse like this.
Yeah, he just seems to loaf when he gets to the lead, and you know, we've been unlucky, if you mean finishing second the last 4 times, unlucky, but I thought for sure we were getting popped today, but Irad did a very good job of getting it done. And this owner, Paul Ganji, congratulations, greatest guy, really pleased to win for him.
Nice effort there, holding on. And you have one more today in Tirupati in the 8th race, a horse that has been running against some really good company. What was the thought process in bringing him here?
Well, we have the 2X condition. We didn't want to lose if we happen to win another little stake. Of course, at Saratoga, we felt like she was live. She had 2 kind of questionable rides/trips. Put Louis on. Hopefully he'll drop the reins, let her run away from there, and you know, maybe we can be back here in a little bit.
Well, good luck with her a little bit later on, but congratulations with just holding on here in the shadow of the wire.
Great, thank you.
Good to see Jonathan Thomas here in the winner's circle. There's that tight photo finish between Sharon's Beach and the number 4, Ramage. They made it exciting in the stretch, that's for sure. 6:54 on Sharon's Beach as he finally gets back to the winner's circle, and definitely made the trip worthwhile for trainer Jonathan Thomas, bringing him here to Saratoga as we get ready for the 6th, which is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. 2-year-old fillies sprinting on the grass, and here's a look at the field right now. The number 9, Without Hesitation for Wesley Ward, 5-2, 2-1 on the morning line. A $2.3 million daughter of Jackie's Warrior, who worked exceptionally well at the OBS April sale, debuting on the grass. We'll see if she is ready at first, asking for what is always a dangerous 2-year-old training in Wesley Ward. We'll see horses make their way to the paddock. We'll also welcome in our new crew on the set, Greg Wolf and everybody else coming up after this as we continue with Saratoga Live.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
Has opened up a 5-length advantage. It's a 1-horse race.
National Treasure, the key to quality.
Welcome to Whitney Week from the premier meet in the country, celebrating the Queen of Saratoga, who helped make this track and town what it is today. Today's feature, Bob Baffert shows up with a Grade 1 winner to face state-bred company in the Johnstone. Can Usha deliver with her huge class edge, including a graded stakes win 2 starts ago? Two-time reigning champion rider Flavien Prat will be back aboard the filly to beat as he continues to lead the way in a tight Jockey's race. Can reigning horse of the year Sovereignty finally break through as a 4-year-old? Last year's Kentucky Derby Belmont and Travers winner seeks his first win of the year. He'll have to get by reigning champion 3-year-old filly Nitrogen to do so. She comes off one of the most impressive performances of the year. She readies for her first try against the top males in the game. What a week we have ahead. 18 minutes away from race 6 at the start of the late pick 5 on a perfect Wednesday afternoon here at Saratoga Springs, New York. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Tom Amos, Richard Migliori, what was your name again? Jonathan Kinchin. Great to see you all. Looking forward to this. Wow, we have 2 very good runners, especially Usha, Grade 1 winner, showing up against New York bred company here.
Think about that for a second, you guys. How far the program has come, the New York bred program. You have 2 Grade 1 stakes winners, New York bred fillies, and then you've got another open stakes winner in a field of 7. That's 3 of the 7. This program has really advanced.
It's amazing. From when I came around, Tom, you could pick the New York bred out of the crowd, but not in a good way. Now they're able to compete on the largest stages, internationally even.
And I think it's only going to get better, in all fairness, right? With what we have going on downstate at Belmont Park, the new Belmont Park, I think it's going to open up a lot of doors for more people to find it worth it to have New York breds. I think the New York bred is one of the best state programs that there is, if not the best in the world.
Well, we got 2 Grade 1 winners in this field, although Iron Orchard a little disappointing since coming back for her 3-year-old campaign. We'll see if she can right the ship, but certainly this race, when you begin talking about the Johnstone, begins with Usha. 2 starts back, winning the Grade 3 winning colors at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, this is an interesting race. You know, as you said, Grade 1 competition, which is the highest competition we have. Watch, you can't miss Usha with that big white face, but watch her head kind of goes up in the air a little bit. She kind of wanders a little bit right to left. She gets the job done, but I wouldn't say this was overly impressive.
Racing fans might giggle to think that those silks with a Bob Baffert blue nose piece are part of a New York bred, right? I think it's pretty funny.
Yeah, right? Yeah, she does. Is that normal for her, Tom? Because I only watched this replay that she carries her head that high.
I texted Baffert, and I didn't get an answer, so I don't have the answer to that.
Bam's Bliss Kiss. What a roll this 4-year-old filly was on. 6 in a row before she got beat against JK1, who came back and we know was pretty good. Maida.
Yeah, my biggest issue with Bam's Bliss Kiss is, like, while she was winning and rattling off wins, I wonder how good the competition was she was facing. To Tom's point at the top of the show, she's not facing the likes of With the Angels or Usha, and here in those races, let's see how she stacks up with a little bit better competition.
Doesn't it also feel like she needs the lead to run her
100%.
best race? And I don't know that she's going to get the lead with the speed
I think
that's in
there's
here.
a lot of speed in here, Richie,
Yep.
and I'm in total agreement with you. From that one hole, she makes her living on the front end. She's going to have a lot of company.
Yeah.
That's our feature, race 9, 5:46 Eastern start time for the Johnstone for New York bred fillies and mares still to come as we take a look at the menu presented by Claiborne Farm. Late pick 5, you got 15 minutes to put a ticket together. And the Johnstone, part of that sequence in race 9. There are no real easy steps along this path, Tom, are there, in this pick 5?
No, they're not. And this race we're starting off in, this 6th race, many unstarted young horses making their debut. They don't give us a first leg that's any easy either.
Play it all right there at Naira Bets. Get a $200 deposit match, new customer bonus when you punch in that code at sign up. Spot 200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Right there at NairaBets.com all summer long and beyond. And it's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It is a good one. 5.5 furlongs on the grass for these 2-year-old fillies. A little surprising, but it is Rockabye right now, the 7. One with experience for Miguel Clement, making start number 2, who is favored. And I say a little surprising because of all the buzz about the 9 and the big works without hesitation.
Yeah, the horse has big works. This horse was bought out of a 2-year-old sale. for $2.3 million. This horse has had 3 siblings that have sold at a 2-year-old sales. 10-1 they went. They went 10-1, 10-1, and 21 flat.
For an eighth of a mile.
Eighth of a mile.
And then a quarter
Then
mile.
the mom even went 10 flat. This whole family is just full of speed. I guess we'll find out in a couple minutes.
There she is, $2.3 million at auction. The debut coming up for a trainer who is sensational in turf sprints, especially with his debuters. Although at Saratoga, it's been a little bit of a different story. Without hesitation, we'll break from the outside. Jose Ortiz will ride when we come back to get started in this late pick 5.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage and our Bullet Bourbon Performance of the Week. 2-year-olds from last Saturday. Valora back in race 2 for Linda Rice. Pinpoint, one of 4 wins on the day for Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapoli. And how about Twinkletown and the Saratoga Special for Ken McPeak? Some of the future stars of our sport on display, Tom.
That was a very impressive win with the Kenny McPeak 2-year-old. I think that horse has a huge future.
This is where those dreams get started. Their stars of tomorrow. We're 11 minutes away from our 6. It will kick off the late pick 5. And again, there is the expensive one. $2.3 million daughter of Jackie's Warrior, Grade 1 winner. The only horse ever to do that at 2, 3, and 4 at this historic racetrack. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale for more.
And of course, Jackie's Warrior standing at Spendthrift Farm, Greg, as this is your 2-year-old Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And we'll take a look there at that very expensive daughter of his, Without Hesitation, who was entered for the turf last week. But of course, we had all that rain and Wesley Ward opted to scratch her, which some people may have found odd because she actually does have more of a dirt pedigree. Jackie's Warrior, while he has not won on the turf, his progeny has only won on the main track. And the dam, she won the Schuylerville. There have been 2 turf winners, though, from the family of 5 to try. As we'll take a look back here at her July 10th workout, she was setting the pace for an older, accomplished horse by the name of Longshoreman. And I liked it because I thought she was hard on the bridle throughout, found it very easily skipping over the turf course, and at least to my eye, I like the way she moved over it. And Wesley Ward has been quoted as saying he wants the turf for her because it's a more forgiving surface. Yes, They could eventually move to the dirt, but it's a good surface to get a start under her belt and build upon. Now, looking at her here in the paddock, she definitely has a race filly swagger to her. I love the way that she has been acting here in the paddock, and she looks fast, as Wesley Ward's horses tend to be. She has really strong hindquarters. However, the stats do not bode well for Wesley and his team. With 2-year-old turf sprinters in their first start here at Saratoga over the past 5 years, he is 0 for 17 with only 6 in the money. Moving on to a trainer that actually is very good with his turf sprinting 2-year-olds. That's number 6, Queenly, of course, for George Weaver, daughter of Hartspun, which his progeny are not known to be the most precocious in here overall. But the dam, she won turf sprinting. This horse half to a stakes winner, and there have been there's 1 winner out of 2 on the turf for those who have tried it in the family. We'll look back here at her workout on the, I'm not sure, guys, you got to tell me if it's a turf or dirt work. It is the July 10th work on the turf inside of Extravaganza, who was an incredibly impressive winner a couple weeks ago here for George Weaver. She was setting the pace. Yes, she was slightly second best late, but Extravaganza had run prior to that big win up here at the spa. So just wondering and looking at Queenly here in the paddock, does she need a start? She's just a little soft around the edges, but I do like her. She looks very much of the turf sprinting ilk. She's really solid with a lot of substance to her, and she has been a pro so far, Greg.
There she is, 9-2. Obviously, this barn, JK, is usually pretty dangerous early on and on the grass with his turf sprinters.
Well, they certainly are. I mean, George has had a ton of success. His numbers are out of this world lately, especially in the last couple of years with 2-year-old turf sprinters debuting. 2-year-old turf sprinters in general, he's been outstanding. So, source is 9-2. I know that the 9, there's a lot of buzz around the 9. The 7 also has some buzz and has some experience as well, but I wouldn't discount the 6 at all.
But the 7, the 9 right now dominating the wagering as we go back to Maggie.
Taking a look at another horse who has experience outside of your favorite. Number 1, Shinobu, does have experience, but not on the turf, however. But she's been working steadily on it for trainer Joe Sharp. 3 works ago, she was outside of Redcoats Coming, who was a pretty good second here a few weeks ago on the turf in a maiden special weight. She was kind of second best in that workout, to be fair, but she definitely moved like a turf sprinter. Boy, does she have some size to her, and she's very nicely put together. I think she moves up on this surface at a very generous 17-1 as Joe Sharp looks to get his second winner on the card. Moving on to another first-time starter, that's number 5, Not My Niche. This isn't Chad's niche, to be fair. Turf sprinting 2-year-olds, they generally perform better when going longer. But Not My Niche, at least as of now, is built more like a turf sprinter, having that Omaha Beach on the top side. The dam, however, half to Data Link, who is a multiple graded stakes winning turf router. Really nicely put together, might need a start, kind of very quiet too, so don't know how sharp and quick she's gonna be from the start, but I do think she'll run well here. One I'm gonna keep my eye on, Greg.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Here we go to our post parade. Coming up, we're approaching $400,000 in this pick 5 pool. Do you feel like Usha's going to be singled by many, or do you think a lot of people are sort of against her today?
I mean, look, you know, seeing Baffert is on the trainer line in New York, people get a little excited. I wouldn't single her. Will she be singled? Yeah, I think so. I also thought the 9, without hesitation, would be singled on a lot of tickets, but this horse is still 5-2 and Chile on the board.
Here is Shinobu, one with experience, but it came on dirt.
Yeah, it came on dirt, and the family doesn't really support turf one way or the other. 17-1 on the board, cold.
Mark Cassie Barn, another one with a dirt debut, Harpoon.
Yeah, comes off of back-to-back works on the Oklahoma training turf over there. Mark's pretty good at identifying where they want to be.
A Grand Motion filly, the 3. I'll pass on the name.
How about, yeah, I think I'll pass too, but I won't pass to the pedigree. It's the strongest turf pedigree in this entire field.
Yeah, the Mom Mitchell Road, multiple stakes winner, 7-time winner on the lawn, never going to stop, has Ricardo Santana Jr.
Good speed sprinting on the turf, but Ellis got a little bit of a light figure.
Chad Brown, first-time starter with the meets leading rider Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, and here's a horse that's really not showing much action on the board as well. For a Chad Brown turf horse, that's unusual.
Queenly we touched on for the George Weaver barn.
Yeah, the mare was a proficient turf sprinter. She has produced one turf sprinter, a player.
The one with experience on the lawn and the favorite, Rockabye.
I kind of like this horse. I mean, she made some mistakes in her first start. You can bet Miguel Clement, the trainer, is going to correct those, and she should do better.
Oh, come on.
What am I missing?
Kenan LaRose, and it comes in off a nice B- Clocker report work on the turf.
And without hesitation, Wesley Ward, is this a, how do you feel about this? Well, I'll get to you in a minute. Go ahead.
Okay, well, without hesitation, I'll just simply, I see what you did there.
Yeah,
nice.
finally.
$2.3 million purchase from the outside post.
I was going to ask Jay, both you guys, though, is this a bad sign that this one's not taking more money than 9 with all the buzz about this horse?
JK, you start.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, let's see. It depends on what your goal is here. Let's see what Tom did with his ticket, and I think then I'll answer if he's in good or
How
bad
about
shape.
that? So I'm very spread out in this race. I think there's a lot of possibilities in here. I don't really narrow down to the 8th race. My single, we're talking about an 8-to-1 in the program in Marketplace of Ideas. I think that horse has a big shot. And then I'm going to spread back out a little bit in the last 2 legs, but I'm trying to keep this ticket cheap so everybody can play along.
If the 9 is chilly, which I think we all agree the 9 is chilly, I love Tom's ticket using the 3, 5, 7, 8. Other horses to add value throughout that situation, because the 9 is not being bet like he's some Wesley Ward monster who's going to end up being favored in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint.
All right, let's go back to the one with experience, to the current favorite at 2-to-1 here. Rockabye came at this meet, opening day, July 3rd for Miguel Clement. Just missed Mig by a neck.
Yeah, and ran extremely well. Basically chasing the pace throughout and stayed on doggedly. Seems like Miguel's had a little bit of one of those meets, a lot of seconds, thirds, maybe not quite as many wins, but a lot of times those seconds and thirds turn into wins, and this is a good effort first time.
Yeah, it's kind of spotty in my opinion. You know, one minute you think she's moving forward, the next minute she looks like she's kind of hanging. This comes with a horse that's never competed before, with a debut kind of horse. Look, Miguel gets that horse, you know, that happened on July the 3rd. He's had a month to work with her. You can believe she's going to be much more professional today.
And some people might be a little bit scratching their head when they see a flight line running on the grass, as proficient as he was on the dirt, one of the best dirt horses I've ever seen in my life. In Japan, his first winner was in a turf sprint. He also had a horse in Japan win, Flightline did, going 1 mile and an 1/8 on the grass. And then what I've also heard about the Flightlines, and Tom, I don't know if you've seen a ton of them, is that they look like their moms. They don't look like him. They look like their moms.
Well, he got a hell of a first crop at the sale of Keeneland, and they are beautiful, but he got all the top mares, so he has every opportunity for sure.
This one with a race over the grass as well for Norm Cassidy. It came at Ellis. Had the lead, got caught late, ran second, beat less than a length Mig in that debut.
Yeah, another one showed good speed on debut. You get Ricardo Santana, who's not bashful about allowing horses to show their speed. It was a little light on the buyer figures, but somebody much smarter than me, Greg, told me with 2-year-olds, you got to be careful with those figures because there's less established form. That's an ode to you, by the way. You're the one who told me that.
Thank you. Things can change quick. Certainly with these 2-year-olds, that one's 7-1 right now as we go back to Maggie.
As we'll take a look here at the horse who has been holding steady as your favorite at 2-to-1 is Rockabye, and I get it. She ran very well first time out behind a horse in Allura who was able to go gate to wire at a big price that day. I believe she was like 22-to-1 for trainer Kelsey Danner. And she kind of stuck with her, kept, responding to Manny Franco's urging and made it very close in the end. Now, she's doing what I don't love to see second time starting, especially young fillies do, and that's get really fizzy, really amped up. As she came over with the pony, she has the cotton in her ears. They had to take her away from the rest of the field in this post spray to just try to keep her calm. She's definitely really tightened up, having that race under her belt. She can win. Like I said, I like her first race. I just didn't love what she showed me here second time around. As we'll take a look here at another horse who has experience, but on the dirt, and that's number 2, Harpoon, a daughter of Cyberknife. There is no turf pedigree in this family at all. I will say that, and I know she's had some works on the turf. They were fairly pedestrian. I will say this though, she has behaved so much better in her second start. She's tighter, she's more solid as well. She just really kind of had her wits about her today, whereas last time she was completely bewildered. We'll see how she does moving to the turf, and then we'll check in with another first-time starter. Embouteillage, which means traffic jam in French, is the Grand Motion trainee. There's plenty of turf pedigree. Just a touch backwards looking, like there's still a lot of development to be had, and it feels like Graham is getting this race, this turf sprint, into her to eventually build upon, to possibly stretch her out, because that's what her pedigree hints at her wanting to do, Greg.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Embouteillage, 16-1. And the second full race out of a dam who again went over almost $620,000 on the lawn, was very fast miler, multiple stakes winner. And the debut coming up. And these races, Tom, as you well know, just even if you have a talented one like the 9 and all that hype, there could be a lot of other talented ones in the mix as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, how many first-time starters do we have in this race? 6 or 7 at least in this race. And so, you know, what's going on with preparation? That outside post position is a tough post position to work out of. You tend to have a beginner break away from the field, and so you kind of lose your momentum right at the start.
Would you say that's like water flowing to empty space?
I like that. Have you used that on the air before?
It's a good Miggism.
Why don't you jump in already and do that?
A few times.
It's so much better than mine.
Here we go. The 7, the favorite, and that expensive Jackie's Warrior first-time starter, $2.3 million, stepping into the gate. Right now, let's send it upstairs. The 6th from Saratoga on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Here's Frank Miramati.
Without hesitation, getting a couple of little nudges to go in. She's actually hesitating. Going in. Still trying to motivate. Number 9 into the gate. And she backs off yet again. Check of the toe port for her. 5-2 currently. Rider jumps off. That's Jose Ortiz. And the assistant starting team working hard, and then Jose to climb back up. And they're off. Shinobu is out very quickly. Never Gonna Stop has some early interest. Rockabye moves nicely now into second. Embouteillage is not far behind, only 2.5 or so off the lead. Oh, Come On is next with 3 to make up. Never Gonna Stop loses a couple of spots. Harpoon inches up inside of her. Not My Niche is 7 lengths off the lead. Without Hesitation, who was off slowly, is last behind Queenly. The opening quarter in 21-4. Shinobu leads. Rockabye presses. Oh, Come On rallying on the outside of them in third. Embouteillage is fourth, 3 lengths off the lead, 3 clear of Harpoon. Queenly is next. They're at the top of the stretch. Shinobu. Rockabye comes up alongside, takes the lead. Embouteillage is firing a nice shot, moving into second and trying to get to Rockabye, and she's getting closer too. Embouteillage takes aim and is coming sweetly on the outside. Embouteillage will win going away. Very stylish victory there. Rockabye was second. Queenly finished third. And then the photo for fourth between Harpoon and Without Hesitation. A nice debut victory for Embouteillage.
Embouteillage, debuter, Grand Motion Barn, John Velasquez. Rolls by for the win at first, asking 15-1.
No traffic jam here. On the rail, going to swing out right here. She's third from the outside, inside that white-faced horse in the white cap. Big-time finish from a horse that had, without a doubt, the best turf pedigree of any horse in this field.
Beautiful trip under Johnny Velasquez. Set that coveted pocket spot, was able to angle out when he wanted to, and she finished nicely. And didn't take any money, but she has been training down at Fair Hill, so maybe people just were less aware of her.
Yeah, it's a great point. You know, they're down at Fairhill. They don't have the private clockers all over around town letting you know what's going on.
Keep
Let's
your
check
eyes
out
on the
the
9.
Yeah, there she goes. She's going to break outward, lose some momentum. Next thing you know, she's well back in the field. And it's very difficult in a race this short to get started again.
She didn't really make up any ground at all, though. I mean, she broke slow, but she
Not
wasn't
a great
picking
break,
up,
but yeah, didn't do much
she
after
wasn't
that
picking
either.
up horses late.
3-7-6-2. Not just winning at first asking here, beating one who showed talent and had experience on this turf course for a very sharp barn. So Embouteillage, impressive debut here with that big pedigree. And maybe on to bigger and better things here to win at first asking. 15-1 beginning, Meg, to the start of this late pick 5.
You know, and I think it was a tell when Grand Motion reaches out for Johnny Velasquez. They've teamed up very successfully for many years. Heck, they won a Kentucky Derby with Animal Kingdom together. And Embouteillage, well, it's one thing we're not going to have to worry as much about when we go to Aqueduct on the Belt Parkway anymore, huh? Traffic jams.
As you said, this one had the best turf pedigree in the race for a top trainer.
Right.
A man who just won his 800th career stakes race. John, why did this horse not take more money?
It's so simple now. Look, it looked like a wide open race. And sure, this one is actually one of the many I put on my pick 5 ticket, but you're right. The connections, his ability to train on the turf as well as any surface for Grand Motion, and there he is right there. You're exactly right, Greg. Shouldn't have been 13-1, 15-1, excuse me.
There's Grand Motion. And always good to get on the board here. His first winner of the Saratoga summer with an impressive first-time starter, 2-year-old filly with certainly some talent. And the pedigree behind her 2 wins today for the Hall of Famer, John Velasquez. This guy right here having a pretty good career up here as well. Arad Ortiz Jr. in the jockey spotlight with a MIG when we come back.
Up alongside of Knightsbridge, and now these two will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. T.O. Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he has taken the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at T.O. Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. He meant business today. Japan's T.O. Elvis crushed them.
Elvis is in the building.
Yes, he is.
Big game, it's tonight here in town. Jockeys versus trainers, all for a good cause. Saratoga Springs Rec Center, 7 p.m. sharp, raising money for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund and the New York Racetrack Chaplaincy. And it's all for fun, right?
Oh, yeah. Nobody takes it very seriously.
Incredibly heated, doesn't it, Mick?
It really does. I mean, listen, they want bragging rights. Jocks want to beat the trainers. Trainers want to beat the jocks. And the trainers are just fortunate that I'm not going to come out of retirement because I used to be the center on the jockey basketball team.
There's your MVP, though, in the yellow, Manny Franco. The wickedest crossover in that jocks room.
How about
but
that
this
final?
is, we were trying to do some research. Usually the jockeys, they get someone to join their team like a John Wallace, who was here a couple of summers ago. They don't have a big-name former pro playing with them tonight.
Well, that's what they're saying. I've been looking at the spread, and it hadn't moved very much, so maybe they don't have anybody. But last year the Jocks won, and I made Ken and LaRose. I made him run sprints after that.
Johnny V aboard for Graham Motion, here to kick off this late pick 5 on Embouteillage. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with 1 and 1A of Team Motion, Graham and Anita, of course. And Graham, sorry, I got that backwards. As I'll start with you, Embouteillage, you had her ready. And I'll be honest, she showed more speed, was much handier than anticipated for John Velasquez. Is this a stepping stone for her to go further, or is she more of a turf sprinter?
I mean, she's quick, and the stallion was a miler. He produces quick horses, so I wasn't surprised as long as she braked well, and I felt pretty good when I saw Johnny sitting in that sort of pocket third down the backstretch.
Fair Hill is so wonderful for so many things. It's also good for hiding one, Graham, as you were laughing. She went off at 15-1.
Yeah, I mean, I had a small wager when they came in the paddock when I saw what price she was.
Good for you, winning on all fronts. And we have the jockeys versus trainers basketball game tonight. We also have a benefit for aftercare for the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. And Anita, you and I serve on the board. Talk a little bit about tonight's event. It's a wonderful tradition that you thought up in partnership with a little tequila and the Adelphi Hotel.
What could be better, right? A party with lots of tequila. I think this is our fifth event.
Yeah.
It's at the Adelphi Hotel from 6 till 8. And with your VIP ticket, you also get a signed bottle by Cherie DeVoe and Jose Ortiz. So a real collector's item for a very, very good cause.
And tickets are still available. You can check out TRF Inc.
Not many left. So.
Not many, so get it in now. TRFinc.org at the events page. Guys, congratulations, and looking forward to seeing you guys tonight.
Yeah, see you later. Thanks.
Tequila all around. Embouteillage. Hopefully we don't have that leaving the races today, Greg.
Graham Motion, one of the top trainers in this sport, and Graham and his wife, Anita, two of the classiest individuals you will meet in the game.
Yeah, they give back, and that says a lot about a couple.
Here's something you don't know about Graham probably, Tom. His first job while he was in high school was a dishwasher at the diner in my town in Millbrook.
I had no idea.
His parents were managing the farm that he was living on, and that was his first job. It's a good diner, too, by the way. Got to get you there.
Clean plates?
Well, you know what they say, you get the blue plate special on a clean plate.
Good starting ground to a Kentucky Derby. Race 7, 6 furlongs, $25,000 maiden claiming race, and Abregado, Brad Cox taking the big drop. Few others are as well. Blinkers on for this one on the outside. Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard, who we're going to tell you more about right now. 5-day suspension delayed Arad Ortiz Jr.'s bid for another Saratoga riding title this summer, but since returning, he has been on a tear, including a record-tying 6-win day just a couple of weeks ago. Richard Migliore sits down with one of the hottest riders in the sport in our Jockey Spotlight.
Irad, what was it like? I'm sure it had to be mixed emotions in the Kentucky Derby. You came up like, it's right there. I can win the Kentucky Derby, and then Jose comes and picks you up.
It was tough. My dream is win the Kentucky Derby, and it was so close. I feel like a winner getting close to the wire. When I look to the side, I see his socks. I know it was him. So at the first, I was happy for him. I was so happy for him as soon as we crossed the wire. That was the first thing crossed to my mind. Then when I pull up, I realized that, damn, like how close I was, and it was tough for me, like, get over it. That night, I watched the replay 100 times, and I was happy for my brother. You know, he deserves it. He deserves everything he got. He have an amazing year, and he's a great man. I'm happy for him.
You know, I've watched you from the very beginning, and there was times I've been critical of you. I thought maybe overdoing the race riding a little bit, but you don't go over the line anymore. You ride that line perfectly, like a razor's edge.
I was hurting myself, honestly. I was getting too many days, which I don't like. When I'm not riding at home, watching the horses, watching the races, it's painful, bro. That's the worst thing. I hate to be at home when they have racing. I just start working with myself. I listen a lot of people who wants me to be better, and I start working on myself. Even my agent, you know, a little tips and other riders too. And I just try to ride my horses. It worked out great last few years, so I mean, I'm looking forward to keep getting better.
July 25th, you had a 6-win day. But Counting Stars, I thought, was especially all your skills on display. Talk about that ride a little bit.
She gave me the confidence, honestly. So I break running a little bit. I don't have too much speed on the race. I know we're gonna be on the lead. If we break good, we was on the first 10. After that, I just have a long haul, and she come back to me beautiful. It was ears up every step of the way. We wasn't going that slow, but it was beautiful. So I let him be her, and the 3 boys start like getting out a little bit just to buying time to turn for home, and then Jose realized I'm going too comfortable, I guess, and he decided to go. So he surprised me a little bit, so I started working on it. So I go with him, I make the turn with him, and then from the quarter pole to the west, it's gonna be a battle, you know, it's gonna be a horse race. And then I just showed the stick, and she opened up a half, and I said, man, I'm going, I have so much horse.
And Counting Stars has another gear and opens up with authority.
Obviously a 6-win day, but just you're riding every day. And that's why you're the recipient this week of the Golden Goggles. I just appreciate you taking the time to come and talk with me about your career and all the good you're doing.
No, thank you.
I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
Sensational what he's been able to put together this year. I know so much attention on his brother in the year he's had, but every single year it seems like Irad Ortiz Jr. is doing this near the top of the standings nationally in earnings and wins. And Mig, it's ridiculous that he missed the first 5 days of this meet, and he already has 27 wins.
I mean, he's just making up so much ground so quickly against 2 riders that are still in front of him, obviously Jose, his brother, and Flavien Prat, who are riding as well as anybody. I mean, there's 4 or 5 guys here riding in career form, and we're just blessed to have the depth of talent in this jockey colony.
When you look at those Grade 1 victories that Irad has this year, I mean, they are on the dirt, they're on the turf. They're short, they're long. He comes from back, he's on front, he's mid-pack. I mean, Mig, it takes more than just physical talent. You've got to have the ability to understand pace and what's going on and place your horse in the right spot.
The way I always looked at it is your best riders are chameleons, meaning they fit the horse they're riding, the situation they're riding in. They don't have a style they're going to force a horse to fit. They are going to blend in and be that chameleon. And nobody's doing that any better than the 4 or 5 top riders here right now.
I think one of his most brilliant rides this year was the idea that we all sat up here for a week talking about how Chip Honcho was loose in the Jim Dandy. And his plan that morning, talking to Todd Pletcher, was, I'm going to just let him do his thing. I'm not going to rush him into the race. That's exactly what he did. And at the 3/8 bowl, he looked like he was way too far behind, and he came rolling. To me, that was his brilliance on display.
So far back, and now he's going to have that big rematch with the horse that got by him in the Kentucky Derby, who his brother's aboard, of course, Golden Tempo. Meanwhile, we got a big one coming up on Saturday. It's Whitney Week, the Whitney itself. First running back in 1928. Fastest ever run, Lawyer Ron. Nitrogen's Ogden Phipps. It's only a 5th off that record on this racetrack at a mile and 8. She'll be in this year's edition. Most wins ever, Discovery Kelso. They won it 3 times apiece. Green Tree Stable, their 6 victories span from 1931 to 1958. Pat Day, Jerry Bailey. Wasn't there a Pat Day argument on this set a couple days ago? Each won it 5 times. John Gavers Sr., his 5th Whitney win. Came back in that 1958 season. 6 fillies have won the Whitney. We'll see if Nitrogen can add her name to that list. 9 have gone on to win a Breeders' Cup race, including White Barrio, who will be in this year's edition. Back in 2023, 26 crown champion, including the extremely fast Knicks Go. Just let him go do his thing as fast as he could on the front end. 12 named Horse of the Year in that same year, including Invasor, and 22 are included across the street in the Hall of Fame, including the great gun runner, a race with so much history, named after a family that was integral to this town and this racetrack. And a look at this year's edition, the race of the year that we're looking at here, Tom.
Yeah, speed on the inside with magnitude. There's one horse in this race that's not a millionaire. That's the 4-horse Forged Steel. He is partly owned with the same people that have White Barrio. You get the idea maybe this one's going to send right out of the gate, give magnitude something to think about early.
And before you think, yeah, White Barrio's 7 years old, he's past his prime, JK. Took it to sovereignty and journalism in the Oaklawn Handicap 2 starts ago.
Yeah, this was a shocking one for me. I think a lot of people thought that these two horses, the 3-year-olds to the inside in the blue, sovereignty in the blue, and then journalism in the orange and blue, thought that they were going to have a huge 4-year-old year. And then White Barrio, the old progue, comes running by them late. The thing about White Barrio is you either get this, you get Breeders' Cup Classics, you get freaky Pegasus wins, or you get ho-hum performances. I don't know which one to expect from him on Saturday.
And that's what we saw big last time out in the Stephen Foster.
But going back to just talk to Irad, this was one of those brilliant rides where it looked like White Barrio was probably going to make the pace. He looked over and saw, sovereignty and journalism going at it. He eased back. He called an audible in the moment, and boy, did it work out.
But we, go back when we look at Irad Ortiz Jr.'s Whitney wins. One of them with White Barrio. You look at that last performance. Was it lackluster? He's never really loved a wet track, has he?
No, he hasn't. And truly, Magnitude, who is the favorite coming up in the Whitney, was in that Stephen Foster. And, he left the gate running. And I'll ask you, Richie, so when that happens, no matter what your style is of your horse, when you got a horse like that in front, don't you have to kind of change your style and get the right position to hopefully get him? It threw everybody off their game, I thought, that was behind him.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, and sometimes you break so good. One of my principles of riding, Tom, was never take anything away that comes easy. So if a horse broke running and places themselves well, who am I to get in the way? Sometimes you got to be a pilot, sometimes you got to be a passenger.
Well, here's the one to beat in the upcoming 7th race. Starts the pick 4. Abrogado. Even money here, dropping class, and Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard.
That bee likes you, Greg.
Greg, your friend is now with me, so thanks a lot for
You're
shooing
welcome.
him my way.
What do you guys think here? Obviously a big drop. That last race seems like incredibly dangerous here, doesn't he, JK?
Well, I think two things can be true. This horse should be favored. This horse should not be 4 to 5. I do agree the horse should be favored. I just think 4 to 5 odds-on is getting a little out of control.
Let's go to Maggie.
We'll check in with some other horses not named Abrogado, including 2 others that also add blinkers for this try to break their maiden, including number 2 in here for Chad Summers. Implacable is a horse that I think could show good early speed, and sometimes when you get into these maiden claimers, that's all you need. Implacable, talking about number 2 here, guys. Sorry if I went out of order, but he'll add a short cup cheater blinker. I think he looks sensational here. He is a horse that wears that Sherwin, which is that piece of rubber that goes on either side of the bit and meets up in the middle. It's to keep the bit up in their mouth. Sometimes it's used for horses who might have a little bit trouble breathing, not the cleanest of airways, just to keep that bit from encumbering their breathing. I love what I'm seeing from this guy, especially against this field. I've liked him in the past. I will say this, though, however, 2 back when he ran okay. I shouldn't say okay. He actually ran really disappointingly, given the fact that he was with the bias of the racetrack. And then back on January 2nd, it was definitely good to be inside, but he was forward, which is where you want it to be. I just think they were arguably better horses than what he meets here. Moving on to a horse that will switch from turf to dirt for a second start for Miguel Clement. Got to get him through here. He's had a lot of tough luck seconds, that's for sure. Draft Riot, see if he can do that, as he'll add a pair of blinkers as well. A horse that I saw last time at Monmouth, while I was dubious of his chances on the turf because he just doesn't look like a turf horse, I thought too he was awfully aggressive in the paddock there at Monmouth. Today, he's a completely different animal. He's calm, he's quiet, the cotton is in his ears. He looks good against this field. He does wear a pretty serious piece of equipment in his mouth, though. However, he'll wear that extended kind of cage bit where it kind of comes out maybe an inch more rather than a normal cage bit, and it really accentuates the bars in that horse's mouth. So all you have to do is touch a rein very lightly and a horse will respond to it. So he was having the propensity to get out a little bit last time out. I do like his demeanor more today than I did going back to the Monmouth try, and he's back to dirt, which I think is his preferred surface, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 8 minutes away from the 7th coming up. We're going to have the post parade for you when we come back. Implacable, one of a few dropping in class for the first time. That one for the Chad Summers Barn Preakness winning trainer, Chad Summers of Napoleon Solo fame. We'll be back.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa as we get set for a pick 4. So they're walking down Champions Way. Post parade coming up on a gorgeous Wednesday afternoon at the premier meet in the country. We have an even money favorite in Abrogado, the 9 here, the class dropper for Brad Cox, whose Saratoga summer season is the best start that he has ever had in his career. And here we go. We'll start with the first-time starter from the inside for Jenna Antonucci. It's Banksy.
Yeah, a couple of pretty interesting works there. And I would say with those good works and running for 25K claim, maybe this isn't the right horse.
Banksy's go for quite a bit more than this one did at auction. Implacable.
Implacable. First 2 races left a lot to be desired, then 2 good runs. Last time on the turf, getting back to the proper surface and the drop.
Ron Moquette Barn, Camino.
This is an interesting horse to me. First time gelding in this spot. Some works that I found interesting as well. So at, let's say, 12-1, he's got a shot.
John Terranova Barn, 0 for 12 with a 5 so far.
0 for 12 with the 5, might be 0 for 6, 0 for 13.
Mr. RT, a little interesting here on the cutback.
Yeah, ran well last time at the mile, was claimed for 20. Will the 12th time be the charm?
Class dropper with Draft Riots to 7.
Yeah, I know a lot of people like this horse. I think this horse needs the lead to run his best race.
And here's the even money favorite with Arad Ortiz Jr., Abrogado.
We'll talk about him a little more, but I think he's vulnerable.
The 11 25-1 Fess for Bobby Robato.
Yeah, hasn't really shown much yet. They tried blinkers last time, not much improvement. Now a little class drop.
Wager AI putting together a play here, coming up in the 7th race. And the AI suggested play, a daily double, the even money favorite in this race with race 8, using the 1, 3, and 6, which are the 3 main players in that race. The Phil Antonacci runner, Jonathan Thomas runner, and Chad Brown's Brisbane. He, of course, also has the 5, is the bigger price, and they're not included on that play. All right, time to play Bet the Favorite, Beat the Favorite. Tom Amos, you're up.
All right, I'm going to try to beat the favorite here for a few reasons, despite AI saying that the favorite is very strong in this spot. But we're going to look at a few things as it pertains to Abrigado. So, as a 2-year-old in training, this horse went for $875,000. Today, if you wanted to buy him out of the race, you could buy him for $25,000. That is a big haircut. If not a haircut, maybe they're beheading you. But anyhow, if you've got a good client and you're going to take that kind of loss, it means you don't think the horse is that much. Blinkers on is just a change. Just try something different because nothing's working. So I think he's vulnerable at 4-5 now. Oh, who's my pick? I guess you guys would like to know, huh?
Well, if you're going to beat the favorite, yeah, there we go.
And there he is. I think Camino, first time gelding, has a chance to upset the apple cart. I'm going to bet 25 to win and 25 to place on Camino, the 3-horse.
Christopher Elliott will ride that horse at Hot Springs in all 3 starts of this 3-year-old campaign so far. We have not seen him since April, and now a new gelding. So see how this pans out, 14 to 1. And I'm not going to say good luck.
Why not?
Because you always wish me luck. Oh, what are you trying to tell us?
I'll leave it at
you're
that.
betting the favorite.
I'll leave it at that.
Wow.
This is an interesting race to look. Certainly the 9.
Well, he's got all the class. Okay, so if he goes out there and knocks him out, okay. But I just think there's some vulnerability that you got to take a shot because being that short a price, Jonathan, at 4-5, it increases the odds on everybody else in the field.
100%. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the board and you think a horse is over bet, that means that someone is under bet.
And this 7 as well, Mig, taking a similar drop. This one has only been a maiden special weight company. I guess they checked that box. They tried the turf last time out. That didn't work out. And now the big drop down.
Yeah, this horse's race is very comparable to your favorite, the 9 Abrigado on the dirt. See, he has a tendency, he wants to lug in a little bit. I agree with Tom. I think they'd be better off just allowing him to use his speed. Then he can get over to the rail if he wants to. He doesn't have to correct them all the time.
I look for any race this horse has had, and there have been 4 of them where he shows some finish the last portion of the race. I can't find it. I think he is one-dimensional speed.
I mean, I like the horse a little bit, Draft Riots. I think that when you look through the past performances, you see his first 2 starts, 6-1, 7-1, those 2 starts, and runs where you're kind of supposed to run. Comes back is a little disappointing, I do agree. The turf try, I'll forgive.
6-1's too big, isn't it?
This horse is in the mix. Horse is in the mix.
Oh, 100%.
Let's go to Maggie.
Guys, you spoke about number 7, Draft Riots, wanting to lug in. Like I said, back in the paddock, he is wearing that corrective bit. Now, in my experience, sometimes with that bit, and I'm not saying it's bound to happen today, but they don't run as freely through it because it is so severe that if you touch it, if you fall back on it at all, a horse will overreact. He does have the right jockey on his bit to ensure that that is likely not to happen. But I did want to point that out about that corrective bit yet again. As we'll move on to your favorite, number 9, Abrigado. He looks fantastic. I have no problems with this horse whatsoever. He's energetic, he's sharp, physically he looks fantastic. He'll add a short cup of cheater blinkers, and yeah, I did think last time he was run off his feet a bit. I've always been under the assumption that he wants a little bit further than this, but they seem stuck on the 6 furlongs for him, but I think against this field, he's just going to prove to be best. The horse that caught my eye out on the track, though, is first off the claim for Roshan Samsundar, Mr. RT. I love the fact it's his daughter, who owns this horse, Emily Racing stable, as they have teamed up many times, including his win here. But Mr. RT, while I'm not in love with less ground for him, because I think he does appreciate kind of getting out there and getting in a rhythm, and he's a bigger horse, so that's easier for him to do. He looked exceptionally well on the track. Really tucked up, really fit here off the kind of quick turnaround, but moving incredibly well. We'll see if the 6 furlong suits him today, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Here we go. Loading up 4 to 5. Abrigado for the Brad Cox barn, Rat Ortiz Jr. In the irons, 5 to 2. Implacable for Chad Summers. Some big works as well, according to the DRF Clocker report. Here we go with the 7th. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
The favorite, Abrigado, has taken up his spot. Loch Curran goes in. Here's Fess. Going in. Fess right up to the gate, gets a couple of reminders from the assistant starter. Backs right up again. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Abrigado bounces out right on top. Loch Curran has some early interest. Draft Riot's in between. At the rail, it's Banksy is now coming through along with Implacable, and those two now dueling for the lead. It's Implacable and it's Banksy. It's Banksy to the front. Draft Riots is 4 off the pace, followed by Loch Curran. The favorite Abrigado broke on top, reclaims 4th, and is now trying to get after this group. It's a pretty big gap back to Fess. Camino is second to last, rounding the far turn with Mr. RT outside of him. Strung out, 21 and 4. It's Banksy, Implacable, Abrigado getting right after them now, starting to pick up some momentum as now Implacable drifts out while tiring, and so it's Banksy, Abrigado coming after him with 1 furlong to go, and Abrigado is up to take the lead easily. Putting away it's Banksy as Loch Curran tries to complete the exacta, but it's all Abrigado. Abrigado simply had far, far too much class, and it's an exhibition run for him. Abrigado by 7 lengths. Loch Curran was second. Tight photo, noses up and down between Camino and Mr. RT.
Big favorite, no problem here with a drop in class. So the drop and likely goodbye. We'll update you if this one was taken. I would assume so. Brad Cox with his 12th winner of the meet. 2 today for Rat Ortiz Jr.
Well, boys, it's not a game of perfect. You know, with this big favorite, you knew he was either going to win by a bunch or he wasn't going to run his race. He broke really sharp, laid off the pace, and then came running at the end. Dominated this group. As far as the 25 to win in place, I'm in a photo for place with the 3. Let's see if we can make that happen.
But, Tom, you don't have to be perfect when you're playing against 4 to 5 shots. Everyone makes that mistake. It's not a result. You can't be so results-oriented. You made the right play of playing against a horse you thought was overbet. Those horses win sometimes. It doesn't mean you made a bad play.
43 to 1, by the way, underneath. That's how you can still make money in this game with favorites winning. 2 today for that man. The only horse claimed out of this race, guys. Your winner right here.
I can't wait to hear how many people put their bid in
Probably
to claim.
crowded
We'll find
claim
that
box,
out.
yeah? Let's take a look at the start.
You notice that 11 horse, even with experience, broke to that empty space. Like water, they flow.
I heard that about 10 minutes ago.
9-5-6-3 Abrigado. At odds on here as we look overhead, JK.
Well, I mean, I can't stop thinking about Mig's point about how they flow to water. That's why I like sitting on the outside here. I flow to water.
You want to make
well.
that quick escape, don't you? As soon as the show wraps up, you're the first one out.
Perfect trip, though. Very fast pace for this level of horses. 21 and shading under 22, 45 and change. And Abrigado, I think he found the right group.
I'm going to reiterate, I love this drone shot so much.
Fantastic.
It's so much, you have an idea of what's going on so much better. Look, we're all conditioned to watch a race from the pan. You know, we'll look at a head-on. But being able to see that, watching this horse kick away, it's so much more dramatic with the blimp
We're
shot.
going to need, on Formulator, 3 views now. Pan,
I love it.
head-on, and drone.
And drone. But it really does give you a much different perspective.
9.563 finish, 2 today for Aranda Ortiz Jr., 28 and counting at the meet. We're going to take a timeout. Bob Baffert, Hall of Famer, showing up with a New York-bred filly. Grade 1 winner, Usha. Still to come in the Johnstone.
Lightline is in full flight.
Lightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Odds-on favorite, Abrogado. 2 today for Arad Ortiz Jr. Means sheltered, safe from rain or wind. And as far in front as this one was, the rest of the field was safe from anyone.
I thought it was an Italian dessert.
Affogato.
Yeah,
There you are.
You're in the ballpark.
Affogato.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, that's why I got you guys.
Let's go to Maggie.
I'm here with Ned Toffee. I was trying to get the scoop on who named Abrogado, but Ned, talk a little bit about, you have to play the game up here at the spa. If you have the right horse, sometimes you just got to drop him to get the win, and he won so convincingly today.
Yeah, he's a quality horse, just not quite at the level that we like to play at. Yeah. And our goal with our racing program is to try to get these horses into our stud barn. And so I'll put it out there. We're great people to claim off of, because once we decide they're not likely to make it to that level, we're going to try to move them along and go on to the next horse. But this can be a really good, useful horse for a lot of people, and he may be able to string together some races. That was obviously very impressive today. So he'll get a new good home, and we'll move on.
Well said. Let's talk about the ones that you are hoping to keep in your barn, of course. A first-time starting 2-year-old on Saturday, Red Poppy. Now, she doesn't have a plethora of pedigree, but she worked at the OBS sale and here at Saratoga. She floats.
Yeah, she's really impressive, and just even watching her in the morning at Todd's barn when he jogs him off every morning on the blacktop, and she just floats over that. She's really impressive. We've had really good luck buying off Tom McCrocklin at the 2-year-old sales, and this was another such horse, and she's just big, athletic. She looks a little more like a 3-year-old colt than a 2-year-old filly, and she's been very impressive in the morning. So, but we never know until they line up and do it. So, but we're very excited about her. And of course, she's by Omaha Beach, who's our stallion. So it's always especially nice when we can have some luck with by something that's either a homebred or by one of our stallions.
Proven commodity, Goodall in the test. What are you looking for her?
Well, obviously we'd love to come away with the W. That's a really tough race, though. And, so I think she's a graded stakes winner. I think the next step, if we could get grade 1 placing, that would be a small victory. And if she could pull off the win and come away and become a grade 1 winner, she's already earned a spot on the farm, and beautiful filly, and look forward to having her at the farm one day as a broodmare. But grade 1 placing would be great, and coming away with a win would be even better.
Well, Ned, best of luck with both of those. Congrats here, though.
Thank you very much.
All right, Spendthrift Farm, well-rounded ownership and breeding company. Guys?
I got issues, and it's not with him, but that was one of the hardest names for me to get right last year. A horse named after Ned Toffee, Ted Noffee. I couldn't keep him correct.
It's
but it wasn't his fault.
No.
He didn't name the horse.
But I do think that's why the horse ended up getting the name, is because...
No, it was, yeah.
Ted seems more... Your brain wants to say Ted.
No, yeah, they did a play on words for him, but yeah, oh man, that was hard to get right. Champion 2-year-old, of course, and one we see hopefully coming back very soon.
Yeah, I would hope so. I was actually at Todd's barn this morning, and I saw Ted Noffee, and he almost bit Todd, but he didn't. But he almost did.
It's a good thing. Race 7, let's move along. 8th is 21 minutes away. Is that race 7? Race 8, excuse me. Mile over the inner turf in this allowance optional claiming group. And when we heard that Phil Antonacci was so high on JK, got beat by the stablemate, though, back in that States debut here on July 9th.
Absolutely. It's one of my favorite parts of Saratoga, is the gift that keeps on giving. You remember things that happen. We're at that point of the meet now. We're seeing horses run back. I thought this horse was live. The 2, Gowell's Delight, bet down from the 12-1 morning line. That'll be my top choice.
Meanwhile, Phil Antonacci with Ashikita down on the inside. He was born into harness racing's most respected families, or one of them anyway, but he chose to forge his own path in the thoroughbred game. And after years of learning and paying his dues, last summer at Saratoga, the breakthrough finally came. Now one of racing's brightest young stars is continuing with his success.
Starting out as a young racehorse trainer is no easy feat, but Philip Antonacci comes with the right experience and resume. After growing up in the world of harness racing, Antonacci honed his thoroughbred skills in Sheikh Mohammed's Godolphin Flying Start program.
It's a 2-year scholarship program fully sponsored by His Highness, and you travel around the world working for his various operations. We call it the Harvard Business School of Thoroughbred Racing. You're able to spend some kind of placements at places that you can actually just choose. I admire the way they run their business. I'd like to go learn from them. And for me, that was, I spent 3 months with Todd Pletcher at Belmont, and also I spent 3 months with Mark Johnson in the north of England. I think I was a little naive at the time when I took it on.
Antonacci has clearly taken his lessons to heart, evident at his family's Lindy Farms, which includes a European-style gallop for the thoroughbred trainees.
And we spent a bit of time over there and saw their uphill training gallops, and we replicated that in Connecticut. It's a 7-furlong wood chip, fully irrigated with turf as well. So it's a little bit of a European influence in America.
Perhaps most important, the family has a successful history in harness racing, from running a multi-generation standardbred breeding and racing institution to campaigning 5 Hambletonian winners. Antonacci has long been learning from the best.
Jimmy Tactor, for those that don't know, he's the most successful standardbred trainer of all time. When I launched my operation, he's someone that I kind of brought in as a mentor. You're a sports psychiatrist, you're a physiologist, you're an exercise physiologist. You try to plan races as well as just running a business. And it's kind of been an instilled family value that, you know, the people that join your team and work for you are as part of your family as well. And I think the same mentality comes with your horses, that we have the duty to take care of these athletes and treat them the best we can and make sure that they can perform to the level of their God-given talent.
Well, it was last summer, and you started to look at Phil Antonacci and everything he sent out. You just paid extra attention to Ashikita. Right now is a 3-1 favorite here in the second state start, Tom.
I love that training center that they have. I think it's so unique and so beneficial to put horses in an environment where they're not constantly feeling like they're in the city, which the racetrack kind of is. I think that's an advantage.
And there is his 4-year-old filly. Touted this one over the stablemate who wound up winning that July 9th race at Saratoga. But we'll see, having settled in here a little bit, race under the belt. Obviously, much better post position. Was drawn all the way on the outside in that state's debut. Now gets the inside post if things are different here in start number 2 in the U.S. Coming up on our Fox Sports coverage this weekend, the 101st running of the Hambletonian from the Meadowlands. You do not want to miss it. Coverage begins on our Saturday programming, Fox Sports 2 at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. We hope you join us. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Lots more coming up, including Chad Brown looking for more glory on the lawn with Fitz Wright. Stay with us.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 2-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
The crown jewel of American yearling sales, where world-class bloodlines meet glamour, grace, and grandeur. America's #1 ranked yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners has produced recent stars Clico, Commandment, Hope Road, Journalism, Shred the Gnar, and Sierra Leone. For 105 years, success starts at Saratoga. The 105th Saratoga sale, August 10th and 11th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
Fitz Wright with the perfect trip on the outside of a stubborn Lion Lake, and Fitz Wright forges to the front late. It will be Fitz Wright to win the Wonder again.
This is Belmont at Saratoga Week. Fitz Wright, Chad Brown Barn, Flavian Pratt. Pratt will be back aboard in the Grade 2 Saratoga Oaks as she looks to add to that resume. one who's put together 4 wins from 7 tries on the lawn, Tom.
She's good. She's tactical. She had a great trip that day. Behind the pace setters on the rail, angles out, finishes up quick. But she's got that tactical speed, Richie.
And that's how she creates her own trip, by having that tactical speed, and certainly the right pilot there in Fabian Pratt. And she's consistent. I love horses that are consistent.
We'll break from post 2, mile 3/16 on the Mellon Turf Course. Coming up on our Friday card, Hall of Fame Friday afternoon, JK.
I'm ready for it. I'm excited
Always
about the
a special
Hall of
day.
Fame. Yeah, it's always fun to see that. And I think this Friday's going to have a different feel to it, right? With
Yeah.
John Sheriffs and Christophe Clement being inducted, losing them in the last calendar year. And I think that it'll have a different feel than it normally does. But nonetheless, it'll be exciting to see those guys get honored.
Well, that man right there leading the way once again in the trainer standings, Chad Brown, 16 victories and counting. And a look at his success in this 2026 season, including, wow, shaking things up a little unexpectedly in the 3-year-old division. What a performance from Sea Strike in the Curlin, Mig.
That was some performance. And, you know, I was wondering going into the race, will he stay the 9 furlongs? Not only stay the 9 furlongs, he finished with his legs up underneath him like another furlong shouldn't be an issue.
I got a close look at that horse. That horse is a really pretty horse.
102 buyer, if I'm not mistaken.
So I have a question.
Only Further Ado has run a faster buyer in the 3-year-old class, I believe, of horses who are being pointed to the DraftKings Travers.
Yes.
Can I play host for a second?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. So who is going to be second choice in the DraftKings Travers? Is it going to be Renegade, or could it possibly be our Curlin winner?
No. I think it's going to be Renegade. I do believe that while we all might recognize he ran a 102, you think he looks great. The public is going to be a little bit slower to warm up to Sea Strike. However, I think he could be a 3rd or 4th choice, depending on who shows up there. Golden Tempo, after winning those 2 races, should be favored. Renegade will be 2nd. I think Sea Strike could be fighting for 3rd.
Meanwhile, back to this race here, 12 minutes away from the 8th mile over the inner turf. And a look at Brisbane for Chad Brown. And faced Ashikita back in that July 9th race. Missed by a half length, ran 3rd. And this will be the 3rd off a long time away, about a 1.5-year layoff.
It's a big finish off a layoff. And on top of that, it wasn't very fast pace up front throughout the race. So the finish is actually a little bit better than what you think.
Also, I don't think she really hit her best stride until Manny Franco was able to get her onto her right lead. She was lingering on her left lead until well inside the 8th pole. Got to her right lead and kind of found more there. And not a lot separating the one, except the one gets a better post today.
Let's go to Maggie.
Picking up with number 1, Ashikita, for trainer Phil Antonacci. And he said to me, he's like, look, I feel like that 1 did her no favors the last time. As she kind of bumped when she came out to make room for herself. She bumped with Ashikita. And 2, it just seemed like, you know, a lot of times when you have horses coming over from Europe, and weirdly, it seems to apply more to the horses who run in France or are French bred. They take longer to acclimate, whether it's how they train them there. They just, you know, take a little bit more experience in American racing to really latch onto it a lot of times. And she just kind of watching her old body language out there just seemed a little green, a little hesitant to really lay herself down and run forward. She ran very well. She looks fantastic here. I love the way she's behaving. I didn't cover her last race, but just something I observed from her replay. But she looked primed and ready to perform well here, as she's your tepid 3-1 favorite. I too am interested in number 2, Goel's Delight, for Kenning McPeak. Look, the only time she ran on the turf, it was a really good field that included Nitrogen and Lush Lips in that grade 2 Edgewood. And while she did fade in the stretch there, I did like the way she moved over. It had that really fluid kind of action, throwing her legs out in front of her. And as she comes off a little bit of a freshening here, we haven't seen her since early April, and whether this also means she might need a race, she's put on conditioning. She has filled out that top line a bit more, which I appreciate seeing relative to when I saw her back in February at Oaklawn for that restricted stakes race. So it looks to my eye like she could be doing a bit better heading into this one, but given the fact that she's put on weight, I also wonder if this is a race that's kind of needed to get her optimal fitness achieved. Got a little bit warm here in the paddock, usually an indicator of a horse needing one. Then we see Jonathan Thomas in here looking for his second winner on the card with Tirupati, as she is already a graded stakes winner. So there is a resume to go with Tirupati, as she does come in here wearing a hood as she's kind of second off a little bit of a layoff. And last time I thought she ran very well. She got bounced around a bit going into that first turn, losing ground down the backside. And then she followed the winner into the lane and just missed while the winner got the jump on her. I like her energy here. It's very alert and forward, but not doing too much. That hood working its magic for her. And physically, she looks fantastic here. So she's definitely progressed. I had only seen her 2 years ago, back in 2024, but she's matured and really filled out. So she makes a great impression on me here in the paddock, Greg.
She's a graded stakes winner. She's actually won that graded stake gate to wire. Does Luis Saez take advantage of that speed today?
I mean, that's one of his best assets as a rider, is leaving the gate and getting going. So I have a feeling that's exactly what's going to happen here.
Well, Chad Brown, not with Brisbane, however you want to say it. He also has Marketplace of Ideas, who comes in having won back-to-back starts. But this is, JK, certainly a test today against tougher competition.
Yeah, I'm really curious. I'm going to just say a couple things and listen to Tom, who, if I'm not mistaken, singled this horse, right? Tom,
I did.
And your
I'm singling here.
Yeah, look,
I'm
he makes sense. So he makes sense. I didn't love him as much as Tom did.
I just thought his last race was very, very impressive. I know he's won 2 in a row, and he stepped up in class each time. So, for her, I think that there's a big possibility she can step up again.
She's tactical.
She's on the rise, right? Like she's coming into her own, and this will be a test, no question.
Yeah, she is definitely on the rise. She's won back-to-back races. It's the thing about it is, and this I think this could address the 5 and the 6. When we're here at Saratoga, you see the red and white awnings and all the red and white decorations, the flowers. Chad Brown runners get bet. Horses with those silks get bet. I need to love them, to lean on them, because they're typically a little bit shorter prices than they deserve to be.
And do you think that applies here to why she's 4-1?
She was 8-1 morning line.
Yeah, she's 8-1 morning line, and I think that David Aragona does the best job in the game when it comes to morning lines. My friend Nick Tamarot right there with him, what he does in Kentucky. But if he has the horse 8-1, the horse is getting bet down to 7-2. That's some of that money, that money that can come in on these horses for Chad when they're running on the grass and it's here at Saratoga.
But is it getting to the point now that's meaningful money where we should start paying a little more attention?
I believe that it's meaningful money, and you should pay attention to it when you're going to be right. Which is impossible.
Say what?
Yeah, you
so
should
you'll let us know in about 35 seconds.
I think that the reason what I'm saying is I believe that whatever your opinion is on paper, don't let the money skew you. I didn't want to love these two horses, so when they're overbet, it's easy for me to turn away from them. If I want to love a horse and the horse is overbet, I'm riding along with that overbet nature. If I loved the horse, regardless of the price.
Gotcha.
There is her pilot, Dylan Davis, on board for each of those 2 victories. Back aboard today for Chad Brown and those Silks of Klarovich stables. And the call to post. And we'll start with the favorite for Phil Antonacci. We showed you the feature on Ashikita.
Yeah, Ashikita from the inside gets a better draw today and the race under her belt.
Ken McPeakbarn, Goel's Delight.
You got to dig deep to find that turf race, but that turf race is a competitive one with this group.
Graded stakes winner on the lawn, Tirupati.
Yeah, but I just wonder at the age of 5, has she lost a little bit of a step, because her races last year were much better than what I've seen so far this year.
Here's Pop Art, Tom Proctor, Glen Hill Farm Silks.
Some of my favorite silks in the game. Yeah, this horse probably has to get a little bit quicker.
Trying to win 3 in a row. Here's Marketplace of Ideas.
Yeah, just a little bit of a work in progress. Has been steadily improving, and our last race was best yet.
Brisbane, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt.
Ran much better last time than did the time prior to that. We'll need to take a step forward. A little bit a little bit over bet on the board for me.
Shore War, Rad Ortiz Jr. looking for number 3.
Normally comes from off the pace. She went to the lead last time on a slow pace and maybe ran the best race of her life.
4 minutes to post here in the 8th, and Wager AI putting together a play. Let's see what they've come up with here. $4 exacta play with Tirupati and Brisbane with the 1 at 7 underneath Ashikita and the 7 Shore War. So there you go, $16 total play. Good luck. So here is one that we know has speed, that 3 Tirupati, Saez for Jonathan Thomas. And we'll see how aggressive Saez decides to be, but Tom on, you can't really say the other Chad Brown, even though that was the case on the morning line, because both these two, the same price on the board.
Yeah, we're looking at her right there. She's warming up alongside the pony. There's a big mental help in getting confidence as a racehorse, particularly with the same rider on her back in those 2 races. So she's got 2 in a row with Dylan Davis, rode her both times. Confidence brings horses along quite a bit, and they can get really good. That's what I'm counting on here.
Tom, when you were training, would you try to match riders' styles to horses' styles? Like, was that in the thought process when you made an entry?
Yeah, I mean, look, for trainers, you're doing a lot of things. You know, not only are you trying to match riders with your horses, you'd like to get a little confidence from that rider. And so if you can get them on them in the morning to practice with them, I mean, the idea is you don't get paid as a professional rider to come to a guy's barn and get on the horse in the morning. But there's kind of a quid pro quo that you're going to be on that horse if you like him, you know. And so come in the barn, you work him. Hey, do you like this horse? Yeah, I do. Okay, I'm going to be putting him in a week and a half, because everything's done well in advance of what your plan is to run. And then that guy gets on that horse, when you leg him up, you know he's feeling good about his chances in the afternoon.
I always thought of the morning workouts, guys, like as an actor, you go out and audition for roles. As a jockey, you go out and you're auditioning in the mornings. I want to show Tom Amoss, who I would, maybe compare to Martin Scorsese, that I can really fit this horse, Tom. Give me this part. Give me this role.
Well, I mean, truthfully, I'm laughing, but isn't that part of being a rider? You've got to sell yourself.
Absolutely. Your agent can do so much. It always carried far more weight when I picked up the phone and called a guy, or I went to a barn and spoke to a guy directly, than if my agent. It shows how much you're interested.
Let's go to Maggie.
I could not agree more, Meg. As we'll take a look here at the Chad Brown duo, it does feel like you're dealing with a horse in the 5, Marketplace of Ideas, who's the up-and-comer, whereas Brisbane, number 6, might be the one where she's searching to get back to the best version of herself. As we'll take a look here at Marketplace of Ideas, and I think it's reflective of what Tom said. She's so confident in her demeanor, and she just continues to get stronger with each and every race. Now, as she comes out of that A, other than where we saw the favorite that day, Eponine, come back and win with an 86 buyer, so complimenting Marketplace of Ideas win that day. She looks fantastic, and I think the fact that her and Brisbane, at least as of now, are so close on the board speaks to, well, her liveness in this spot. She looks for her 3rd in a row, but Brisbane, I did see her coming back in that Miss Liberty Stakes at Monmouth. She looked a bit soft. She looked a bit too fresh as well. So much more calm today, 3rd off the bench, so much more tucked up too. So I think we're dealing with a horse that's finally back to where she needs to be to put forth her best effort. And she did move up in that last effort in this same condition last time out, where she also met the one in here, as they both battle for favoritism coming out of the same race. So an interesting duo from Chad Brown. I, however, did land on the 3 in here, Tirupati. Greg, as I just wanted a horse that was going to be forward in here. The rails are out at 9 feet, though, on this inner turf course.
Yeah, you look through this field, and certainly looks like, Mig, that's one that has the best case to be forward. I know next door the 2 showed some speed on the turf as well, but 7-2 here on this former graded stakes winner.
Well, I think something Tom said, which led me to the question about picking riders to match horses. Luis Saez, to me, does his best work when he's on the lead or forward.
7-2 right now. But the favorite, Ashikita, and we'll see if Phil Antonacci, JK, was right about this filly and was just a race off.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, if I'm not mistaken, I think he just thought that the other one might have needed one, but the horse ended up running well. I think this horse is still probably very live in here. The horses are outside, though, the two. I just want to make this one quick case. I think sometimes when those races are buried, that turf race is buried all the way back into 2025, but if you look at that race, you look at the internal fractions, that was against nitrogen. Not that that matters. Horse wasn't all that close to nitrogen. Was, beaten 5 lengths. But still, I think that was a pretty good race. That was when this horse was a 3-year-old. There's a whole bunch of dirt races in between now and then. If that horse can have a little bit of a grow up and find a little bit of that performance right here in the mix with these horses.
Surprising how little pace is in this race. Look for the 2 to go with Jose Ortiz.
Favorite has become Brisbane. Chad Brown Barn, Flavian Pratt in a contentious 8th here at a mile on the turf. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Thank you. Here's Pop Art coming up. Marketplace of Ideas. Several of them in the 3-1, 7-2 range. In fact, 4 of them. Numbers 1, 3, 5, and 6. Between 3 and 3.5 to 1. Here's Brisbane. Going in. Shore War to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. A little bobble for Tirupati right out of the gate. Recovers immediately and goes straight to the front. Pop Art is showing good speed. Marketplace of Ideas is on the outside of them. Ashikita comes away in 4th, followed by Shore War, who's 5th, 5 lengths off the lead, a gap of 3 back to Gowell's Delight, who is second to last as they round the clubhouse turn, and Brisbane is the trailer. They're covered by 3/4 of a length in front. Pop Art applying some mild pressure in second. Ashikita well spotted on the rail in 3rd. Marketplace of Ideas is 4th. Then Shore War, followed by Brisbane, who has about 6 lengths to make up, and another 1.5 to Gowell's Delight and her full. They went the half in 48 1/5 seconds around the far turn. Tirupati and Luis Saez left alone on the front end. They've been there throughout. Pop Art, Ashikita inching closer along the inside, has 2.5 to make up. Marketplace of Ideas is next, followed by Shore War and Brisbane. Gowell's Delight still compact as the field turns for home. Tirupati, Ashikita gets a clear shot now if good enough and is coming after her with 1 furlong to go. It's Tirupati, Ashikita. On the inside, Shore War, Brisbane belatedly. Ashikita getting closer and closer with every stride before collaring Tirupati near the wire. Ashikita wins by a length. Second went to Tirupati. Then it was Shore War and Pop Art.
Ashikita comes and gets this pace setter in her second state start, and Phil Antonacci was right on this one. She's pretty good.
She's pretty good. And, the pace wasn't very quick. When the 2 got left at the gate, gave it to the 3 on the lead, and it's hard to come from behind when they're going that slow up front. So Ashikita had first kind of run at the pace setter and got up just in time. Her class showed.
And Luis Saez did some job on the runner-up, Tirupati. 24, 48, 12. He basically was just laying down every 8th in a 12-second clip, and then they came home running. Perfect trip by Ashikita. Tyler Gaffleone was in the absolute perfect, coveted pocket spot every step of the way.
I don't know how people used to watch racing in standard definition. I love being able to watch it in HD and you could actually see her quicken. Yeah. You could see her trying. She was moving her legs faster than the horse to her inside. It's visually, when you can see that, you can tell how much a horse was actually quickening to try to win a race like this.
And that's a good horse when you can catch it with your eye.
Turn of foot. And Ashikita showing that here. getting your first win here in the States and try number 2. And doing so at 3-1 here. 1-3, 7-4. Tyler Gaffleone for Phil Antonacci. Lindy Farms. And we'll have the prices from this one when we come back. Our main event still to come. The Johnstone for New York bred fillies and mares, and Usha, grade 1 winner returning. Iron Orchard, former grade 1 winner of the Champagne as a 2-year-old. But it's that man right there, the Hall of Famer, with the filly to beat when we come back.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/Big Apple bonus.
Back with you on Saratoga Live. This was happening here at the racetrack this afternoon. Community booth, Jewish War Veterans of America, the premier voice for Jewish Uniformed Services members and longest serving veteran service organization in the nation on hand. For more information, you can go to jwv.org. Back in the 8th, Ashikida, Phil Antonacci barn, Tyler Gaffleone, and this 4-year-old filly rolling by the pace, Tirapati. Late stretch for the win, 1-3-7-4 finish, Tom.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of pace and where these horses are based on that pace. They weren't going very fast early, and so the front runners are going to have a lot of gas in the tank for the end of the race. And so if you're going to catch that front runner, you better be positioned well, and Akishida was.
Yeah. Let's go to Maggie.
I'm here with Phil Antonacci, winning trainer of Ashikida. Hopefully I said that right. Just roll off your tongue. beautiful trip today, Phil.
Yeah, Tyler gave her a perfect ride, and she broke well enough from the rail to put herself in the position, and they didn't go that fast up front, and Tyler was just heads up to just protect that the whole way and not drop back, and she was there underneath him, but he gave her a perfect trip.
And it wasn't a fast pace, so it was really promising how well she was able to close.
Absolutely, and she was a little slow to switch leads there. I still think she's kind of learning how to adapt to America a little bit and her leads and stuff, but she's lets you do everything, and she's very professional, so I think she's got a good future.
Absolutely. You mentioned something, though, that I find is typical with these horses coming, especially from France. The adaptation to American racing can take some time. Is that something you're used to seeing, too?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's something that you see a lot of trainers go through it. I think Chad does a really good job of, he takes his time with these European fillies and doesn't rush them and adapts. And I think, you give these fillies the right time and they'll run for you. So, and I think it takes a race or two to kind of really learn when to switch and when to accelerate and how to corner and stuff like that. But, we'll take learning when she wins like that as well.
Absolutely, and really running well, too, in her first start, to be fair. But, Phil, congratulations. Well done.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Ashikada, she gets the win as promised. She has some talent, Greg.
One of those names now that anytime JK he sends out a starter here at Saratoga, Phil Antonacci, you need to take an extra look.
Absolutely, and I think one of the things about the equation too that makes it a little bit tricky is a lot of times you'll see in the past performances these horses are working at a private farm, so not everyone knows. When they're here, but when they're working at a private farm, sometimes you don't know which ones are the monsters, and it looks like this one might be one of those.
So 3-1 on Ashikida as we move on to the main event. New York bred fillies and mares in the Johnstone, named after Bruce Johnstone, who was a former NYRA manager of operations who had transitioned from being a trainer, passed away back in 2020 at the age of 76, but was a terrific man, highly respected. Went to UC Berkeley playing water polo. You got to be tough to play that sport. As we look at the field, that obviously, Tom, you look at the field, it goes through Usha here, the 6-5 favorite, a grade 1 winner for Bob Baffert.
Yeah, it does indeed. But I mean, there is so much speed listed in this race. It's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds early and whether it's just such a battle on the front end that everybody's using so much energy, somebody can pick up the pieces there.
Still, grade 1 winner and not an overwhelming favorite here in this spot. She's been beat by New York bred company before.
Yeah, she has. And, the video we showed earlier for a win at Churchill Downs, I wasn't thrilled with her head carriage. I mean, she got it done, but when a horse picks their head up like that, you always wonder, are they getting all their air? Are they, is everything working the way it's supposed to? Because it's not a natural head gait from her. And there is a lot of speed signed on in here. And real quickly, Bruce Johnstone, one of the finest people you'll ever meet in your life. He was a dear friend. We shared an office for 4 or 5 years at NYRA. Wonderful human being.
This one named in his honor, deservedly so. And this field right now, the 6-5 favorite again, Usha for Baffert, coming up Saturday, obviously one of the biggest races, not only of this entire meet, of the entire year in our sport. Grade 1 Whitney, one of the most prestigious events of the game. In that older horse division, let's meet the field in what is shaping up to be the race of the year. Magnitude, coming off a big win in the Stephen Foster and put together 4 graded stakes wins in a row.
He is the one to beat, a multimillionaire. He's made over $9 million.
Nitrogen, just a 1/5 of a second off the track record at 1 1/8 miles.
And loves Saratoga's in great form. Her last race would put her squarely right in the mix at the finish. Ultra consistent. She's a champion, and I'm really excited to see her take on this challenge.
Antiquarian has had some big moments, including in the Westchester earlier this year.
He has really big moments when he's not facing the big boys. That's my big question about him, is what's going to happen when he looks in the eyes of Magnitude and Sovereignty and Nitrogen and Baeza.
Stablemate to White-Barrio and Forge Steel. Is he there to set some pace, or is this horse, can he really win it?
I sure think he is. I mean, look, the ownerships are the same there, and he wants to put pressure on Magnitude early. I think Forge Steel is a horse that's going to try and maybe even make the front if he can.
Former Whitney winner and Breeders' Cup Classic winner, White-Barrio.
Well, the good White-Barrio would certainly be a major player here, and he's proven that he can handle the best of the best. Will you get the A effort?
Will we get the Sovereignty that we saw last year? He's not won yet as a 4-year-old.
Wolfie, there's no way this horse fooled us all in 3 of the biggest races of the 3-year-olds can have. I think he had an excuse at Oaklawn. I think he had an excuse at Churchill. I'm hoping he shows up here on Saturday.
Tistastic Steve Asmussen and Tyler Gaffleone will be aboard.
Yeah, this is the other Steve Asmussen horse, and I mean, this entry looks a bit overmatched in this spot.
And the stablemate to the reigning horse of the year, Sovereignty. Baeza, of course, now with the Belmont barn. Can he finally get out of the gate?
Well, he certainly gave the impression that he was the best horse in the Stephen Foster. You know, he got himself left again. I think the outside post actually aids him. He won't spend as much time in the gate, and I'm sure Hall of Famer Bill Mott has been working to try to rectify that starting situation.
Here's the deal, and you guys may disagree. I think Baeza, in terms of raw talent, is as good as any horse in this field. But his gait issues, his recent gait issues, and when they get in that habit, they are so difficult to change those habits in the morning because they don't present those things to you in the morning. You can work with them. They'll leave the gate fine, they'll do everything fine, but they're smart. They understand. They understand they can get out of their work in the afternoon if they don't leave well. This is a major challenge for Bill Mott to get this horse out of the gate correctly. If he can, this horse is as good as any horse in the field.
Yeah. Top 3 finishers coming out of the Stephen Foster, but your winner is the big story there, and that's Magnitude. He was not in the same ballpark as Sovereignty when they met in the Travers last year. Totally different story this year.
Yeah, and you know, listen, Bill Mott, there were comments that he didn't think he handled the off-going at Churchill Downs on that particular day, and we know wet racetracks are different, you know, depending on the amount of water, but he handled it really, a wet track really well in the Kentucky Derby at Churchill Downs, and it's hard for me to get past Baeza. If he can just get out of the gate a little bit better, not even like much better, a little bit better.
On this day, the race was over at the start. For him to finish like that was really impressive in terms of talent.
Well, for Magnitude, obviously an incredible role going back to ending last year in the Clark. 4 straight races, but a Dubai World Cup and Stephen Foster back-to-back. And it was that last race, Tom, I mean, that was next level, the kind of speed figure and how fast he ran that day.
You know,
we're expecting more of the same.
We're spending all this time on Baeza, but the horse in front on that day was, of course, Magnitude, who just runs him into the ground. He's got great speed out of the gate, and he keeps on going. In these races, if there's nobody that's going to run with him, it takes every other horse out of their game somewhat to try to position well. Can he do that again in the Whitney on Saturday? Well, you know, we'll see if this Rabbit, and I think Forge Steel is indeed the Rabbit, is going to go with him and maybe give him a little pressure early.
JK, he gets the rail. That first turn comes up so quick, and that can be a huge advantage to put some separation on a field if you have speed.
Well, it takes the guessing out of it, right, Jose? Just send away from there, hold that position. The one thing I'll say, though, and I just got to point this out, this Magnitude is looking so similar to what we saw from Gunrunner. Very similar path. He was a pretty darn good 3-year-old, but now he's turning out to be a pretty darn good 4-year-old. And it got to a point where right around this time, Gunrunner became unbeatable. And that could be what we see from Magnitude. If he continues to take those steps in that direction, and he's with the right trainer and Steve Asmussen, who did that exact same thing with Gunrunner with those exact same silks.
I'm with JK, though. Mig, how do you feel about this, Tom, too? Sovereignty, I feel like, has had excuses in his 2 starts to this point.
I would like to see them revert back to allowing him to settle a bit more. Maybe he's going to get the pace that'll, you know, allow that in the Whitney. Getting back real quick, though, Steve Asmussen, over $500 million in career earnings. If you look at the amount of horses he's had that have earned over $1 million, his top 20 runners, but there are some in there that have earned up to $20 million. I mean, it's remarkable what he's able to get horses to do, get in a good form, continually improve, and then hold that form. That's why he's in the Hall of Fame, right?
Yeah, look, let's get back to Sovereignty real quick. And, you know, what you said, I think, makes a lot of sense. He was so good last year as a 3-year-old. His first start off the bench this year, oftentimes with horses that are fresh, they can be aggressive in their first start. They didn't find their style that he had last year, which was more to lay back. Trainer can work on that a little bit. It makes a big difference. You say he hit a sloppy track. It's his time to shine or be a forgotten horse in some sense. He was a great 3-year-old. He has to show he can compete with these older horses.
Big race for him. He probably has more questions to answer than anyone in the Whitney coming up this Saturday. Race of the year, one of the most important in this older horse division. Up next, though, it is the John Stone Stakes, our feature on this Wednesday card. And Usha, Bob Baffert, even money, former Grade 1 winner, the one to beat when we come back.
Want daily bet suggestions from a team of handicapping professionals? Get in on Wager exclusively on the NyraBets app. Powered by an AI data model and decades of racing information, Wager analyzes hundreds of data points from past performances to jockey-trainer combos, all to calculate winning probability. Wager generates AI bets by combining its model with live odds to identify potential value. Go to nyrabets.com/WAIGR and try Wager today.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on. Running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Back with you on Saratoga Live here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It's brought to you where you can play it all at NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play with us all summer long and beyond. As we mentioned, this race named after someone who was incredibly respected, certainly in this sport and no more so than on this circuit. Former New York Racing Association manager of operations, successfully transitioned from trainer to that role. And Mig, you knew him well.
Yeah, just a really genuinely good person, very, very smart. Not just about racing, not about horses, but about everything in general. Some of the greatest, deepest conversations with that man, a dear friend that we lost far too early.
So back to this year's edition, and the race this one goes through. There she is, Usha for Bob Baffert. Flavien Prat will ride, a former Grade 1 winner. That's how she ended her 3-year-old campaign. She came back as a 4-year-old, Tom, and she added another graded stakes win to the resume.
She did indeed, and she does it right here. When you watch her this last eighth of a mile, watch her head carriage, kind of looking at us right now, cocked her head to the outside, straightens up there, does it again there. It wasn't that impressive a finish the last eighth of a mile, but look, this was Grade 1 competition, the best we have in the United States, so maybe I'm overestimating it.
You can really pick it up, though, because of that white face, the head carriage, and the way she would cock her head. A lot of white chrome there, huh?
She did go a little backwards in that next performance. That was at 7/8 of a mile. That's the distance we're going today. Let's go to Maggie.
And we'll start right there, Greg, with number 6 in here. That is Usha. And it's been a long time since I have seen her. Last time that was happening, she was still a maiden, and she was running at Aqueduct against fellow state breds. The only other time she has run against New York breds, and she finished second. Now, she's changed a little bit as now a 4-year-old. She was 2 back then. She's a little odd looking, to be fair. She is sway-backed, which is just a conformation fault. It's not anything to be too concerned about, but something I noticed. It'll kind of oftentimes give a horse the appearance of being a little bit heavier through their barrel, which she's not, but she does have very slopey withers and then comes right back up into her hindquarters, and she does have a lot of white. She's really odd marking on her face, too. So I like her. She has progressed from 2 to 4, which you'd like to see, obviously. And last time, maybe giving her the benefit of the doubt in that her and the other speed horse completely incinerated down the lane. So it felt like while Eclatant was sitting right behind them, her and the horse she dueled with towards the front end really kind of phased each other out. Bob Baffert has been quoted as saying he feels as though she is more effective off the pace. Well, if that's what he wants to do, he should be able to do it here because it feels as though there is quite a bit of speed signed on, though a horse that also doesn't necessarily need the lead is right to her inside with number 5 with the Angels for Linda Rice. Now, Turf Experiment didn't go to plan. When you have a New York bred that's run through their conditions, sometimes you have to get creative when it comes to the series of these New York bred stakes. Now she's back to her preferred surface, and I didn't particularly love her in the paddock, going back to that vagrancy. She looks so much better today. She's a bit more forward and engaged and showing more energy. Her coat, conditioning have all improved. I think she might be sitting on the precipice of a big effort here. This is a loaded Bruce Johnstone, but I do like what I'm seeing from With the Angels, and maybe she can get back to some of her best efforts for Linda Rice. Greg?
One of a couple from the Linda Rice barn, so of course have Munnings Express as well. Here's the other Grade 1 winner in the field, the 7, Iron Orchard, who made a lot of headlines, obviously, on this circuit with that Grade 1 Frizette win back as a 2-year-old. Things have not really gone her way, though, certainly in the Breeders' Cup, and then her comeback effort as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, sold for $2.5 million between her 2- and 3-year-old year. A lot of that's based on pedigree and what she'd accomplished already, winning a Grade 1 stake. She's worth a lot as a mama, but this year hasn't been the same for her.
No, but I like that she's had some versatility, right? She had gone gate to wire in her first 2 starts, but then in the Grade 1 Frizette, which we're watching, she came from off the pace. I think there's a tremendous amount of speed sign on here. She's going to have to revert to that rating tactic. Last time, high speed off the layoff in the victory ride, and she stopped.
Named the champion New York bred 2-year-old filly of last year. It seems like, Jonathan, there's more talent there than what we certainly saw in the comeback race.
Well, yes. You know, we talked about it a little bit with Sovereignty. There is a world in which a year can make a huge difference. Maybe she was a 2-year-old that just happened to be better than the other ones, and they grew up a little bit and she kind of stayed the same. Same could be said about Sovereignty. Maybe he was better than those horses as 3-year-olds. He grew up, they grew up, and he stayed the same. We'll see.
7 minutes away from race 9. Let's go back to Maggie.
Here with Linda Rice, who does send out 2. Linda, let's start by talking about With the Angels. She's got a 3rd off the layoff. She had the Turf Experiment. What can we see from her, given that, I don't know, I thought she looked really good here in the paddock?
Yeah, she's been training very well. You know, we tried the turf. Obviously, she did not move forward on the grass. And so we're back to the dirt. She's won over this course. I think there's plenty of speed in this race. She can rate beautifully. She's done that well in the past. So, you know, Jose will figure it out from there.
Speaking of speed, Munnings Express has just that. Can she rate?
Yes, she's rated before. She's laid 2nd. You know, it might not be her favorite game, but she can if she needs to. So I really left that completely up to Manny. I said, look, I'm fine if you're on the lead or if you're laying 3rd. You figure it out.
I like that. Well, Linda, thanks for your time and best of luck.
Thanks, Maggie.
Greg?
Who did you guys think was, Jake, I'll start with you, the speed of the speed in here?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of times it goes to intent and where they draw. I mean, I think Bam's Bliss Kiss down on the inside has shown so much speed from the inside. Didn't she have to go?
I thought the 3 could be the quickest. What'd you guys think?
Well, I think there's a few in here that are strictly one-dimensional, and Bam's Bliss Kiss is definitely one of those. So I think they got to push right out the gate there.
16-1. She just went by. She won 6 in a row and just got beat last start. Here's the 2 landed.
That's me. Another horse with speed in here for Wesley Ward. He knows how to get him to leave the gate.
Munnings Express, Linda Rice.
I love those instructions. If you're on the lead, great. If you're sitting 3rd, also great.
She's got turf sprint speed as well. Here's the 5 With the Angels for Linda Rice as well.
And I like this as well, too. They got a horse that's going to come from out of it. There's enough speed in here that could set up for With the Angels.
Grade 1 winner and the favorite, Usha.
And rightfully so. Look, this horse has a very, very good resume and has won at this distance. I just think there is some vulnerability there.
Former Grade 1 winner is a 2-year-old, 2nd start back at 3 for Iron Orchard.
I just thought she would have ran a little bit better last time, but she's with a Hall of Famer. If there's some figuring out to do, he'll do it.
And Naive Melody, Wesley Ward, 4 for 5 lifetime.
Yeah, last 3 in a row. And you wanted to ask about speed. Well, this is another one that has some speed right out of the gate.
4 minutes to post in this Johnstone. New York bred fillies and mares. 7/8 of a mile, the hardware that goes to the winner. And you can play it with the official betting app of Saratoga at Naira Bets. Get that offer $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that code at sign up. Spot 200, and you're ready to roll all summer long and beyond right there at NYRABets.com. So let's go back to Bam's Bliss Kiss, and here she is. Quite a roll, Mig. She was on 6 consecutive wins, culminating with this Biagio's Rose.
Yeah, but this is every single one of these starts. She got to dominate on the lead, go to the lead, and continue on. And when she was unable to make the lead last time in the Alma North at Laurel, she throws in the towel. She's never won unless she's controlled on the lead.
And she made this lead easy that day. So you let her get away with an easy lead, it's a whole different ball game. Today, I just don't see that happening.
No.
You agree, JK?
Yeah, I just think it's deeper waters. Yeah, I think that, when you look at her past performances, you see her non-winners at 3, this allowance at Aqueduct, she's at Finger Lakes. Just different ball game she's dealing with now.
Yeah. Meanwhile, with the Angels, you heard from trainer Linda Rice. Wow, looks like her game face is on. 7-2, Tom.
Man, I like this horse. Now, we have two Grade 1 stakes winners in this race. But this filly is an open stakes winner, not a grade stakes winner. But I put her in the category of those other 2 fillies in this race. If not, maybe a little bit better. I like the way she's warming up. This is my pick.
I'm right there with Tom. Probably going to put too much weight on her. I thought that her versatility, that sometimes the horse gets on a surface they're not really meant for. When they get back to the surface they are, you see the best of them. And boy, the way she's warming up, she's giving me a lot of confidence.
Wow. She looks tremendous here.
When you see those horses taken away from the pony and warmed up pretty good, that's an indication that they want them to be forward in the race. That doesn't mean they're necessarily going to be on the lead, but they're looking to get their engine running, their blood boiling a little bit when they leave the gate. This filly is certainly capable of being that first wave.
Let's go back to Maggie.
It's okay, guys. You can ride on my coattails. I'm kidding, but I do too, with the Angels here, as we'll take a look at Wesley Ward's 1 charge. He'll send out 2 in here, including Naive Melody. But looking at Landed, she has been a horse that has played outside state-bred ranks, and she's kind of maybe lost her way a little bit going back to her last start. She was a little bit against the racetrack where it was very tilted to the inside, and she was on that 2 to 3 wide chase throughout there. Now, she does cut back in distance, which I do like, and it was a race that projected to feature her and the other speed. Well, guess who the other speed was? It was Bernie Takes Charge, and she was down on the rail and able to wire. I've always thought that maybe less ground is better for this filly, mare, who is warming up well, got a little bit hot under the collar, not totally out of character for her, and is moving well now that she's gotten a little bit more of a warm-up into her. But I do think that she might be one that is able to rate in here, especially with that cutback in distance. It then gives her and affords her that foundation. As we'll move on to number 7, Iron Orchard. Can she get back to what she was as a 2-year-old in her first 3 starts? I did not see her in the paddock for that July 10th effort. It was her first start back. I did think that, she had a little bit of an inconsistent work tab heading into that, but now maybe with that race under her belt, which she proverbially kind of blew up at the head of the lane after setting the pace, which was on the quicker side. We'll see what the tactics are today. She was kept quiet back in the paddock. She's been kept quiet out on the racetrack too. She has filled out and gone forward from a physical standpoint from 2 to 3, which I appreciate. It's just, will she ever be able to get back to it? Greg?
A lot of money after that Grade 1 win, as Tom mentioned, $2.5 million private purchase. Then a dud in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, stumbled early, and then the comeback race. It was a tough spot to come back, but we'll see if we get the true Iron Orchard that we saw that talent early on with her 2-year-old campaign, her second start back of her 3-year-old season. Here's Munnings Express. So all this talk about all the love here with the Angels. He's, by the way, 5-2 right now. Here's the other Linda Rice runner, Munnings Express, who does have a very, very fast win on the circuit when she dominated a group by more than 5 lengths.
Yeah, when we talk about horses that are one-dimensional speed horses, Munnings Express kind of comes to mind. We're looking at the past performance of these horses, and we're trying to see how much ground are they making up from the head of the lane, that last quarter of a mile. Munnings Express is not one that's going to put away horses if she's in a dogfight the last quarter of a mile. Where's her stablemate with the Angels, the 5 horse? is got tactical speed. It's such a weapon in horse racing. She can go to the lead, she can sit off the pace, as Linda Rice mentioned in that interview, and that makes her super dangerous in here.
One of her best races was at 7 furlongs. That's one thing I like about her in here. She's 6-1. I've got no problem with that price. I'm not in love with the Angels being 5-2. I just thought With the Angels feels like the most likely winner. Usha, in my opinion, is just a little bit over bet.
She won the beauty pageant. With the Angels looks tremendous. She is taking a lot of money right now, 5-2. But Usha, grade 1 winner for Bob Baffert with Pratt, the even money favorite, the one to beat. Here in the Johnstone, let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
Last few runners left to go in. Here's With the Angels in the orange colors. Usha comes up. Iron Orchard, one from the outside. And Naive Melody to complete the lineup. She goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Johnstone, and Iron Orchard blasted right out of there and goes straight to the lead. She's joined quickly by Bam's Bliss Kiss, and Landed is up close in between horses. Then comes Munnings Express in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead and going after them now. A length and a half back to With the Angels. Usha was not quick out of there, 7 lengths off them, and the trailer is Naive Melody. They head to the half-mile pole, and Bam's Bliss Kiss clicked off an opening quarter in 22 1/5 seconds. Landed is 3/4 of a length back second. Iron Orchard 3 deep in third, and Munnings Express is down on the rail in fourth as they come toward the 3/8 pole. They're followed by With the Angels. Usha inching forward willingly now, has 5 to make up as Munnings Express has made a move. And a nice one, too, with 1/4 mile to go. The half in 45 seconds flat. Munnings Express, the one to catch. Usha hugs that rail, will angle out and try to get her inside the final 1/8 of a mile. Landed in the center with Iron Orchard. Munnings Express, Manny Franco, 4 lengths clear, coming to the 16th pole. Usha Landed head and head, second and third. It's Munnings Express by 2.5, and Munnings Express, a big filly with a nice future too, wins by 2.5. Second to Landed, Usha was third. Iron Orchard finished fourth.
Munnings Express, the other Linda Rice runner, with the win. 6th win of her career in 12 tries.
Man, we're going to go back to this replay here, Greg, and the winning move was around the turn where the rail opened up for Munnings Express coming from off the pace. She was able to save all the ground and get through those horses. You're watching it right there. We said she doesn't really pass anybody the last 1/4 mile. She doesn't have to if you're going to give her the rail and give her that easy trip, save all the ground. And once again, we're going to watch a rider, Manny Franco in this case, take a look around, see that he's got the lead, and that's a sign of confidence. Catch me if you can.
When you get that path along the rail and you
That's
don't
a
have
gift.
to like blast off through there, like he eased in there, so he wasn't using her to take advantage of that spot. And boy, she kicked clear and had enough left to hold off the 2 Landed, who kind of stayed on with a very resolute run. Usha, a little bit slow early. I didn't think she broke badly. She just wasn't as sharp.
You know, I go back to the interview that Maggie had with Linda, where Linda basically let her, Maggie know and the rest of us know what her instructions were to Manny. And I think the instructions were, there were no instructions. If you go to the front, great. If you're sitting third, great. That way, when Manny didn't make the front, he didn't panic. He just sat in there behind. Where if there would have been these instructions, oh, she's better on the lead, you got to put her forward. Linda gave him the freedom to decide whatever he wanted to do, he was going to be okay. And that was the confidence, I think, that he was riding with when he took that gap, made that early aggressive move on the inside. You've always said it, Mig, sometimes just let these riders do their thing. They know what they're doing out there.
What's that feeling like, Mig, when you're behind horses and they're just going to gift you the rail in the turn? Do you like hear the angels sing like the Red Seas are parting or what?
I'll say, oh. And listen, I know Tom agrees with me that, you know, trainers shouldn't give too many instructions.
Oh, my gosh.
And allow the riders to do their job. You don't want to micromanage.
I've never been in either position, but I would imagine in my brain, the best instructions are, let me know the horse is quirks.
That's it. I want to know their habits.
That's it.
Yeah,
Nothing.
100%.
Don't tell me how to ride the race.
Well, Tom,
100%.
but it's a situational thing, isn't it? I mean, different
course.
riders probably need different types of things told to them by the
you
trainer.
don't need to give them a plan B and a plan C. They've already got that in their head. Look, the trainer that walks out all the way to the racetrack with the rider and the horse, I'm worried about that horse and that jockey when that happens.
Not only did he win the stake, he's probably going to have 30 tonight in the basketball game.
Oh, God, no. I hope not.
Maybe a triple-double. Wicked crossover. Manny Franco on Munnings Express in the Johnstone.
Before your eyes, a landscape unlike any you've ever seen. The pulse of life, a kaleidoscope of culture. And there it awaits. Cheers of triumph that eclipse all joy before it. It's the Journey, Japan Cup.
Back with you on Saratoga Live, Munnings Express. The Red Sea parted on the rail. Manny Franco says thank you very much for Linda Rice to take the Johnstone, the feature on this Wednesday card. Our Fasig-Tipton Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the 105th Saratoga sale of selected yearlings, August 10th and 11th. Where will you be? Munnings Express, 6th win, 12 career starts. Let's go to Maggie.
I'm so pleased to be joined here by Richard Spoor. And Richard, we were just talking a little bit about pedigrees that you're huge upon, but let's jump back in the time machine. 40 years ago, you got your first win with that very trainer over there, Linda Rice.
At Belmont, the horse's name was Hey Rich, named after me. And he went in 109 flat. We thought we had a Derby horse. He was a 3-year-old, first time out, first horse I ever owned. Goes in 109 flat. Mike Smith rode him. And he went to Maryland, and he didn't do very well after that.
That's okay. You still stayed in the business.
Absolutely. Been in the business. I ran a training farm down in Ocala, trained 80 horses a year for 4 years, and had my own. Then I moved my farm to North Carolina, where I live, and I had a broodmare farm and a training track there, and I love the sport. I was in the log home business for 40 years, And I always tell people I was only in the log home business so I could afford to be in the horse business.
You need to supplement your income, that's for sure. But Munnings Express, speaking of lovely pedigree, she has just that. But her as an individual, she has been so remarkably consistent.
Yes, she has. I mean, those 3 races that she won in a row, and then we tried her on the grass. That was a no-go. And we were scared with her because she's a bleeder. We were scared to run her in a stakes race, but Linda stepped up. I got to give Linda all the credit. She said, let's run her because we got to find out. We got to find out because, you know, hopefully she'll run in a graded next.
As she should. She's earned that. Well, Richard, congratulations. Really enjoyed this win with Munnings Express.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And Munnings Express getting to the winner's circle. What a crafty ride by Manny Franco, too, Greg.
Yeah, look, you talk about some of the big summers that people are having up here, and Manny Franco's near the top of that list, Mig, isn't he?
Yeah, he's one of about 5 guys that are just riding in a zone. Manny's so strong, such an athlete. And come watch him play basketball tonight, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
As spread out as the wins are for the trainers at this meet, which is amazing in itself, at a top-notch meet like this, that's consolidated. But as spread out as they are, it's very consolidated amongst the riders.
Pratt, the Ortiz brothers, Manny Franco, there's not a lot of other wins to go around.
No, I mean, they really have the majority, the bulk of the business. Their agents are doing an amazing job. You know, Steve Russian has Irad Ortiz and Jose Ortiz. So if he goes through training, well, Irad's tied up in here, but I can give you Jose. I mean, he's getting 2 of the very best out of every race, pretty much.
Race 10 going to close things out with a wide open group on the lawn at 1 mile and a 16th. New York Breds, $50,000 maiden claiming group. Beau Cheval is opened as the favorite. I know we have it 4-1, but it's going to click down in a moment here to 2-1. Joe Sharp off the claim. Jose Ortiz, speaking of, will be aboard.
Yeah, look, Joe Sharp is as dangerous a trainer as there is off the claim. He's proven that over the last couple of years. He's gotten very active in the claim box. He's done it in the Midwest, and now he's up here doing the same thing. He's expanded his stable because of that. You win races, and they'll come a-calling. They want you to train for them.
More on this field when we come back from a timeout. 21 minutes to post here in our nightcap on this Wednesday card. Stick with us when we return. You look through the eyes of a thoroughbred when we return. And a new piece for us here on our Saratoga Live coverage. Stay tuned.
America's #1 sale for New York's finest yearlings. Recent top performers include Grade 1 winning grads Iron Orchard, Rhetorical, and Usha. Plus these 2025 New York bred champions. With an expansion of New York's purse parity program, there's never been a better time to own a New York bred. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 16th and 17th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum, and we're ready for more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Each one of the eyes has a 200-degree field of view, so they're cameras with fisheye lenses, and it's taking the live feed straight through to a small computer inside. So I was really interested in how we might build experiences to increase interspecies empathy. So how do we understand animals? And often we understand animals through abstract things like data sets or facts and figures, but what might it be like to kind of understand the animal from inside? So how does an animal experience the world, and how might it see differently to the way that a human sees the world?
Wow, that's really cool.
So I'm hoping that when people put it on, it's quite a different experience to the way that a human sees. So a better understanding of the way that horses see and experience the world might help us build better kind of kinship and attunement to the way that horses experience. It's really exciting to bring it to Saratoga Springs because we're right in the heart of kind of horse and thoroughbred communities. It's been a real valuable experience to bring it here and to work with people who have very close relationships with thoroughbreds and horses. The equine eyes are going to stay here for the museum to use kind of day-to-day in their education and outreach program.
Wow, yeah, get inside the mind of a thoroughbred like never before. Very interesting.
Yeah, I put one of those headsets on. I actually tried it. If I put it on and was looking at the camera right now, I could see Greg and I could see Richie, but I see very little in front of me, which just shows you how much trust the horse has to have with the rider on his back who's guiding him. If they're not seeing well up front, there's a lot of trust to be had there.
Yeah, I agree. And that's why I always talk about horses kind of feeding on the rider's energy. If a rider's hesitant to go to a spot, horse can feel that. He said, well, if he don't want to go there, why would I want to go there? And when riders are riding so good, like Jerry Bailey was like in a zone for so many years, he would hit those gaps because he had so much confidence that he was going to get through them, and the horse would feed on that.
This finale coming up, JK, tough race to make anybody 5-2, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I thought there was, what, 6 horses that could win? You want me to tell you now, or you want to wait?
That might be the under for a lot of people here.
I can't hold my excitement. Let's know. Who are they?
No, that's bad TV, Tom. I'll wait.
Well, one of the main contenders is for the Miguel Clement barn, a horse who's had a little more success, though, than the one they'll send out in this race. Multiple Grade 1 winner, deterministic in a loaded 4-star Dave coming up over the weekend. What a group that we'll see in one of the big ones in this mile turf division. Let's go by the numbers. First run back in 1985, named after the Sultan of Saratoga, got stormy against the boys. Quickest time ever back in 2019. Wheeling back in a week's time, 132 flat, most wins. Of course, 4-star Dave himself won it back-to-back years. Most by a trainer. Look at that from Bill Mott, 6-time winner. John Velasquez, 800 career graded stakes wins and counting. Most wins by an owner. Leon Seidler and his great Casa Creed. Couple of victories. Winners to go on to win the Breeders' Cup Mile. World approval back in 2017. 4 were crowned champion. The Great Wise Dan, Lawada Zanimo, and 2, Lure and Wise Dan, are in racing's Hall of Fame. What a race. So much history, and it's an incredible story in this race too, with deterministic. And on Friday, obviously, Miguel Clement, his late father, will be inducted into the Hall of Fame across the street. This horse has been sensational for dad and now for son.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. So sitting right off the pace of the rhetorical setting here, you're looking at deterministic, and boy, is he named right. He's determined. This is his 5th graded stakes win in a row when he wins here. And when you look at him performing here, as well as, look, most of my favorite horses are dirt horses, but he has become one of my favorite horses. He's just better than these.
He's been outstanding. To think that this horse started his career down there at the bottom with a win in the Gotham on the dirt. And then to have all these good turf races as well. He has been determined. He's meant a lot, obviously, to Miguel and to Acacia. With his win coming right after, Christoph's passing, and Kendrick. It's a great story, this horse, deterministic.
And showing that ability to lurk from just off the pace. He doesn't need to control things on the front end, but he's tactical. He puts himself in the game.
course, Miguel Clement, who will send out deterministic in the 4-star Dave with Ross Bay the 6. Here in our nightcap to close out our Wednesday action, currently 7-2 on the board. Manny Franco will be aboard.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Back with you on our Wednesday coverage here on Fox Sports 2 of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you where you can play it all at NyraBets. Play with us all summer and beyond. NyraBets.com. Mile and a 16th on the turf, the Mellon Turf Course, to close things out in this New York bred $50,000 maiden claiming race. This one, since the odds open for this nightcap, has been the favorite throughout. 5-2 right now, Jose Ortiz. Joe Sharp off the claim, Tom.
Yeah, you've had 3 horses in this race that are coming out of this race. Beaucheval is the one that ran the best of those. He had a great trip that day. He saved a lot of ground in his last start. His finish was okay, but keep in mind at the level we're playing at right now, an okay finish will definitely put you in the winner's circle.
10 minutes to post in this finale. Let's go to Maggie.
That same race is number 5, Bourbon Centric, as he'll make his 3rd career start, but he'll add blinkers for the first time today. Cheater blinkers, just a short cup on him. But watching his last race, in which first time he was close to the pace, he was also very excited that day up at Saratoga, but back at Belmont at the Big A, he was 3 wide into that first turn after breaking more towards the outside. He lost ground into the second turn by being shuffled back, and then when Ricardo Santana got him outside, he kind of re-rallied. So to my eye and estimation, he was kind of running in spots. He wasn't doing himself any favors and really traveling for Ricardo. So now with the blinkers on, I hope that assuages that. And sometimes it just focuses the energy a bit more. He is lively, but does appear to be minding his P's and Q's here in the paddock, returning to Saratoga, and looks incredibly fit for his 3rd career start. As we'll take a look here at a wild card, that is number 4, Wazy's Charm, coming by way of Presque Isle Downs, where he only met 3 other rivals in that debut race. I will say it was almost a race, and you don't have to, but it was kind of worth watching because this was another horse that he kind of got blind switched into the second turn in that he lost a bunch of ground. He had to wait to get outside, and by that time the top two finishers had already cleared off and were on to running and winning the race. A very tall, lanky horse. As he gets to the turf for the first time, the son of Mendelssohn, there really isn't much turf on the bottom, but physically this is definitely what he wants to do. Massive hoof to him, very slack pasterns. He's very, very quiet here in the paddock, though. Wish he was showing a little bit more life, if you will, a little bit more keenness and aggressiveness, which he just hasn't been. But again, a long shot maybe to take a look at as he does get to New York breds for the first time. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Yeah, it's sort of the new face here on the grass. Turf debut coming up where no one's really wowed you to this point.
Yeah, and I agree with that because at the level of the race. But when you look at family, which is so important in turf racing, what the siblings have done, what the mom has done, particularly on the mom side, you don't get a lot of confidence here. The siblings really aren't applicable, but the mom was 0 for 4 on the turf, so hard to say.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back 7 minutes away from this finale here on Saratoga Live. Post-parade for you when we return. Stay with us.
There's nothing like being there at the race and having the horses go by and your horse is at the front of the pack. Nothing better.
We provide an inside look at the game. If people were to do this on their own, it would take years to develop the kind of relationships that we have with Hall of Fame trainers and horsemen. Here, you get to cut the line, so to speak, and you are in the thick of it at the highest levels of the game, and that's something that we really want for our partners. We want them to be dealing with high-class horses, have the chance to run in really big races, and we take care of the rest.
I look at spreading our placement of horse equine purchases as just a wise investment. They don't all work, but you're going to have ones that work because of the caliber of people at West Point that go through the horse selection vetting process. It's very thorough, super impressive.
Everybody here at West Point strives to provide a really comprehensive educational experience. We want you to be behind the velvet rope. Our partners get to know the trainers, the jockeys, obviously the horses. This is a real immersive experience to really get your feet wet and just feel like you're part of the action at the very front row.
I think it starts with the top, Terry and Debbie, ethics, this industry, having the right leader sets a tone for an organization. And they bring all that in every interaction, as does the entire West Point team.
You know, there aren't that many investments where you feel like part of a team, part of a family, but that's really true here, and that's what makes West Point Thoroughbreds so special.
Back with you on our Wednesday coverage and the finale coming up. There are a few results on this finale here that would result in a pick six carryover into Thursday. The 7, 8, 9, or 11, any of those win. We have a pick six carryover. And we'll get started here on our post parade with the current favorite, 5-2, Beau Cheval.
Good inside draw, should save ground, comes off a nice effort, first time off the Joe Sharp claim.
Jose Ortiz in the irons, vitalized. Next were some big efforts and some big efforts against better.
Yeah, it's got a couple of good efforts. I think that's what puts this one in the mix. I didn't love the last race, but competitive.
Big price, though. Nano Joe, Jamie Rodriguez rides.
Yeah, last race leaves a lot to be desired, but does have a few races that would nibble around the edges.
Wazy's Charm, Amelia Green taking over and getting on turf for the first time.
Yeah, getting on turf, has been on synthetic. It's a Mendelssohn. Maybe the trainer change wakes this one up.
Bourbon-centric for Maggie's husband here, Tom Morley-Varn, making an equipment change.
Yeah, gets blinkers on today. Both of his starts were good enough, again, to be in the frame here.
Showed you Miguel Clement's deterministic. We'll see in the 4-star Dave. He'll send out Ross Bay here.
Yeah, beating it odds on last time. I don't like to see that at this level.
Berman, lot to like. Pedigree-wise, certainly on the stretch out.
Well, it made a really nice physical impression, too, and it came on the track, caught my eye.
Second dam, grade 1, placed on the lawn, stakes winner on the turf. Porta Down Lad, 41-1.
Yeah, tried the turf last time, sprinting. That didn't work out.
This follow Adrian DeVoe, sister to the Kentucky Derby winning trainer.
It feels like this horse is kind of racing into condition. Every race has been slightly better than the last.
Cantermachi Barn with John Velasquez aboard, Classic Commander.
Yeah, I mean, the last 3 races are pretty consistent and also pretty good compared to this group.
And there actually is some turf pedigree here with the 11, Sunshine Babalu.
Well, the mares had 4 foals to try the turf. They all sport 1 win over the turf. Very tough post, though.
Second dam, graded stakes placed on the grass. She went a 95 buyer. Had a win at Keeneland as well. But there's Ross Bay for Miguel Clement. Let's take a look how Wager AI played this finale. And the suggested play, Ross Bay in an exacta over the current favorite, Beau Cheval.
That's bold.
Do we all agree this race is a little more wide open than the top 2 choices on the board?
I think I say yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you get to this level on the grass, and a lot of it has to do with any kind of pace setup and what horse might move forward with it.
As we mentioned, there is a possibility, some big prices though, but we could see a pick 6 carryover into the Thursday card with the 7, 8, 9, and 11 in here. And we'll see what happens. Tom, I talked to you off air, and you sort of echoed those sentiments. There's reasons to like the 7 Berman.
Oh, there is indeed. First of all, it goes to pedigree. Also, first to second start, you see so much improvement in horses. So, for sure. And, it's pretty remarkable when you think about it. That horse is 20-1. I think that's a horse that should be a lot less than that.
Let's go back to the favorite. Beau Cheval tried to get on the turf, Meg, and then third time finally did get on the grass sprinting, and now this will be the third time going longer on the turf.
Yes, we're going to watch all 3 of these horses here. Excuse me. Go ahead.
No, I just think the inside draw is going to help this horse a lot. And isn't he going to get that pocket trip?
Yeah, in this race he saved ground. He had a great trip, and he finished up well.
Jose Ortiz will hop aboard for the first time. Beau Cheval, the favorite. Let's go back to Maggie.
Cheval was the one who had the most advantageous trip that day, being on the rail, being relaxed and poised to tip out and be able to run down the winner, which he could not. Whereas Ross Bay, he did encounter some traffic and it had to be steady going into that first turn. Manny Franco kind of bouncing off his saddle because Ross Bay wanted to go forward, then he threw his head in the air and just threw Manny off balance. Now, they did protect him in those 2 comeback races, so he is in for the 50. Obviously, you can only run protected for the waiver claim twice when coming back off of that layoff. He looks great here. I haven't covered those races which he came back in. He is very settled leading up to this race. Last time, like I said, he got a little headstrong into that first turn. He's not giving me any clues that he's going to do that again here. Great coat. I like everything I'm seeing from him. I think he's a very logical horse, and honestly, I think I'd rather take him than the short price on the 1, though I do respect the Joe Sharp claim. Moving on to the true drop down in this field, who will be my pick, and that's number 10, Classic Commander, for Ilkay Cantermachi, who has been enjoying a nice meet so far. This is a horse that I've always thought was a turf horse, and now I think he's just at the right level. He did lug in a little bit, but also the horse that was in front of him kind of finishing down the lane in that race back here on July 11th kind of wandered into his path a little bit, so he maybe never was clear. I don't love the fact that he has no early speed. I think that does hurt him, but I'm hoping that the class drop will make him a winner. Greg?
Thank you, Maggie. Here they come out of the turf course. And it's, wow, throughout, Beau Cheval, the one to beat. Obviously, you get that advantageous inside post, Meg, and you get one of the hottest riders on the grounds in Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, and Joe Sharp's doing good work. I think it was a very sharp claim, and he comes right back for the same price that he claimed the horse. I just think he's well spotted.
I just have a hard time with the horse. Got a great trip last time. Like, couldn't see it through. What's different here today?
Different trainer.
True.
And then no knock on former connections,
True,
just
true,
saying,
true.
you know.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And maybe it doesn't take a great finish to win this race either.
Turf course looks nice, doesn't it?
I wound up going with a stranger,
I
guys.
love that drone. I love that drone angle.
I went with the 4. Getting to the turf for the first time. I like Maggie's thoughts about horse's physicality. Was running in open against, short field in Presque Isle. Now gets with the New York breds, dropping slightly in class for Amelia Green. I just thought he was a little bit interesting as a stranger.
Class drop on the 10. Going for a claim for sale price for the first time. That's my guy. 5-2. Not excited about that.
See what happens coming out. We'll see if Berman can impress on the stretch out here. A lot of reasons to like that one pedigree-wise. Ran in a better group in the debut, and it was a productive race, too. 2-5 favorite. Cristobal won that race. This is the comeback effort. There is the 5. Tom Morley Barn, Bourbon-centric with the equipment change. Let's send it upstairs, the finale on our Wednesday card. Frank Miramati, the call.
Here's Sunshine Babalu, the last one to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Bourbon-centric in the center. Beau Cheval has good speed, but it's Follow Will who is just going rapidly into the first turn, opening up. So Follow Will, with a pedal to the metal, has opened up about a 4-length lead. Bourbon-centric along the inside, holds the second spot through the opening quarter mile. Then it's Bourbon, followed by Beau Cheval in 4th. Outside of that pair comes Classic Commander through a quarter that went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Classic Commander is racing now about a half length behind Rospe, who has taken the 3rd spot. Beau Cheval is comfortable, 6 lengths off the lead. It's another 2 back to Portadown Lad. No Joe is down on the hedge, and in between those two as they head to the half-mile pole is Vitalized. Then Wazy's Charm unhurried, 3/4 to Sunshine Babalu, 49 and 3. Follow Will and Berman. Heads apart on the front end as they go around the far turn. Rospe has a good setup, is now a clear-cut 3rd. Just behind them, Beau Cheval is racing in between horses, has about 5 lengths to make up. Bourbon-centric is currently in front of him. The gold cap of Classic Commander on the outside as the field turns for home. Rospe, Beau Cheval's had a good trip and is coming on the outside. These two come to the 8th pole, 1-2. It's Rospe diving over to the hedge. Beau Cheval moves into 2nd. On the inside, Bourbon-centric is fighting willingly. Bourbon-centric gets into 2nd, coming after Rospe late. Rospe, Bourbon-centric. Rospe wins it 3/4 of a length. Bourbon-centric was very good in 2nd. And then No Joe finished with a flourish 3rd. Beau Cheval 4th.
Rospe disappointed in odds-on 2 starts back. Was 1-2 last start. Got beat. Finally breaks through today in his 4th start.
He had a great trip. He kind of took over the top of the lane, got to the rail, or got to the hedge, I should say. And when he did that, he separated from the group. Yeah, there were some horses that finished in here. They went very fast up front with that lone speed horse going, but nobody was catching Rospe. He was best today.
I think you said it right earlier, Tom, that this horse isn't an easiest horse to ride, and it just seemed like Manny got him in the good spot today, got him to settle a little bit better, and he got first run. It was an okay effort by the runner-up. Ran extremely well, actually, the 5 Bourbon-centric, so pretty logical result in the last in a race that I felt was really wide open.
They were well clear, JK, the rest of the field.
They were. I mean, they both got pretty good trips. I would actually say that Bourbon-centric got a better trip, sat on in the pocket basically the whole time around there. Rospe found himself in between horses for a little bit on the backstretch, but nonetheless, they were sitting right off of a pace that wasn't all that quick, and when it was time to produce their run, they didn't have too many stones in their way and were able to do so. Rospe lived up to that 1-2 last time.
Quick look there at Miguel Clement making that winning text. Times have changed, huh?
That they have.
Don't have time to call.
That they have. I used to have that big phone that was about the size of a walkie-talkie when I started. I'd call the owner in there. It looked like I was calling in the troops.
This guy was pretty tough. John Morrissey. Bill the Butcher found out. You ever watch games
way?
in New York?
Yeah.
He did find out the hard way. This is tomorrow that features 7 furlongs. Doc Sullivan will look to go back-to-back in this race. He won this race on a muddy sealed surface last year at about 5-1. Now, Rat Ortiz Jr. Mig will be aboard.
Yeah, I mean, this is a horse that's easy to root for, right? I mean, he just shows up. He's honest. He's tried bigger game. He went in open company, a couple of open graded stakes. He's back with the right group, and he can finish, especially turning back sprinting.
7-2 morning line. Looks like a wide open race. Here's the stakes schedule for the week. Friday, obviously Hall of Fame Day, that National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame on the lawn. Fasig tipped at Saratoga Oaks. Whitney, 4-Star Dave, Test, Saratoga Derby, one of the great days all year long in our sport, coming up just a couple of days away, Tom.
And man, let me tell you, if you want to have some fun, you're going to have fun with a big crowd, because we have a big crowd coming. My understanding is they've sold over 44,000 tickets.
JK, who are you most excited to see? Is it in that race or on that day, Whitney Day?
No, I mean, I think it's the Whitney. I think when you have a chance to see a Derby winner, a Belmont winner, a Breeders' Cup Classic winner, the best female horse in training.
What horse, though?
I want to see Sovereignty.
Okay.
I want to see Sovereignty. That horse gave me goosebumps on a number of occasions last year.
Yeah.
I would like to feel that again on Saturday.
I want to see Baeza put it together. I want to see him leave the gate correctly, have a clean trip, and I would love to see what Baeza really is. I think he is probably the most talented horse that hasn't won a big race.
Do you give Nitrogen a real shot against this group?
I do, and I'm excited about seeing her take on the boys. I like when they kind of step out of their comfort zone and try something different, and Mark is not afraid to take on challenges.
Fastest Whitney ever run. It's a track record that still stands. That was Lawyer Ron 2007. Nitrogen's last performance on this track, just a 1/5 of a second off that performance. And now she's getting her chance against the boys coming up on Saturday in the Whitney. We'll see you tomorrow. Next show, Fox Sports 2 starts at 1 Eastern time. It was Munnings Express in the Johnstone. The inside opened up. Linda Rice, Manny Franco team up for the victory. Doc Sullivan, as we just mentioned, will try and go back-to-back in the Morrissey on our Thursday feature, and Magnitude on a roll. He's got the inside post with his speed for the Whitney on Saturday.